Hey Lucy. Hey Nicole. How you doing? You okay? Good afternoon. It feels weird for me to say that because it's 25 to 11 here. What time is it for you? Hey Amber. Oh, I'm sorry guys. Let me just put my phone on Do Not Disturb. That gets real annoying. There we go. 4:35 p.m. Nice. So I'm guessing it's around dinner time for you then, getting ready to have something to eat. I'm just waiting for Myra to hop up on the live and then we will get started. Hey Becca. Hey Miranda. So Myra's got something from the Greene County Sheriff that she wants to show later on when she's up on the live. I'm not sure if this has been shown around yet or not, but I know it's recently been received. It was sent to Into the Weeds. Sorry about that, guys. It was sent to Into the Weeds podcast. Hey Louise. And she's kindly given Myra permission to share that out. So I won't share that for her because I wasn't given that permission. Blooming phone. Hey Hairspray. Hey Sassy. So I think I'll start and then we can give Myra a couple of minutes to join. So a couple of you were here the other evening. Thank you, Hairspray. Hello, Sassy. A few of you were here the other evening when I went over this, so I do apologise if this is repetitive for you. Obviously, feel free to check back in a little bit. I'm going to be covering the micro deletion stuff for maybe the next 30 to 40 minutes. And then after that, we're going to get into this stuff from the Greene County Sheriff. Hey, Crystal. Thank you, Sassy. Okay, so just as I told you guys the other evening, if you do want to find this information for yourself or you'd like to read along with us, you can of course go and find that on bearchromo.org. And if you search that alongside microdeletion 1Q2 1.1, then you will find this information I'm reading to you today. Thank you, Hairspray. Okay, so there's going to be some bits that I skip out because some of it's quite technical and I can't read the medical jargon, to be honest with you, so I'll read what I can. Okay, I'm going to just let you know where this is sourced and referenced from first. So the information in this guide is drawn from what is known about around 60 people with a 1Q2 1.1 microdeletion, aged between birth and 31 years. The first named author and publication date are given to allow you to look for the abstracts for original articles on the internet. If you wish, you can obtain articles from Unique. The guide also draws on Unique's database. So Unique is the company who've drawn this up. Okay, so a 1Q2 1.1 microdeletion is a very rare genetic condition in which a tiny piece is missing from around one of the body's 46 chromosomes. The tiny missing bit raises the risk of learning. I do apologise. I will also just note, sorry guys, there seems to be quite a few people getting bananaed on the app at the moment, so we are going to be very cautious and mindful as to what wordings we're using this evening, just to avoid that happening. However, if the live does randomly go off, with no warning, head over to my backup account and I'll be up on there. Okay. So a 1q2 1.1 microdeletion is a very rare genetic condition in which a tiny piece is missing from one of the body's 46 chromosomes. 6 people, oh my lord. It's like an epidemic, isn't it? The tiny missing bit raises the risk of learning, behaviour and mental health problems, alongside physical abnormalities. But there is a wide individual variation. Individuals with a 1q2 1.1 microdeletion range from people with no symptoms to others with developmental delay and health problems. So our bodies are made up of billions of cells containing tens of thousands of genes. Genes act like a set of instructions directing our growth and development and how our bodies will work. Genes are carried on structures called chromosomes. We usually have 46 chromosomes, 23 inherited from our mother, 23 inherited from our father. So we have 2 sets of 23 chromosomes in pairs. Apart from 2 sex chromosomes, the chromosomes are numbered 1 to 22, generally from largest to smallest. Chromosome 1 is the largest of the chromosomes. Chromosome has a short arm on the left, called P from petit, and a long arm called Q on the right. So the site I'm reading from is rarechromo.org and it's the microdeletion 1q2 1.1. Just given everything that's been going off with the creator of that site, we're just unsure whether we should continue reading from that at the moment. So we're going to be taking a break from reading from that site and reading at some of the other information we've been looking at. So if you do want to look at this for yourself, search rarechromo.org and microdeletion 1q2 1.1. Okay, so chromosomes cannot be seen with the naked eye, but if they are stained and magnified under a microscope, each one has a distinctive pattern of light and dark bands. Looking at chromosomes in this way, it is possible to see the points where the chromosome has broken and what material is missing, if the missing piece is actually large enough. A missing piece visible under a microscope is called a deletion. In the diagram at the bottom of page 3, you can see the chromosome bands are numbered outwards from the point where the long arm meets the short arm. In a 1q2 1.1 microdeletion, the chromosome has broken in 2 places in band q2 1.1, leaving out the chromosome material between them. This particular deletion is so small that it can only be identified using molecular or DNA technology, in particular a technique using microarrays. This shows gains and losses of tiny amounts of DNA throughout the genome, also called duplicates and deletions, and can show whether particular genes are present or not. A deletion so small that it can only be identified in this way is called a microdeletion. She just has content being used. I don't know what you mean by that, Sassy. She's contributed to it, hasn't she? Like, she's helped make it. Okay. So a 1q2 1.1 microdeletions are found in the general population, albeit rarely, as well as in people referred for chromosome testing. However, they are more common in people referred for genetic testing. A 1q2 1.1 microdeletion is sometimes called a copy number variant. People usually have 2 copies of each part of any chromosome. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, partner was just coming in the bedroom. Okay. Made me lose my spot now, hasn't he? Okay, a 1q2 1.1 microdeletion is sometimes called a copy number variant. People usually have 2 copies of each part of any chromosome, including chromosome 1, but it's quite common to have 1 copy or 3 copies of tiny parts of any chromosome. The 1q2 1.1 band of chromosome 1 is an area where people in the general population do sometimes have 1 copy or 3 copies. Having just 1 copy or 3 copies appears to make no difference to development in some people. But since a lot of people with a copy number variant in 1q2 1.1 do have developmental problems, it seems that the deletion can make some people more vulnerable to difficulties. No, it's just black. I've just put a plaster over my camera because whenever I was live before, I kept like glitching the camera out with backgrounds on, so I figured this would just be easier. Hey, Regan. Yeah, I think TikTok should make that a feature where we can actually see who'd be reporting us. That'd be really handy for us all. Okay, so if you do want to have a look at this website for yourself, there are some diagrams that show what a micro deletion would look like on a chart. It just looks like blurs on a page to me because I do not have a medical background. However, if you do and you'd like to see this for yourself in further detail, you can find that on rarechromo.org. Okay, so there are broadly 2 sizes of 1q2 1.1 microdeletion. The first type is smaller. It's called distal because it's closer to the tip of the long arm of the chromosome rather than the second type of the microdeletion. A class 1 deletion spans around 1 million base pairs, or 1 so-called megabase, of DNA. Base pairs are the chemicals in DNA that form the ends of the rungs around its ladder-like structure. Chromosome 1 has around 247 megabase in total, and band 1q2 1.1 alone contains around 5.4 megabase. In a class 1 deletion, DNA is typically missing between around 146 megabase and 147.8 megabase, as you'd be able to see in the diagram above. The megabase numbers show a position on chromosome 1 between position 1 megabase, the tip of the short arm, and position 247.975 megabase, the tip of the long arm. We know that the missing section includes at least 9 known genes, and there may be more. Thank you, Regan. The second type of the larger deletion, of around 1.35 to 2 megabase, including 25 known genes, DNA is missing between around 145.4 megabase and 147.8 megabase, as you'd be able to see in the diagram above. This includes the region of the chromosome known to cause a syndrome known as TAR syndrome. Now, when you look at the diagnosis of the microdeletion, it is listed as a fairly large deletion. So although it's classed as a microdeletion, it's on the larger scale of that microdeletion. So as that's been talking about the long arm and the short arm and the megabases, Gypsy has the larger deletion from this 1q2 1.1 microdeletion as stated in her medical records. So there's a load of numbers here that do not mean anything to me, so I'm not going to even attempt to try and read it. So I'm going to move over to the next section. So are there people with the 1q2 1.1 microdeletion who have developed normally and have no health, learning or behaviour difficulties? Well, yes, there are. The 1q2 1.1 microdeletion can be silent. Some of the parents of children with a 1q2 1.1 microdeletion have the same microdeletion but do not have any unusual features, delayed development or behaviour problems. Other parents who also have the deletion are extremely mildly affected. Some children with a 1q2 1.1 microdeletion also develop normally. The effects of some genetic variants range from being barely perceptible to being obvious and severe. In this sense, they are like infections such as flu that can be mild or serious. So, we're going to go down and have a look at some of the features that may be shown in this particular type of microdeletion. So we've got a list, and then it goes into further details of things on that list. So we have a small head, increased possibility of mild or moderate developmental delay, slightly unusual facial features, increased possibility of behavioural or mental health problems, heart problems, loose joints or double jointedness, seizures, disturbances in the lenses of the eyes, increased risk of other inborn anomalies. So going into further detail and starting with the small head, studies have shown that around 2/3 of people with this microdeletion have a small head, or a head that is small compared with their overall size. This suggests that the microdeletion influences brain growth. Some people with an extra copy of this selection of chromosome 1, so this is known as a microduplication, have an unusually large head. And this also supports the idea that the microdeletion influences head growth. Researchers have identified a gene called HYD1N that is likely to be important in determining head growth. There is also a possible link between head size and mental health problems, particularly schizophrenia. This does not mean that everyone with a 1q2 1.1 microdeletion and a small head will develop schizophrenia. On the other hand, it does mean that healthcare professionals should be alert to early warning signs. Among unique members with the microdeletion, head size is variable. 3 out of 7 members have a largely or relatively large head, 1 is average, and 3 have small. Moving on now to the increased risk of developmental delay and learning difficulties. Some children with a 1q2 1.1 microdeletion develop at a normal rate and cope well academically without any support. Others are slow to reach their developmental milestones, need help at school, and may need specialised schooling. This means that a baby or child with a microdeletion should be monitored vigilantly for delay and extra help, and therapies should be sought and offered promptly. The microdeletion does not make it possible to predict how mild or severe the delay and the learning difficulties will be. The spectrum includes people who have no noticeable problems and a few people who are profoundly affected. In most cases, the delay is mild or moderate. Sorry guys, I'm just seeing something in the chat. Yeah, ladies, if there's something to be discussed, it's probably best if it is discussed in private messages. Other than that, maybe agree to disagree and leave it there. There's enough arguing on this app and falling out without any more. Okay. Among unique members, the range of developmental delay is very broad indeed, from none to profound. Babies and toddlers may be late to reach their developmental milestones. Sitting, crawling, walking, and fine motor control and toilet training may all also be delayed. Low muscle tone was found in around 1/4 of children in one study, as well as among unique members. Oh, right, Lucy, I see what the problem might be. I was mentioning how people are getting bananaed, and some of it have been people on this side as well. I think it's just been going off a bit left, right, and centre. But I've been watching two lives today that have just abruptly ended for no apparent reason. Nothing was said. Nothing that I'd have seen should have caused it to end, but all of a sudden they just poof disappeared. So Myra was saying that she thinks it's something to do with, TikTok being funny in America. You don't need to leave. You're fine as you are. Hey, Nicole. No, you're not derailing, don't worry. You're absolutely fine. Everyone's welcome here. Lucy's welcome here. Double Standards is welcome here. I'm going to carry on reading, and then we can see if Myra's free so we can go over. Okay, she's just finishing up her assignment, and then we'll go over the Greene County Sheriff stuff. I might put my camera on soon, guys. I'm aware it's probably a bit rude just looking at a black screen. Yeah, Double Standards is a nice person. I appreciate that some people may have had run-ins with her in the past when things have been heated. I know sometimes in comments people can get defensive of their friends and things can get a little heated there. But if you've actually spoke to her yourself, she is a lovely lady. She has got some strong opinions. And they're not always on my side, but then also sometimes I can agree with those opinions, but ultimately she's a nice person. She's done nothing wrong to me. If anything, she's been very supportive to me. So I take people as I see them. It doesn't matter who you're friends with. That's all I can say on that one. So I will continue reading. Most children and adults with a 1q2 1.1 microdeletion look like other members of their family. They may, however, have one or two slightly unusual facial features, such as an unusually prominent forehead, deep-set eyes, and a somewhat bulbous nose. These features do not usually make them stand out, but they may mean that your child has a passing resemblance to others with the microdeletion. Unique families have commented that the broad forehead can make their child's face look triangular. When more than one child in a family has a microdeletion, the unusual facial features are not necessarily the same. A gallery of adults and children with the microdeletion has been published and is available to families from Unique on request. So moving on to the next section, that covers heart problems. So it's uncertain whether having a 1q2 1.1 microdeletion puts the baby at risk of being born with a heart problem. Some researchers have found a high incidence of heart problems, but others have not. In a study of the complex heart anomaly known as tetralogy of Fallot, 1% of affected children had a 1q2 1.1 deletion. Heart problems have not been identified among unique members. A gene known as GJA5 has been identified that may contribute to heart problems. The heart problems diagnosed in individual children may be single or multiple. And there is a couple of examples of what could be included in there. However, that list is quite long. So, loose joints or double jointedness. One study has pinpointed very loose joints or double jointedness in around a quarter of people with a 1q2 1.1 microdeletion. The same study has found that a similar number of people had low muscle tone, also known as hypertonia. In some people, the two conditions have coincided. In others, they didn't. Among the unique member group, low muscle tone was fairly common, but very lax joints were not often seen. If somebody requested up, request again because I didn't see. Okay, where was I? Early physiotherapy and regular exercises can help improve hypertonia very much in some children. Children with very lax joints may need supports, splints, or special footwear whilst learning to walk. So the next section will cover risk of behavioural or mental health problems. Children and adults with a 1q21.1 microdeletion can be affectionate and sociable with no behaviour problems, but as a group they appear to be at risk for a range of behaviour difficulties and mental health problems. We do not know yet whether these unusual behaviours and mental health problems are a result of the 1q21.1 microdeletion or a chance association. This is particularly true when a parent and child have a similar behaviour pattern and both have the 1q21.1 microdeletion. The increased frequency of behaviour difficulties suggests vulnerability in this area and means that children and adults should be monitored and families offered early support. The key concerns that have emerged so far are listed below. Attention deficit with hyperactivity, antisocial behaviour disorder, aggressiveness, autistic-like behaviour, anxiety, depression, hallucinations. Schizophrenia is more common among people with a 1q21.1 microdeletion than it is in the general population. It is possible that small head size may somehow be involved, but the link is not yet clear. People with the 1q21.1 microdeletion and schizophrenia respond to neuroleptic drugs in the normal way. Unique families report marked mood swings in their children with fierce temper outbursts, screaming, aggressive behaviour, and stubborn refusal to conform. However, patterns can vary, and children and adults can also behave delightfully. So another feature to look at would be seizures. So these have been reported in 6 out of 55 people in the medical literature and in around 3 in 10 unique members. In the unique members, seizures started in the first year of life. In one case, they had resolved by 2 years, but another child has a type of seizure disorder known as Lennox-Gastaut syndrome and has different types of seizures that are very difficult to control. One adult had absent, complex partial, and other identified seizure types that led to long periods of being pale, sleepy, vacant, and out of it. Thank you guys. Moving on now to disturbances in the lenses of the eyes. Cataracts have been seen in around 5 out of 44 people with a 1q21.1 microdeletion, including 2 sisters, although their father, who also carries the deletion, had no cataracts. Cataracts have not been seen in unique members with the deletion. The type of cataracts varies from being dense and diagnosed at birth to subtle, only found after a specific search. Cataracts that cause no visual problems do not need treatment, but if the cataract affects the vision, surgery to remove it is usually considered. A gene called GJ88 has been identified that may contribute to problems with the lenses of the eyes. Sorry guys, just finding my spot again. So in people with a 1q21.1 microdeletion, other eyesight problems include long or short sight, a squint, also known as strabismus, Duane anomaly, also known as restricted turning of the eye, associated with narrowing of the eyes, abnormally small eyes, dislocated lenses, and double vision. Some problems can be corrected with glasses, although some children will not tolerate wearing them. Other problems, such as a squint, can generally be corrected with surgery. Unique has one member with this deletion who is registered as blind. Hey, Leash. A wide range of other minor and more serious conditions identified at birth have been seen, but they don't seem to follow a particular pattern. They can include missing ribs, extra fingers or toes, webbed or incurving toes, club feet, unusual brain structure, increased fluid on the brain, minor genital abnormalities, birthmarks, tongue ties, hernia in the groins, cleft palates, lung malformation, small kidneys, absent kidneys, and others. So these are all things that have been seen in people with this microdeletion. Lucy, I can kind of see your point, right? But there's no one's enabling it, because there's certain people you'll never see up here. And those are the people that are nasty and go out of their way to be nasty to people without cause. Double standards ain't one of those people. So she's welcome in this live at any time. And I can understand that previously it's not really been that way here, because if you're on Bree's side, then you're on Bree's side. But I think we're all starting to see that we're grown-ups, and just because somebody's friends with somebody doesn't mean that we can't be friends with them. It's time to put all that mentality in the past, because nothing's getting done working that way. Thank you, Leash. Appreciate you, babe. So, among unique members, babies, even brothers and sisters, they are all very different at birth. Some babies are born small and light, while others have grown well in the womb and are a good size at birth. Some babies have physical anomalies, while others are perfectly formed. APGAR scores, a measure of well-being with a score out of 10, range from low to full marks. Some babies have feeding difficulties, problems latching onto the breast, and bring back their feeds quite frequently. Other problems noted by unique members among newborn babies are mild jaundice, a blocked tear duct, coughing up blood, and gasping for breath, alongside suspected deafness. Among 5 unique members, all have had feeding difficulties. These have included sucking weakly at the breast or the bottle, bringing feeds back, lack of appetite, choking on lumps, failing to chew, reflux, delayed gastric emptying, uncoordinated swallowing, and tongue thrusting. While 3 babies were breastfed, in one instance using techniques for babies with low muscle tone, others needed tube feeding and treatment for reflux, including a low allergen milk formula. 2 babies' feeding difficulties were so severe that they were fed for a time by gastrostomy tube direct to the stomach. One of these babies was born with a cleft palate. 2 babies grew into very picky eaters who accepted only a limited range of food textures. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a good way of putting it. It doesn't need to be an eye for an eye. Okay, so 4 out of 5 unique members were very short as children, including one who was a normal weight and length at birth. A delay in bone age appears to be common. 4 out of 5 were very thin, including one who was tall for his age. One child grew into a short adult with a stocky physique. Limb length is variable, even within the same family, and some children are short-limbed while others are long-limbed. One very thin child had a large stomach, perhaps due to slack abdominal muscles. Infections are very common in childhood, and some children with the chromosome disorders seem particularly prone to them and to suffer worse when they actually catch them. Ear and chest infections seem to be particularly common. However, there is no evidence that children with the 1q21.1 microdeletion are more prone to infection than other children, although one unique member has low levels of natural infection-fighting antibodies. It isn't certain whether any of the illnesses reported are linked with the 1q21.1 microdeletion or just occurred by chance. They include a dry mouth and eyes, with possible diagnosis of the autoimmune disorder Sjögren's syndrome, rheumatoid arthritis, urinary reflux, and enlarged kidneys, precocious puberty, multiple sclerosis, asthma, multiple allergies, and anemia. Among unique members, 5 out of 10 have some hearing loss. In 3 cases, this was temporary and caused by a buildup of fluid in the middle ear, readily treated by an insertion of aeration tubes into the eardrum. The 4th child and possibly a 5th have permanent nerve deafness in one ear. So why are people with the 1q21.1 microdeletion so different from each other? One reason for the differences is that the amount of missing chromosome material and number of missing genes is larger in some people. But people in the same family with the same size microdeletion can be very differently affected. We don't yet understand all of the reasons for this, but one possible explanation is undiscovered genes. The 1q21.1 band of chromosome 1 has such a complex structure that its precise sequence has not been completely mapped. There are still about 15 gaps in the map, and it's possible that genes exist in this gap that contribute to the effects of the microdeletion. Hey Nicole. So 1q21.1 microdeletion can occur out of the blue and for no obvious reason, or they could be inherited from the mother or the father. The only way to be certain is to check the chromosomes of both parents. The parents' chromosomes should be checked even if they are themselves completely healthy, with no developmental problems at all. If one parent has the same microdeletion, it has been inherited. If both parents have normal chromosomes, the 1q21.1 microdeletion is a new occurrence. The genetic term for this is de novo. A new 1q21.1 microdeletion has been caused by a mistake that occurred when the parent's sperm or eggs were formed, or in the very earliest days after fertilization. This is part of a natural process, and as a parent, there is nothing you can do to change or control it. Hey Hayla, hope you're doing okay. At one point, all the chromosomes, including the 2 chromosomes 1s, pair up and swap segments. To pair up precisely, the chromosome recognizes matching or near-matching DNA sequences. However, throughout the chromosomes, there are many DNA sequences that are so similar that it is thought that mispairing can occur. The 1q21.1 region has an extremely complex structure. 3/4 of it consist of at least 4 blocks of DNA that are more than 90% similar to each other. It is quite likely that these very similar blocks have caused a mismatch. When researchers examined the breakpoints in the chromosomes in individual people, they found that these occurred within parts of them that are virtually identical. Although no one has ever seen this happen, it is believed that when the exchange of genetic material known as crossing over occurs after mismatching, it is unequal, looping, and cutting out short length of the chromosome. What is certain is that as a parent, there is nothing you could have done to prevent this from happening. No environmental, dietary, workplace, or lifestyle factors are known to cause 1q2 1.1 microdeletions. There is nothing that either parent did before or during pregnancy that could have caused the microdeletion. So if one person in a family with the 1q2 1.1 microdeletion is mildly affected, will others in the same family also be mildly affected? Not necessarily, no. There is a lot of variation between different members of the same family. We know that if one person is mildly affected, others may be more severely and obviously affected. Where both parents have normal chromosomes, it is unlikely that another child will be born with a 1q2 1.1 microdeletion or any other chromosome disorder. Very rarely, both parents have normal chromosomes by a blood test, but a few of their eggs or sperm cells can carry the microdeletion. This is called germline mosaicism, and it means that parents whose chromosomes appear normal when their blood is tested could have more than one child with a deletion. In families where the 1q2 1.1 microdeletion has been inherited from a parent, the possibilities of having another child with the 1q2 1.1 microdeletion rises to 50% in each pregnancy. However, the effect of the microdeletion on the child's development, health, and behaviour cannot be reliably predicted. Your genetic centre should be able to offer counselling before you have another pregnancy. So, your child with a 1q2 1.1 microdeletion may well want to have children. We have not known about the condition for long enough to be certain if it affects fertility, but it is likely that fertility will be normal. In each pregnancy, someone with the deletion has a 50% risk of passing it on, and a 50% chance of having a baby without the deletion. Their ability to look after a child is very likely to be closely related to their own learning ability. The part of the 1q2 1.1 that most people have lost is rich in genes. You can see the approximate position of 3 of those genes on the diagram on page 3. The HYD1N gene, found on chromosome 16q22.2, has a part copy that was inserted into 1q2 1.1 during evolution. The HYD1N gene on 1q2 1.1 is only active in the brain. In individuals in whom it is missing, head size is small, while individuals who have an extra copy of this gene have a large head. This strongly suggests that the HYD1N gene plays a role in determining head size. GJA5 is a gene that produces a protein known as connexin 40. It's expressed in the upper chambers of the heart, and not having enough is associated with congenital heart problems. Some people who do not have this gene have normal hearts, and the reason for this is not fully understood. GJA8 is a gene that produces a protein known as connexin 50, whose job is to keep the lenses in the eyes transparent. The gene is expressed in the cornea of the eye, in the retina, and the brain. Some people who have lost GJA8 have cataracts, which can be very subtle or obvious. The GJA8 gene has also been associated with schizophrenia. So there is a Facebook group and a messaging board for anyone affected with the microdeletion or who would like to learn more about this for themselves. So I have reached the end of that document, so I'm just going to have a quick look through the chat and then we'll move on to what else we're going to discuss. Hey Myra.
Hi Jess, I'm so sorry. I was just typing up stuff for my project for school and it took me a little while than I anticipated.
Don't worry, you're good. Don't worry about it. I'm having a good day, Aleph. How are you doing? Happy Saturday, Tracy. Yeah, I find it very interesting because I think when you go over and you read it, there's so many things that you can sit and say, okay, well, Gypsy has this, Gypsy has that, Gypsy displays this. So looking at them all individually, obviously the small head, the short in stature, unusual facial features. I've just gone past a photo of a child with micro deletion, and it's not the poster child. But I did have to scroll back and say, "Oh, was that a gypsy?" And it actually shows you photos of this child throughout her life. So if you can go and have a look at this for yourself, I definitely would recommend you do so. Hey Kay, hope you're doing well. So, heart murmur is something else that Gypsy is diagnosed with. Asthma and allergies, something else that Gypsy is diagnosed with. And we do know that she, on her medical records, she went in and she was having issues with rhinitis due to, the muscular dystrophy. The rhinitis due to not taking her inhalers effectively. Obviously, we had the hypersalivation as well. So there's quite a few things that we read and we listen to in this document that would make sense. Obviously, seizures. I know everybody has their different opinions, but to me, there's that video that looks like she's having an absent seizure. We can visually see that she has issues with her lenses of her eyes. Info that could seem monotonous wouldn't. Good to know. I can say anything I want and get away with it with my accent. But yeah, for me, I think I'll keep covering this and keep going over it, trying to learn more and understand as much as I can, because I definitely feel it's relevant to discuss. But yeah, Myra, how are you getting on with your assignment?
You caught me at a good time. I just finished cooking.
Okay, I was gonna explain, but I'm doing a group project and I have been having back and forths with my teammates.
Oh
It's like
no.
some of them are not getting the assignment, and I had to like elaborate in explaining it. It's ridiculous.
I hate group assignments.
Are you teaching the class, Myra?
No, we're taking parts of this project, like we're like developing like like a plan on creating a website for a small business.
Nice. So, Sassy, we've got something to talk about soon.
Oh,
When Myra's done with the assignment, she's going to put something up on the screen,
hi,
um,
Aleph.
and we'll go over it properly, because it kind of debunks a couple of theories that are out there at the moment. So I'm excited for that one. So it's good
I'm
that you're here.
excited for that one too.
Yeah.
And
So
Myra, you will be proud of me. I made enchiladas tonight. Not like homemade, but I did make enchiladas.
Oh, you did?
I
I have a
did.
recipe for enchiladas for the
Oh, do
sauce and all
you?
that stuff. Yes, I do.
Oh my God. I actually bought like the frozen family one and it's amazing. Amazing. Like it's spicy and I love it.
It's very easy, but it's just like it takes time to make the sauce and then prepping all of it.
See, my failure would probably not be the sauce, but it'd be the rice because I don't know how to cook rice.
Girl, come
let
on,
me take you.
rice.
I know. I
That's easy
managed
for
to screw up
me.
rice. I'm not a cooker though.
Oh, Aleph says she's got the original recipe.
I'm really not. I'm good
I
at
love.
cooking
I
certain
learned
things.
from the original recipe. I'm not Mexican, but I had to find a authentic Mexican recipe. I'm Puerto Rican.
The authentic one though is like the best because you know that's true enchiladas.
I've just seen actually Double Standard sent me a delicious looking recipe. I'm gonna have to try that.
See, my chili is what I do best at. Like my chili is the bomb. But like, and I'm good at spaghetti too. I'm good at making the sauce.
Oh, I don't make sauce. I use stuff out of a jar. I'm lazy.
Mm-mm. You got to add a little bit of your own taste.
Does garlic count? I throw a bit of garlic
I
granules in.
mean, you got to have garlic in everything, but yes.
Well, we have garlic, but we grow it out here. We start planting it in October, and by July we are able to pull it, and we got fresh garlic. Lasts
See,
us for a couple of months.
my favorite thing to make in the wintertime is chili.
Wow.
And I literally make enough for like 2 weeks, but it's gobbled down within a week because of Pat.
Ayla's got some amazing heritage. Mexican, Italian, and Canadian.
I'm 7 different things. I'm a mutt. But I am Italian and I'm Italian, Polish, Ukrainian, Austrian, Native American, French, Canadian, German, and Irish.
Wow.
Yeah. And Jewish and Catholic, might I add.
Wow. So I don't actually know my background. I don't know at all.
I
Why
still
don't
need to do the DNA testing to find out like the percentage, but yeah. My mom did that last year with the DNA testing, but it's so expensive to do that.
All right, so you want me to go over that stuff, Jess?
Absolutely I do.
Okay, let me pull it up.
Okay, I'm excited. Drum roll, guys. I've only got my laptop in front of me. That's pathetic. Okay, I'm going to turn the comments off. We can't hear you, Myra. I don't know if you're muted.
There we go. I don't know if anybody can see this, but I don't know how many of you follow Into the Weeds podcast, but they reached out to the sheriff's department, Sheriff Arnott, and this is a confirmation here that they have stated that there was no fraud prior to the unaliving of Dee Dee. They couldn't find any records or any court documents relating to any fraud at that time. And that has been verified. I have explained this before without them having to verify this information. There's been a lot of people confused about the whole entire press conference that he did when the investigation began, where he was mentioning possible charges for fraud, and they were starting to investigate it. Now, keep in mind that Sheriff Arnott and his team, all of these detectives that were actually doing an investigation, did not have any information relating to fraud. However, the way I see it is that there were some things that alerted them to investigate that possibility. But it did not mean that there was any fraud. They couldn't confirm it at that time. So just so that everyone understands this, that in a matter of days from when Dee Dee was unalived and the police got there to look at the crime scene, talk to the neighbors, and then finding the location of the IP address from where that Facebook post came from, a lot was going on. So they had to, they obviously talked to neighbors. They looked into Facebook. They looked into a lot of social media activity that was going on at that time. And Sheriff Arnott did say this on his statement. There were Facebook groups, there were GoFundMe accounts, but that does not necessarily that they were engaged in scamming or defrauding anything. So on those Facebook groups, the family was making comments that Dee Dee was a scammer. That alerted the cops, right? The detectives. The GoFundMe accounts, the ones for Gypsy's medical records, and there was another GoFundMe account that was created to find Gypsy, also was another red flag to these detectives, which is why they encourage people not to donate any money until they investigate that further. The next piece of information that I don't think it's in the supplemental report, but if you remember, in the supplemental report, there was mentioned that Gypsy was somebody who was very sick and was on a wheelchair. That's how Gypsy was reported originally, until the cops went and found them on Nick's family's house. They get arrested. Gypsy was taken to the hospital, and she was already identified and reported as someone who can walk without assistance. Those were the factors that alerted the detectives in the Greene County Sheriff's Department to look into possible fraud. So no fraud, they would have not known until they investigated this further, and they did, and this is what happened. They couldn't find anything. Anybody has any questions, any concerns before I continue to go on the next one?
So if you can, Amy's just asked if you can read this out, just because they can't see it all properly on the screen. So you're okay just to read the email that you can see on screen now?
Okay, so let me read it from, my God, because why is it that in the screen it's not letting me?
You want me to read it from our chat because you sent it earlier, so I could get it up in front of you.
Yes, if you can read it from your chat, that would be great.
Okay, I'll just get it back up now. Okay, so
I'll go read that first.
okay. Just getting it up. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties. Come on.
Wasn't that the one we already read, the supplement report?
No.
Yeah, I'll get to that event in a minute, but Jess is going to read the response from the Sheriff's Department to Into the Weeds.
Okay.
So from my understanding, Into the Weeds has emailed the sheriff in order to see if they can request some information into the investigation on fraud for the dates that are mentioned in the email. And the sheriff is basically coming back and saying there was no investigation for fraud there. So once I've got it up, I will read it. Just me, Amy, and Myra message so much that I'm still scrolling up and only on 4 p.m. this afternoon. We need to slow down on those messages, girls. Right, I've got it. Okay. So,
why do you think I finally made a section in my server so that I have all the Gypsy Roses resources in one place?
So, dear Amber, we have researched your request you emailed on the 6th of the 4th, 2025, for any records related to investigations, charges, or cases involving Claudine Blanchard and Gypsy Rose Blanchard concerning fraud. Specifically, police reports, investigation files, court records, and any related documents from any investigations into the fraud perpetrated during the time of 2011 to 2015 and after the murder of Claudine Blanchard. It is our position that such fraud case does not exist. Therefore, we have nothing to provide. We believe this completes your request. If you feel we have misinterpreted, please advise. Respectfully, Kendra Hicks, Record Supervisor. So just saying there, essentially, that They have requested police reports, investigation files, court records, or any related documents from any investigations into the fraud perpetrated during the time of 2011 to 2015. And it is their position that such a fraud case does not exist. So they have nothing to provide. Now, obviously, Myra sort of covered it, but just before she goes on,
May I ask? Yeah, may I ask a question?
Yeah,
So there was no,
no,
obviously
nothing.
there was no MVP or malingering from Dee Dee's side, but what about Gypsy's side?
Well,
There
that's the
was no
thing.
investigation at all.
There was no investigation, and here's the thing about that: how can that be proven if there was nothing that would corroborate with that? So this is how I came to that conclusion before this came out from Into the Weeds. So in the supplemental report, which we already covered, you can actually see this part that I highlighted, because they did make contact with the investigation from the CPS people. And clearly, they couldn't find anything that would corroborate with any type of fraud or whatever. Like the doctors initially sent CPS to because of there was like 4 different date of births on the medical records. That was a red flag to the hospital. So they decided to make a phone call to report this. And when they did this investigation, there were a couple of allegations here. So allegations that included Gypsy being a victim of Munchausen by proxy at the hands of her mother, Claudinia Blanchard. So the allegations stated it was believed that Claudinia was using Gypsy to get funds, and it was believed that they were actually victims of Hurricane Katrina, as they told everyone. Clayton advised that Claudinia was unable to provide social security card, birth certificate, or any medical records showing Gypsy's actual medical conditions. Clayton stated that she was not the primary CD investigator in this case, but remembered the case being closed as substantiated, as they were unable to prove any of the allegations made. Clayton reported that she contacted Heather Ford, who is the circuit manager for the Greene County CD office, and requested Ford attempt to locate the CD report for this incident. It goes on to say, CD report had already been purged from their systems. It is CD's policy that unsubstantiated reports are expunged and cleared from their system after 5 years has passed. So then it goes on to talk about, discuss further into the visit that they made because of the 4 different date of births. And again, they were able to positively identify Gypsy and Claudinia.
But
So there was no, so they were looking into these claims, but they didn't find anything.
right,
And this was back in 2009.
but
So then,
I understand. My question is though, is how did they not find anything with 4 date of birth? That's a huge red flag alone in itself.
already identified Gypsy through her social security number. They already verified that.
Okay, so was she just lying to Gypsy then about her actual age?
Gypsy knew her age.
Which she
She had
admits
her-
herself, and she says she gathers
Yeah.
a binder full of documentation. She says that herself. They're her words when she runs off with Dan.
Yes. And that's on the FOIA documents, by the way.
I still need to read through the FOIA. Okay.
So this is the thing, that we're talking about 10 plus years of fraud allegedly being committed for funds and whatnot. But Social Security, Medicare, there's always audits. Audits happen all the time. So it's weird that they couldn't catch the discrepancy and reported it and get them in trouble and have them go, go to court and whatnot as investigating, the whole situation. But that never happened. So we cannot say for sure that there was any fraud because it doesn't exist. And unfortunately, I do not believe that Gypsy would unalive her mom for oh, they're onto us for fraud.
No,
You know, there was no fraud. Gypsy
but
unalived her mother because she wanted to just go off with guys. And it's very
or my
clear
other
that she
theory,
hated her mother.
Or my other theory is she partook in it. I mean, that's a big jump from. I mean, it's a big jump, and I'm not saying it's actual facts. It's a theory, but unless she partook in wanting because they knew they were being investigated.
But then, Sassy, this debunks that because there's information from the county sheriff saying they're not investigating between 2011 and 2015. So, if that was the reason, then this would debunk that theory because they weren't being investigated for fraud. The
Maybe
information
it wasn't for the fraud, but it had to be for something else. That's my theory, though.
Well, I mean, we need to think about this because if Gypsy and Dee Dee were committing fraud, then Gypsy would not be sick a child, right? And why the hell would these doctors know all of these things, all of these conditions that Gypsy has been experiencing, and all of these treatments that they've been doing to correct all of those issues to then diagnose her with a microdeletion?
well, I'm not disputing that. That I'm not disputing. I'm not
Because
disputing.
she
I'm not
already,
disputing the medical
yeah.
records. But what I am saying is, with all the evidence that we have gathered from this specific case, um, including everything, how is it possible that Dee Dee had no idea that she was seeing Nick, that she was seeing Dan? Like,
she did know she
I
was
don't.
seeing Nick though. There's evidence. Well, there's not evidence. There's it was in a newspaper where the neighbour had been speaking to Dee Dee and Dee Dee had been telling her about Nick. Dee Dee did know about Nick, is my understanding. They
Well,
Okay.
I'm talking about,
Hold
but
on.
I'm
Lucy's
talking about
asking
all
a
the
question.
all the text messages and stuff. Do you
Okay,
get
Lucy's asking a question about this investigation stuff. So why were they being investigated? Well, this is the reason why they were being investigated. Because there were comments on Facebook groups and where Dee Dee's family were saying that Dee Dee was a scammer. And then there were two GoFundMe accounts, one for Gypsy's medical bills and the other one for finding Gypsy. The other issue with that too, that raised red flags to the sheriff's department, was that when Gypsy was arrested and taken to the hospital, she was identified and was notified as walking without assistance. That's the whole reason why they decided to investigate for possible fraud charges.
right, because the story didn't add up.
So after the unaliving, they suspected the fraud because of what they were seeing, but they couldn't find any evidence to substantiate a fraud happening. So that's why there's nothing there. There's nothing to provide us in terms of documentation because nothing was substantiated.
Do
They
you think?
followed up with the child services agent and they got the information there, but that case was closed. They confirmed the identities of the people they went out to see. There was nothing to report essentially. So, they
Jess,
signed off on that.
can I ask this then? Do you think that's why Habitat for Humanity and Disney never officially went after them because there was no proof of the fraud?
Yeah, but I think this is kind of the problem because knowing now what we know, what we didn't know back then, and it's hard because it's like, okay, so she scammed these companies, but then she was ill. So how was it a scam?
Right.
So for me, and this is where I stand on it, when Gypsy was poorly, when Gypsy was younger, she was poorly. She had a lot of symptoms from the microdeletion and she was struggling with that. They didn't know the reason why she was having all these symptoms from the microdeletion because they didn't know about the microdeletion.
Right, until 2000, earlier than that, 2008.
Once that was diagnosed, at that point, they knew what was wrong and the hospital visits decreased. That's reported in the medical records. Gypsy's health stabilised. So at that point, when they were still going to Make-A-Wish and applying for the free trip to Disney and those things that they continued to do after that diagnosis, when it states in medical records that actually Gypsy's health is stabilised, at that point it would become fraudulent. But there's no evidence to show that, because when you look at medical records, this was a sick child with a microdeletion. So that's my stand on it. It became fraudulent after the microdeletion was diagnosed and Gypsy's health stabilised.
Right.
But we can't
Right.
prove that.
And we
She
can't
was
prove
thrown
that.
away.
And
Mhm.
Right.
ultimately, if it was fraudulent, then Make a Wish Foundation would be suing Gypsy, you know, and that's something that is not happening either, because like we don't know who did the referrals. It could have been Dee Dee who made the referrals. It could have been the doctors. We don't know who made these referrals. But what is very odd is how she was able to get 3 wishes from Make a Wish Foundation. They were
Yeah.
also getting donations from other charities. So at the end of the day, if it was fraudulent to them and they feel strongly that they should be getting back what they gave to her, then they would have to sue her.
Right.
But that has not happened, and I don't think that it's ever going to happen.
Unless they believe the whole MVP story that's been put out. I mean, it's very possible.
It's probably easier to go with that, and then nobody wants to be accused of victim blaming, so no big conflict.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. It would be much easier for them to do that. I mean, I do believe that she did qualify for the Medicare and for the Social Security benefits because she was a sick child.
I'm just trying to read the other part of Kim's message. And that also proves that it was all necessary. That made the GoFundMe. Yeah, I think it was all necessary. Like, obviously, when you look at the muscle biopsy, that was the worst surgery she had in terms of pain. And that surgery was necessary because they were trying to find out what was wrong.
As well as her corrective eye surgery, because of the fact
Yeah.
that it would
And
cause
the
her to go blind.
hospitalization was also necessary, and we see that she still struggles with that now. She still struggles with the eyes now. Who's to say she wouldn't have required more surgeries? We just don't know. Like, it should have got
Or
older.
even now, like, who's to say she doesn't need surgeries for, you know what I mean?
So it's like things like that. It's hard because when you look into the microdeletion, one thing I've found in researching it myself is you either have symptoms or you
Kim,
don't.
it's not. Jess, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, because Kim asked, can the doctors sue her for defamation for her accusing them of malpractice? I mean, technically they could. The doctors could probably go after her, but there was no malpractice going on from the doctor's standpoint.
No, there was no malpractice, so I don't think she could sue them for that. However, I think the doctors can sue her for defamation when she makes
Exactly.
claims like she needs to be careful on the claims she's making, essentially, because if she starts making claims like, "Oh, the hospital did this unnecessary,"
There's
they
a
didn't.
big problem here. The problem is that 2 of those doctors participated in those documentaries.
Like I said, the doctors are probably being paid off, which is why they haven't spoken out or sued her for defamation. I guarantee you those doctors are taken out, are being paid off. The documentaries are biased.
They do.
Yes,
So
and they were corroborating for simply to just make it that narrative so it fits in. So unfortunately, it's kind of tricky because I don't know like how they can go about suing her for defamation. I cannot answer that. But my understanding, a lot of these doctors are not going to speak out against her because they are bound by HIPAA laws.
Right. Not only HIPAA laws, but again, like I said, I guarantee you they are being paid for the fact of their silence.
So just throwing it out there, what's your opinion, Sassy, on the allegation that Trixie made about overhearing a conversation in the hospital?
With what I did not hear or see
Okay.
anything.
Trixie
So,
says that she lives in Missouri and that she was in,
oh, the part where she claims she saw her.
yeah, and she overheard Gypsy threaten the doctor and
I,
say
I mean, the,
that she
the
was going
whole
to kill
the
her.
whole Trixie Lane thing is it's freaking wild. I mean, the fact that she was basically trying to take on somebody else's persona makes me question everything that she says.
Right, but just to
Um,
put this out there as devil's advocate, everyone's known about that for around 6 months. That's not new information.
I that's new
Yeah,
information
it's not
because
that to you guys it is, but not to us because we
yeah.
already knew
I've
about
told
it.
you about it, Sassy. I've
Well,
told many people
I
about it.
knew I know you said like her information wasn't accurate, but I didn't know how deep it went into the like you know what I mean? Like I didn't know the extent of the situation.
Oh, we were already informed about it months ago, right, Jess? When
Yeah.
people were calling this out. Yeah.
I had no
It,
clue. I really had no clue until I saw Sir. I still haven't even finished half of Sir's life. But I got into the part like halfway through so far. But like, I mean, it's freaking wild because like, and like I said, she doesn't own that UK site. It's owned by somebody completely different. Um, she just helps put on put content on the site. She's another what's it called? Another resource. I guess you can say kind of like how Fancy is on there, like Rose Knows and Sir Morbid. So she just helps put so the stuff that Trixie claims I don't necessarily believe because of the fact that she's been called out, but that's just my general.
there's a lot of stuff that people are saying, and quite honestly, it's time to like, put all the shit to rest, in my opinion.
I
But
think when you.
Trixie Lane, in the
Sorry,
other
go on.
hand, I kind of knew that she was lying about her story. It's very easy to tell. The thing is, a lot of people like stuff like this because it's entertaining and they do want to believe it. But until they see the information, they see all the evidence, it tells a whole different story.
Right, and
But there's
I'm the type of person who needs to physically see evidence. You know, like evidence needs to be put in front of me. I'm that type of person. Like I need to physically see proof. And I didn't. I heard theory like heard theories about it, but I never truly believed it until that live.
Also, just quickly, apparently, it is not accurate that Gypsy Rose Blanchard received 3 Make-A-Wish grants, whilst it's true Make-A-Wish did grant her a wish, specifically a trip to Disney World. It was a single wish, not multiple. The Blanchards also received other support from charities and individuals, including a house built by Habitat for Humanity. So, according to Google's AI, um, that's not accurate that she had 3 wishes.
Where did we hear this from? Because people were saying this.
No idea, but again, it's one of those things in it. I think it's one of those lines that's been put out there and spoke on so many times that it becomes accurate, even though we don't know that it is. And this is what's really harmful to the case and putting out. At the end of the day, my goal is to expose Gypsy Rose for what she is and change the narrative on both Nick and Dee Dee's names. And to do that, I'd rather do it factually, accurately, and truthfully, because I could sit here and make up any old rubbish, but there's a right way and a wrong way of doing things. And yeah, I just hope more people start focusing on the truths and the facts. It's been nice to see like certain creators doing videos debunking some of the misinformation that's been out there, like the sharp jabby object, the weapon that was used. I'm in the UK and it took me 5 minutes to find the weapon itself. and to see that it was sold as a single pack and not a double pack. So it's like, if people are going to put misinformation out there, could they at least put misinformation out there that isn't easily debunked? And yeah, it's that exactly. It makes everybody look crazy.
I mean, and there's been a lot of stuff that's been debunked, and like, you know, it's so hard to even at this point until we get all the information, which we still don't have all the information because there's still a part two of that stupid Greene County Sheriff book that we freaking
But we
need.
ain't going to get that. My
No,
understanding is,
I know, but I'm just saying, like, we need to, like, people are gonna put out theories, and and you got to take it with a grain of salt when they put out these theories, because not every theory is going to be accurate.
Starlight said it best, right? You know, she said on Morbid's panel the other night, like, it's fine to speculate and to have a theory, but when you sit there and say this is a fact, I know this for a fact, this is the truth. That's what's damaging. And I have heard a lot of that. And it's like, some people, it's not an opinion or a theory. They tell it as fact. And when you try and challenge them, they'll then start shouting at you. And it's like, well, all right, this isn't the way to do it. So respectfully, I'm going to back out.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. And like I said, there's certain people that I stay away from. There's, like, you know, with all this, I physically need to read through stuff. I've always been that type of person. I don't go based off of theories. Now, do I have my own theories? Absolutely. But and my theories are just as batshit crazy. But I mean, you know, I state they are theories, you know. It's my own personal opinion of what I think might have happened or could have happened, but it's not evidence.
I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of people need to understand that there's a lot of information that is still missing, and it's not a good idea to jump the wagon and and start making these speculations and saying these things like, I know for a fact, or this is the truth. We still we have information now that we can look at it and try and start critically thinking to kind of understand what happened. But at this moment, like, we're still missing information.
We are
And until they're able to release all of that to the public, then we will know exactly what was found in that investigation.
And honestly, I don't think they're going to release it until Gypsy gets off of parole. I really don't. I don't see them doing that, at least until she's off of parole.
I don't think they're going to release it at all, sadly.
Not everything, but some of the stuff they may.
I mean,
It's
why
like
wouldn't they
people,
release it though? Because they should be able to.
I just think it's been requested a few times already. Kim, I'd like to know that as well, why HBO was allowed to film an interview before it was all handled in court. Because then when you go over to Nick's side of the table, those same allowances and exceptions are not made for him. And that really boggles my brain, because they're in the same state.
Right.
So it's not like different states, different rules. It just seems to be that she gets the red carpet laid out in that sense, and he does not, and I can't understand why.
Because she's victim blaming herself.
And obviously, if anyone were to say, like, well, how do you know that's the case? Last year, when MPG wanted to record Nick's voice for their video, they were told that they legally were not allowed to do that, and it'd get Nick into trouble. So yeah, if they can't even record his voice from prison.
Kim, there's a lot of evidence they don't want to release. I mean, and we found out proof that the camera was not destroyed and it's still held in lockup. So they still have it, and they still have not even touched it because of the fact that Gypsy took the plea deal, and it still remains in evidence till this day.
I mean,
Yeah.
whatever was in that camera could have helped him, but they chose not to test it.
Well, Well,
And
the
then she
reason,
wouldn't give her permission, which is just crazy to me.
well, and like I said, the reason why is because whatever is in that camera will hurt Gypsy's case, and it will probably send her back to prison.
She's not going back to prison because their case is closed and they gave her a plea deal.
Mm,
Camera was checked.
federally though, she could.
So
Federally, she could.
the camera was checked, the SD card wasn't.
But federally, she could go back because she crossed state lines with numerous times with the
Again,
evidence and
this is
herself.
this is something where the likelihood of that happening is probably 1 in 1,000.
Right.
It's like one of those things where yes, it could possibly happen, but the chances of it
Are
happening,
very, very slim.
are you going to put your house on it? Because I definitely won't put mine.
No.
Like,
The only way she will go back if she reoffends. That's it.
yeah, and that's sad. It's annoying, it's frustrating, and I can definitely say we all feel this, the majority of us would feel that it's a miscarriage of justice that she did only get 8.5 years. And ultimately, I've never once sat here and said that Nick should come home tomorrow. A woman lost her life and is no longer here anymore. She had her life cut short, and that deserves
And
punishment.
none of us has actually said that. It's not just you, Jess. I mean, but we do
No.
believe that Nick did not receive a fair trial, and that is something that we highly believe in.
No, I believe Nick that Nick should be released at some point, and I do believe that he should be allowed to come home at some point. But I've not said that should be tomorrow. I don't think 8.5 years, 10 years is anywhere near enough for anybody to be serving for the loss of somebody else's family member. I do think that should carry a prison sentence, but I don't believe in Nick's case that should be a life prison sentence.
Someone commented here, Nick had a chance to take a plea deal and refused it.
But Nick didn't have the
It was not a
capacity
good
to
plea deal.
understand. Yeah,
Jess, Amy asked you to check Facebook, please. I don't know if you saw that.
he didn't have the capacity to understand that plea deal, and he thought that he should get something closer to what she got. So therefore he refused it.
Right.
I think that
I mean, he thought his plea deal was unfair, and that's why he didn't take it. He thought maybe there was a chance he could get a better plea deal.
all right, so apparently the SD card was checked, nothing was on it, so it wasn't filed. So, okay. He was only offered life in prison. No, my understanding was he was offered 30 or 35 years, something along those lines.
Do you want me to read this, Myra?
Yeah, this is the plea deal that they offered him.
Do you want me to turn the comments off so you can read for a sec?
Yeah, if you want.
Alright guys, I'm just turning the comments off whilst Sassy reads through this, and I'll stick them back
Do you
on.
want me to start at the top or the highlight?
The highlighted part.
It says a memo in the file reflects that the trial counsel conveyed to Mr. Godejohn on December 2nd, 2016. The state first offers of life with parole eligibility on a plea deal to Schmurder in the second degree, with dismissal of the armed criminal action charge. The memo states that Mr. Godejohn rejected the offer, but did want counsel to make a counter offer of 15 years on a reduced charge of Schmurder in the second degree, and 15 years on the armed criminal action charge to run concurrent. The state made a second plea offer to Mr. Godejohn by letter on March 2nd, 2018. This offer was for life, probation denied, with parole on charge of murder in the second degree, with 10 years of consecutive on armed criminal action charge. According to notation in the trial file, this offer was rejected by Mr. Godejohn on May 2nd, 2018.
Do you want me to read this next part, Myra, down bottom?
Yes, please.
It's clear that Mr. Godejohn was open to taking a plea in this case. It was incumbent then on counsel to engage in meaningful plea negotiations with the state in order to get the best plea offers possible. An important aspect of plea negotiations is presenting mitigating evidence about the crime and about the defendant to the state to support an argument for a plea to a lesser charge with a lower sentence. Counsel failed to adequately investigate and present mitigation evidence to the prosecutor in this case as part of plea negotiations. Counsel was aware, or should have been aware prior to trial, that Nicholas was diagnosed with Asperger's early as second grade. Was diagnosed with autism as early as second grade and with Asperger's syndrome in his. I can't read that part. That bottom
It says,
part.
yeah, in high school, counsel was aware or should have been aware that autism spectrum ASD refers to a group of complex neurodevelopment.
Which, I mean, we know that his lawyers failed him at representing him, especially on the autism spectrum line.
Yeah. And again, this is another thing, like when everybody gets angry, these are the kind of things we should be angry about. We should be angry at how much Nicholas failed. Because ultimately you'd think that his legal counsel would take the time, especially considering this is the rest of his life, to properly explain and negotiate on his behalf, to bring some of these mitigating facts and circumstances. If some, like just looking at myself, for example, I'm in the UK, got 2 kids, just going about my day-to-day life, minding my own business, stumble across this and I look and go, oh wait, this doesn't look right. If I can see that, as somebody who doesn't even know the US justice system, I struggle to understand how his legal counsel, who had all of this in front of them, could not have fought that a little bit harder to ensure that he got something reasonable. And that's a failure from the justice system in Missouri. That's somebody we should be angry at.
Yeah.
And that's somebody who we should be directing this towards. And like being angry at people on the internet and fighting with content creators and fighting with each other, it doesn't change any of these facts. We're not being angry at the right people, and nothing's changing. Nothing's changing for Nick, and nothing's changing for any future person who finds themselves in this situation, because this isn't all about Nick. This is about other people too.
Agree 100%.
Yeah, they could have done more for him to get him a nice plea deal. That would also be great for him, because Gypsy got a 10-year plea deal with the possibility of early parole, and these plea deals that were being offered to him were not very good. So obviously, looking at something like this, he's just like, screw it, I'll go to trial and take my chances. Like, I feel like that's what he decided to go with.
And this is why his legal counsel should have been stood there going, no, Nick, that wouldn't be a good call. That wouldn't be a good idea. That is not a good plan.
Exactly.
You are not being painted well in the public light. And I know, so this is my opinion, because I know like the MPG, they do everything legally and by the book. And And then like people online and the content creators are more like, we need public support, right? And both things are true. Both need to work hand in hand for this to work, because for the justice system to sit up and listen, there needs to be enough public support screaming for Nick. And at that point, back when Nick went to trial, there wasn't that public support. So this is where his attorney should have been saying, you know, publicly, this isn't going well. The public favour is in Gypsy's side and not on your side, and this is how you're being painted. So we would advise taking this plea. And he could have fought that at a later date, I guess. He could have tried to appeal it or go for something less later on. But, you know, this is what ultimately makes me so passionate, because he's been failed and he's been let down time and time again. And it's just not fair that somebody should spend the rest of their life sitting in prison when they've been failed across the board by people who should have helped and done better.
And not only that, but to have somebody like Gypsy get a freaking plea deal like she has, and she has shown absolutely no remorse, no advocacy, nothing that she stated that she's wanted to do is true. I mean, it's insanity when you think about it like that.
It really, really is. I'm just having a quick read through chat.
Yeah, and I do agree with said, you crazy Cajun mama. He could have taken the plea deal, and like Jess said, he could have fought it later. But these lawyers failed him. They did not give him the proper advice. I don't know what was going on with these attorneys.
See, this is the thing, and I guess this is why MPG were trying to get the paid attorney, because when you have one who's being paid by the state, they're not, yes, they're still being paid, but they're not going to go at it aggressively.
Yeah, they're not going to fight the same battle that like Gypsy's lawyer did, because Gypsy's lawyer was not paid by the state.
He was a public defender too, wasn't he?
I believe so.
Yeah, so if you're footing the bill yourself, I guess, like, for me, I could only refer to it as, like, in the UK, we have NHS dental, and then we have private dental. If you go to NHS dental and your tooth is ready to fall out, they'll stick a cap on it because it's what's cheaper. But if you go to private, you'll get a whole new tooth put in there. You know, and I guess it's kind of the same, like, if it's the state footing the bill, you're going to get a sub-service. You're just going to get something standard. Whereas if you're paying that bill and you're paying those private fees, then that person's going to go to bat for you. They're going to go in hard. They're going to earn their money. Like, they're getting paid regardless, whether you go to prison, whether you're not. But when you're footing the bill, I don't know, I just feel like they'd probably go at it a bit harder, a bit more aggressive, try more than what Nick's attorneys did. And I'm not saying all his attorneys, because obviously he's wanting his appeal. He said that he liked those and they were good. And then we know Tyler Coyle's been amazing for him and has tried really hard and continues to do what he can to help Nick.
And honestly, we don't, and to go back on Crazy Kajan's mama's response, I mean, we're not saying that it is Gypsy's fault that she didn't have a state lawyer, but what we are seeing and agreeing on is that her plea deal should have never taken place. Especially for the brutality of her crime.
Thanks, double standards. Yeah, absolutely. To me, it's just all a little bit mind-boggling. Okay, I'm just reading a message. Sorry, guys. No, so that is something that I probably want to go into as well, because I have been trying to do my own research onto this. Hypersexuality I can find no source anywhere that would suggest that that is tied in with the micro deletion. Nowhere. And I'm not saying that I don't think she was that way, because I do think she was hypersexual. However, I can't find anything anywhere to say that that was tied in with the micro deletion. And I just think that we need to be really careful what we're hearing on the internet and what we're taking in as facts. Some things it's quite easy to go ahead and look at yourself and go and research. And I'd highly recommend that everybody starts doing that. If you hear something, go fact check it yourself, because I think for far too long people have been peddling rubbish. I mean, it's like with I can't remember which creator it was, but they were like, oh, Gypsy lost a baby and told Nick that she lost it because of the feeding tube to try and anger Nick into doing it. That's not true. And it got like spread about for so long like it was factual, and it's not true. And I get like some people are like, well, why does it matter? Because it doesn't put Nick badly, it puts her badly. Again, it's like morals. Integrity means a lot to Nick, so he's not going to sit there and like lie his way out of the situation. Oh, Natasha. Sorry, Natasha. Sorry. Yeah, that was the one.
I mean, and that's the thing about this case is like you have to fact check everything, because I mean, you can hate somebody so much, but just because you hate them doesn't mean that rumor is true. And there's a right way to hate this case versus the wrong way to hate this case, which is going based off of rumors.
And screaming and shouting and arguing with each other. Like, again, sorry to the two ladies in the chat that are friends with Brie, but I can only speak on my own experience, which was not a positive one. And I did get screamed and shouted at, and I did get threatened up on her panel. And yes, it wasn't by her that I got threatened by, but I did get called several names and cussed out by her purely for trying to share my opinion. So that kind of behaviour I kind of associate with her now. So that's why I try my best to make sure that these lives do not end up like that. I don't like when people sit talking over each other on lives. It's disrespectful. We all have an opinion. We all want to hear it, but wait your damn turn. I don't like when people are shouting at each other on lives or arguing with the chat. All of that stuff's unnecessary. Like,
Really is.
it makes it unpleasant to listen to, and it means that the information you're trying to share out there is not being absorbed by anybody. Like, this situation is dramatic enough without us adding further drama to each other. And I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it, like Tony, I was not a fan of those lives, because that was everything I'm talking about right now. And I can't get on board with that when everybody's
No,
screaming at each other.
and I don't believe in that either, because for me, like personally, if somebody's yelling at me, I'm not gonna take in what they're saying. Like you can't come at me that way. If you want to have a civil conversation about things, that's more my style, because especially when I'm upset, I ain't gonna listen to nobody. You know, like I have to be calm for us to have a conversation, and the yelling back and forth, a person is not going to listen to you if they're yelling at you.
No, no, absolutely not. And I think, like, I like a lot of creators. There's, Pink Pony, like, I love her. I like Ivory Rose Knows. I like Ivory Rose Grows. Um, I'm working on not responding to yelling with yelling. It's hard though, I'm not gonna lie.
It is.
It is, right? But the way I think about it is just take a deep breath and let them continue to show them for who they are. Like to me, when people sit in a camera and they start clapping their hands like that and like shouting at the camera or pointing their finger, that doesn't make your point any louder or any more relevant. In fact, it just makes you look a bit stupid. So if people
Exactly.
want to stand there and yell and shout at you, stand there and let them and just remain classy.
That's
You
why
can be
even with
classy, but keep it classy.
even like with me, like when I get mad, that's why like I need to take a minute, like, and just take a step back, because if I'm a hot-headed person, so when I get upset, I get upset. That may just be my Italian side, but like I need to just take a step back and look at the situation for what it is before I even react to it. And that's hard in itself, is knowing when to take a step back from a certain situation.
Well, Sassy, look what we've been saying. Like, obviously, yesterday you were a bit upset and frustrated with what's going on. And like I said to you, people are going to do what they're going to do. They're going to say what they want to say. They're going to talk what they want to talk. And it's completely out of your control. The only thing you can control is how you respond to it. So,
Right, and how other people perceive me because of how I respond to it. And I'm
yeah,
not
and it's
gonna
like
allow.
reactive abuse. Don't let people create that response from you by
Right.
pushing your buttons because that's what they're trying to do.
And trust me, I took that all in yesterday when we had that
Good.
conversation.
Good.
Um, like I said, I woke up like I guess you could say I woke up on the wrong side of the bed because I was already mad when I went to bed, and then it's like after our conversation and after getting a good night's sleep, it's like you're right. I can only control what I say and what I do. I'm not gonna
Mhm.
allow others' behaviors to affect mine and make me into a person that I'm not.
Good. Love that for you, Sassy.
It took me a long time to get where I'm at, and I'm not gonna revert backwards.
Or when people are saying, I was told I know nothing about autism, and as a mum of two on the spectrum, I did pop off. Yeah, I can understand that. If somebody tried to tell me I didn't know anything about autism, my initial response would be to get angry because I've raised my son for 7 years, so I get that. I really do understand that. I'm good, thank you, TJ. How are you doing? But yeah, I think going forwards, if everybody can just try to be like a bit more courteous of each other, and it's like there's times where both sides are in lives, and it's like sometimes I don't know if everyone will remember, but I had a 6 hour live. I had multiple people up on the panel, including Brie, and everyone was being nice to each other, and everyone was being courteous, and I was like, oh my god, we've got peace and harmony. And then I went on live the next day and everybody's arguing in the comments. Everyone is going at each other. And I was like, oh my God, what is going on?
I
Last
mean,
night everybody was
and the
friends.
crazy thing is we're not always going to agree with everything that we say. Like even like with Joss or even with Myra or somebody in our chat, like we're not always going to agree with each other, but there is a way to be civil about it where we're not going to be yelling and screaming at the other person. And it's okay not to like everybody in the chat. Okay, if you don't like everybody in the chat, then just like ignore them. That's what I
Coexist.
do. If I see somebody I don't like, I don't react to them.
I'll say this though, do you know, like when I was going through that drama with like Crime Junkie and Doodlebug and Becca and all of that, it was really hard and it was taking an effect on how I felt. So then as a knock on, that affects the person my kids see. So if I'm not happy, my children get less from me than what they should get. I give myself less than what I should give. So this is all online drama, but then it takes a knock-on effect on how I go about my day-to-day day. So even if you don't like a person, at the very least, just acknowledge that they're a human being and that when they put that phone down, they have their own family to go and tend to and their own life to go and get on with, their own jobs to go to. So do you want to be the reason that that person is feeling so crap? Because for a bunch of people who sit there and use hashtags like be kind and all of that, the internet will soon turn and be real wild to each other. And I just don't understand that.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think there's that as well, because when I've tried to go over to Breeze, I've been blocked. And
I
like
mean,
I
I
get
got
it.
blacked for just for stating to Dreamer that I wasn't a content creator, and for the fact that I follow freaking Morbid.
Yeah,
But
I don't even understand why I got blocked, because I didn't do anything to Bree or any of their people.
but then this is the thing, and I like not defending anybody because, it's not my place to. But I think when you get attacked left, right, and centre, you become a bit hypersensitive. So, like my first night on live after being on Bree's panel, I was blocking everybody. Aubrey Strawberry, Crystal got blocked, Dreamer got blocked. They didn't say anything, they just came in my live. And I was like, oh, hell no, I know who you are, get out. And I blocked them straight away. And that's because I was hypersensitive because of what had happened on Bree's panel. So I think there's a lot of that going off as well. Like people just kind of assume they're going to get attacked, so they'll just block
well,
people
and
straight
I
away.
want to say this as respectfully as I can, because uh, you say that it's the mods double standards, and like I said, this is not out of any disrespect, but I was blocked in Bree's live just because I asked for her to show the receipts. That's my experience with being in Bree's chat, though, and I explained that to you.
Yeah. And like, what I don't understand, what is the point of blocking? If you want people to debate and have a conversation, then why block people? And this is not me attacking. I'm just like questioning that part because it just doesn't make any sense. I don't know Bree, but I have no reason. Like, there's no reason for, for me to have anything against her.
And I've never said anything mean about her in general, other than I want to see receipts of what she's saying. That's,
Right. Like, just watch what she has to say and see her point of view.
And if she has the receipts, show them to me, please, because I'd like to see what she's talking about, because that's how I learn. I need to physically see stuff.
I don't understand how everyone should know both sides of the story unless they have something to hide. Yeah, I kind of get that, and that's kind of why I'll be like, no, leave them in. If they want to listen, they can listen, but if they're a problem, then get them out. But obviously, like I was just saying, when I first came live, I wasn't like that. I was feeling really hypersensitive, and I was like, oh, they're just going to attack. And look, there's good and bad people on both sides. And at the end of the day, it may not be something we want to sit there and acknowledge, but there are some really shitty people on this side. And that's because they are not true supporters. They are the people that have been here or been put here to cause issues and create problems between people. So they do go in hard on both sides. And I'm sorry to bring it up again, but Crystal's had her husband's obituary put on Instagram. Nicole had her husband's grave put on TikTok. And this is why people block. This is why everybody's so hypersensitive, because there's certain people on both sides that will go that low and they will take it that deep. Most normal people wouldn't think to go that nasty with each other. But we're not dealing with normal people. Some of the people on each side are pretty unhinged.
I agree.
I'm nobody. I was here for like 2 weeks and I got doxxed. My kids' faces got put on the internet, and that could have been people on this side. So,
I mean, even with this side, I've been bullied and harassed for the last month and a half.
yeah, and this is the thing, like, forgive me for being, a little bit cautious even about the people who are supposed to be on our side, and I'm saying side in quotation, but when you've been treated the way that you have by certain people, and I'm sorry, I'm going to call this out, or still, Doodlebug's still at it, because Morbid mentioned Pink Pony for all of 2 minutes, and there's Doodlebug in the comments, drag Pink Pony, trying to egg something on, trying to cause a problem, and trying to create something that's not there. Like that, why are you obsessed with her? Like that, she's gone off the app, she's deleted her account, and you're still there trying to encourage somebody to drag her name through the dirt. What do you get from that?
I don't understand why are they dragging her name.
Well, why, if
Yeah.
they're so passionate and they have so many problems, why don't they grow the balls to get up on their own platform and drag her name? How about that one? Why are you trying to get other people to do it for you?
Exactly.
And there's,
And what I do in my lives, regarding to blocking, it's for my own safety. If I don't feel safe, I will block you. Point blank. With what I've been through this last month and a half, it's not happening anymore. I will
no,
not allow it to continue on. And I'm respectfully saying that to anybody in this chat. If I've unfollowed you, if I've blocked you, it's for my own sanity because of what's been going on with me.
and I get that, but like blocking each other on profiles and stuff's one thing, but like the blocking in lives. Obviously, for me, when we had this conversation, Sassy, if people want to sit and listen to the live, they'll listen. They'll go create a fake account and they'll come back. And if
Right.
they really, really want to listen, then they'll keep doing that and they'll keep doing it and keep doing it. So
Most likely even screen record it from the outside without
yeah,
getting in.
like ultimately, and then that's just going to make the live lag for everybody else. So you're doing
Well,
yourself
a lot of
dirty.
it is because certain people weren't being respectful. So, I mean, if I block you, it's for a reason.
Yeah, like I get that.
And just respect it. Like, I'm at this point, I'm done, and I'm gonna continue to protect myself. And like I said, there isn't at least when I go live, there isn't gonna be bullshit in my life. Period. I'm not gonna allow what's going on other people's platforms to happen in my life. Like double standards plenty is allowed in my life. If she's being respectful, that's all I care about. I don't want the bashing back and forth. I don't want the disrespectfulness. It's gotta stop.
Crystal, you can come up now if you're free. It's entirely up to you. If you're free, you can come up. But like, so obviously me and Sassy feel differently on Planty, and I left straight away. I was like, nope, get me out of here. As soon as she came in the chat, I was like, no.
Well, like you said, with double standard, I mean, she's never physically done anything to me, so it's not like who am I to say she can't be in here? Do I agree with everything that she does? No. Am I following her? No, but she is being respectful in my chat, so I'm not going to do anything about it. You know what I mean?
So,
I am outside, so if it's too crazy, noisy, or whatever, I can mute. Or if the chickens start popping off, or dogs from the neighbors, I can try to go in a different area.
I love that you've got chickens. My mum used to have chickens.
2 chickens, 10-piece, and nuggets. Obviously, the kids name them, not me.
That's kind of sick.
I like that 10-piece and nugget name.
So one thing I would like to say that you guys probably don't know because you haven't experienced it personally. Obviously, Bree's been doing this for a long, long time, and I mod for a lot of people. But for example, I'll be in a live and I'll get a message and say, so-and-so creator, I'm not going to say names, is live and telling people to come mass report Bree. Or they're all going to come into the live to report the live. So instead of just assuming that that's true, I'll grab another device, I'll go to that live, and I will see it for myself. And then I see about 50 people roll in, and then she gets violated or bananaed. And then she has to go up on a backup. She has lost 5 accounts, including the one that was over the big account. Her account now currently is about to be gone. So everybody says, why do you block? Why do you block? For me personally, if I see a person who I have seen in other places speaking ill of her personally, not about her facts, but about her body or her water bill or her husband's personal life or her family, I will block that person automatically. They don't have to say anything. Because to me, if you're going to go in other places and speak negatively about someone, why do you deserve to come and sit and listen to them speak?
Right, and the body shaming, that's
I
gonna
don't
stop
really.
too.
I just want to point this out. I don't like when people record her live stream and put it out there.
Oh, yeah.
I
Do
find
you
that
know
to be
that there was
very.
one night that we had 5 different people streaming her live on TikTok? 5 different creators at the same time. And I understand, like, everybody says, oh, well, we do this because you block people. But the people who want to come in and listen don't report. They don't type, you support a murderer, and then, say some curse words or something that will get her knocked off. People that just want to listen, that are quiet and respectful, and don't go into other places speaking about her like she's the devil incarnate, those people don't get blocked. There are many mods. I'm not the only one, but guess who always gets blamed? It's me. Like, even Bree will say, Crystal, maybe I was in the bathroom or helping my kid or doing whatever because I was mute. I wasn't even at my phone. And
I've
I
seen
get
I've
blamed
seen
for
her crack
doing it.
jokes. I've seen her crack jokes about you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anytime I block somebody myself, I always have a receipt. That was why the whole joke was Crystal with the receipts. I have 0 files on anyone, even though it's been said by many people that I have all these files. My files consist of screen recordings and screenshots that have been sent to me or that I've seen myself of people saying horrible things. I actually sent one to Jess during this live to just give her an example of a live that I was watching on an account, on a sock account, because I was blocked. I'm blocked all the time, but you don't hear me complaining about it. I was blocked, and someone in the chat who I'd never even interacted with said Crystal is evil. Now, why would I want that person to be in a live with me, interacting with me, if they think I'm evil?
Right.
That
I
doesn't make
agree.
sense to me. So when I saw that person recently in a live and they started complaining about being blocked, I said, would you like me to tell you exactly why you were blocked? And they said yes. And I said, okay, you said this. And they said, no, I didn't. I don't speak like that. And I said, yes, you did. And they said, no, I don't. Prove it. So I sent the screenshot to someone else and they confirmed. And then that person said, well, I apologize. That's all I can do. Please just unblock me. I apologize. I'm sorry. Like, that person didn't know me at all. I'd never had an interaction with that person, but they're going to go around saying I'm evil and then not expect to be blocked. So just for a second, put yourself in my shoes or Bree's shoes or whoever's. You've lost all these accounts. You get mass reported. You have a creator tell her followers to go over and see who can make Bree cry first. Even Morbid did it when we were on YouTube. He had 15 people come into the StreamYard saying horrible, disgusting things just for entertainment for his show.
Yeah, see, when Morbid does when Morbid does that kind of stuff, like that stuff, I completely exit out of. I don't believe in the body shaming. I don't believe in. I can't do that stuff. For me, like when that's being done, I exit. There are certain things I do support. There are certain things I don't, and that's not okay.
And then this is on both sides, so, and I get, like, obviously, whatever. So, like, one could say, oh, well, they did this, and then the other one could come back and say, yeah, but they did that. And, like, I think that's the issue, because it's like sometimes I've sat in Morbid's live and I've been like, damn, I see why people go to Brie, because, like, this is brutal. Like, this is brutal. So then a few days later, I thought, I'll listen into Bree's live. So I've listened. And then as soon as I've gone in, I've seen like a big baby, like an AI baby that's Morbid in a nappy. And I'm like, see, now I can't even dislike, do you know? And I like just sort of throw my hands up in the air and I'm like, they're all as bad as each other. And then I just leave like shake my head. Like, honestly, what do you even say in this situation? And I get it because they've come at you, so then you're going at them. But then it's like myself, I've been featured in them AI drawings with my nose and I did nothing. So I think like there's been a lot of it on both sides. And I'm not saying that, everybody has like entertained it. Like I've said about Crystal, you know, we started on not so good terms. We weren't on the panel at the same time as each other on Breeze Live, but Crystal came over to my life to try and talk to me about what had happened, and she got blocked. So then a day or two later, I was listening to Breeze Live, and I heard Crystal go, Jessica's in this chat, and if she's so scared of breathing, why is she listening? And then something about I got blocked on her live. Well, she can get blocked here, bitch. And then she blocked me. And I was like,
I
oh,
sure did.
ouch.
I
Ouch.
admit it. I admit it.
She hit me with a bitch.
But listen, okay, but in my defense, the thing that I said before I got blocked in your live was that I believe that Nick didn't get a fair trial, and then I got blocked. So for all the people saying, oh, I don't say, I was being supportive of what you were saying and I got blocked. So it's like, oh, okay, I can't say that I support what you're saying and I get blocked, and then you're going to come over here and just listen. Like, what?
Well,
Yeah.
that's the
I
thing
was
is like,
being nosy. I'm not even going to
maybe
lie. I
you
was
won't,
being nosy.
and that's the thing with the other side too. Like, maybe they don't necessarily agree with the whole gypsy side of things, but they may agree with other aspects of the case that we don't know about because we're not listening to what they have to say.
And obviously Boston,
Because,
I'm never gonna get on board with Boston. I've seen her be quite horrible to people, and like I didn't really do anything to her.
No,
Like,
and the doxing I'm not okay with either.
yeah, like, but then the doxing on both sides. Let's make sure that's been said because again, there's some
but
horrible.
listen,
It's not,
yeah,
it's not
I was
just
going
their
to
side,
say,
it's our side too.
but here's the thing, Sassy, and I'll just ask you for this specific scenario with
Sure.
Boston and Nicole. Now, has any of you seen receipts from Nicole that says Boston threatened to roll up on her house and attack her parents?
Well, actually, right. So, I'll admit something here and now. It was me listening into the live, and I didn't know Nicole at this time. I'd never spoken to her at all. I was just scrolling, and I seen Boston on a panel, so I was like, I'm gonna listen in here. And then I heard her talking about Nicole, and she said something along the lines of, "I live 40 minutes away from her, or I could drive to her house in 40 minutes." If
If
I
I
was in
wanted
front,
to.
yeah, and if I was in front of her face, I'd go to jail. I'd do jail time. It was something along those lines. So I was the one who screen recorded that and sent it to
Well, and
Nicole.
that's after the fact. But what people don't know and what Nicole is not sharing is that they originally started messaging each other because Nicole left a comment on a video that said, yeah, Boston, we live close to each other. We should meet for a chat, in parentheses. Like,
Okay,
let's
can
meet up in
since,
person. Let
since
me
we're
finish, though. Let me finish.
okay.
After that comment, Boston messaged her and said, do you want to go get a coffee? Like, Boston went at it like, okay, maybe we can meet each other in person and talk out our differences or whatever. And then it went sideways. And Boston never threatened Nicole. She did send her a message that said her parents' first names owned their house and not Nicole. They both had looked each other up because they were going to meet up with each other. Nicole said she would not come to Boston's area because she felt it was not a good area in her opinion, and the fight was on. So, the thing is, if I sent Jessica a message, a DM, and said, here are your parents' first names, that is not the same as Toddy putting a map of where Boston lives on her live on YouTube. It's not the same as someone taking my pictures of inside and outside of my home and putting it on Instagram where people can reverse search the image in 2 seconds and have my address where I have 3 young children.
Right, you're
That
absolutely
is
right
my
about that.
opinion. That's my opinion. You may not agree with it. Nicole herself has and go ahead, Sassy. I'm gonna shut up and let you finish.
No, well, regarding the the question, I've never seen anything like that. But what about the quad situation with Nicole's deceased?
But
You're talking about the
that's
gravestone picture?
Yes.
that's quad, isn't
Okay,
it?
so number one, Quad did not make the post. She didn't get the information. What Quad did was repost the post that was made by Aaron Sweetheart. Aaron Sweetheart told Nicole, I made this post because you're saying things about Quad that I don't like. That is Aaron Sweetheart, an internet sweetheart type of business. That is what they do. We've all seen the roastings and those things.
Okay, because
We,
that was
I'm
not
going to say
explained to
we,
me.
as in every single other person, none of us had any idea that was even happening. And me personally, I personally messaged Aaron and I personally messaged Quad and said, as a widow myself, whether my husband's obituary had been doxed or not, I could not condone that and I didn't agree with it. And that against it 1000%.
Right. Okay.
Period.
Because I
I
didn't
didn't
know the full
none of
extent of
us
the
were aware of that.
situation.
None of us were aware that that was even happening, that was being done until the post was reposted and Nicole was online crying
Right.
about it. We found out when everybody else did that happened.
Okay.
So the thing is that we are looked at like a one-headed or a 10-headed snake over there in Bree's area.
Basically, if one of you guys do it, then the rest of you
If
do it.
anyone, right, even people in our chat, there are people in our chat who may pop off a comment to somebody and it'll say Bree and crew are doing all of these things, and like it is honestly, it's difficult. Like if I wasn't true friends with the group of people in the community that I'm in, I would have been gone a long time ago, just for everything that's happened to me personally.
Right.
When I first came on this app, I was a picture of a crystal ball and the name Crystal. That's it. I had no content. I had no, stuff of my own self. And now literally everything in my life has been doxed with the exception of my children. That's it. Business, address, past work, home, deceased husband. And I didn't deserve that. I didn't do anything to deserve that. All because
No,
I'm on Bree's channel.
nobody ever deserves to have their information put out.
And that is why I told Jessica, I told Nicole, if she had actually been doxxed, I would stand next to Nicole and go against whoever did it. When Jessica was going through her stuff, I messaged her the same thing saying, listen, I don't agree with that at all. If there's anything I can do to help you, I am not for doxing. Period. Oh, of course. T Swizzy. You know what?
See, please
And
stop.
this is what happens every time I speak on this by everybody else. I get told that I'm the professional victim. I'm having a pity party for myself. It's all about me. You can move on, T Swizzy. I was asked up here.
Right, so
You need to be respectful of everybody who's on panel, period. If you don't like who's on panel, leave the chat, please.
and
I would
Aleph,
love for Sally to tell me how I'm not being honest.
yeah,
Hello.
so hey Aleph, are you okay?
How are you? Yeah. So double standard, I think you are. Respectfully, I don't have anything against you, but I don't think it's fair that we're talking about Nicole when Nicole is not here.
Yeah, so I
I
think that's probably on
understand that
me.
not everybody in Bree's side is bad. I'm gonna tell you my experience with Boston. Boston and I, we used to be friends, and she was awesome. She was funny. She was nice, a good friend, and everything. When she had a disappointment with Fancy because Fancy became friends again with Ryan Lee, she got so mad that she flipped and went to the other side. after she was anti-gypsy, and she was always like, she wasn't completely anti-gypsy, and she was a beautiful person, and she was good friend. As soon as she became friends with Brie, she changed completely. And even when I saw her in her life, I say, okay, and she say, please don't hate me, and she explained why she switched sides. So I say, you know what, I like you, and I'm not gonna tell you to whom you follow, but I still love you. So we left it like that. And then when she started bashing content creator and she started changing so badly, so I explained to her, because I'm one of I am like, if I have something against you, or I don't like you, or something I don't like about you, I go and tell you. I don't go and post anything or bash you or anything. I go directly to you. So I told her, you know what? I understand that you switch sides, and I respect you, and you know I love you, but I cannot be your friend anymore, because since you are friends with Brie, you change a lot. Now you're bashing content creators, you're being mean, you're being vile. I'm sorry, I love you, but I cannot be friends with you. And I understand, not all in both sides. There are some people, they attack each other. But in my opinion, Brie, I have following this case since, because it triggers me a lot since Gypsy was released, and I felt sympathy for her because I'm abuse victim too. But when I started seeing that she was changing her stories, contradicting herself, and she kept bashing the mom, and I start looking more into the case and everything, is when I changed completely, and I don't like her at all, and I don't like that she's still lying and she's still manipulating the public. I
Yes.
understand if you support her, good for you, and I understand not all of the Brie people is bad, but I know that, not you, but like the strawberry, average strawberry or something like that. She when I in live and I tell please be respectful or something like that, she start attacking me, and I have never met her or do anything to her, and she is vile and attacking me and say, I have like 100 accounts, you can block me and do whatever you want to, I'm gonna keep bugging you, things like that. And I know Brie seems sweet, but is as manipulative as Gypsy. I don't like Brie. I don't have anything against Brie, but I know the Key. The other day, the other day she wasn't alive, and she said, I have to go because I want to go and report this channel. Like, they go and they have a group. Maybe you don't know that, but they have a group where they text each other and say, go and report this account, even when they're not, like, they're only sharing the facts of the case. So I know in both sides they're bad apples, but the thing is, I do not trust Brie. I do not trust Gypsy. Nobody knows Gypsy. Even Brie doesn't know Gypsy, because nobody can know anyone. Why? Look, Melissa Moore didn't know that her father was a serial killer. When? Until he was arrested. So the thing is, when people act so sweet and deny that she's good or bad or whatever, I do not trust Gypsy at all. And she's only using you guys to do her dirty work. And as soon as that she's done with you, she's gonna dump you, like discard you, like she did with Rachel, with Nicole, Nick, with Ryan, and with a lot of people that have been beside her. So if you want to support her, good, but only be careful, because some of your group, they're the ones reporting and trying to shut down the channels. And if Gypsy was as innocent, they say, why they're so desperate to shut down everybody and keep them quiet? I know that you're not a bad person. I know that I'm not agreeing to both sides attacking each other. It's like I keep saying, you know what? We're adults. Nobody know. We're adults, and we're fighting and arguing for someone that we don't know at all. And can you believe it? We're arguing for a convicted murder that she admitted to lie even to her lawyer. Is why we're so into this case, because as a mom, as an autistic guy, I was like so triggered, and also as abuse victim, I was so triggered that someone that doesn't say this was abuse and this and that. She behaves like nothing happened. She keep changing her stories, and also she tell her story in her triggers, smiling and laughing like nothing happened. So I understand, but one thing, let's not talk with from anyone that is not here. And I respect you. I respect you. I don't know you, but I only feel bad for no for because I know that you're not doing anything wrong. But you in your group, they're very vile people. They only want to try to shut down all content creators because they don't like the opinion for about Gypsy. Sorry, they don't like the opinion they're saying about Gypsy. And the thing is, we're adults and we're fighting for a convicted murderer. I'm not never gonna be in Bree's panel because I don't like her and I don't trust her because I have been seeing what she is been doing in behind the cameras and in front of the cameras. So I don't trust her. I don't trust Gypsy or her family. But if you want to support her, I respect you, but we are not in the anti-Gypsy community. Not all of them, they're bad people, and they're not all of them, and they're not reporting your channels or anything. I don't know who is. The thing I was thinking the other day, and this is my opinion, and this is alleged, I don't know for sure, but I'm very good in reading people, and I have been following this and this case, and all of the people they follow and share the facts and everything. I think, in my opinion, because I know the Gypsy has bots creating content, bots causing drama between content creators. And Conspiracy did a video with proof about that. I'm thinking, maybe I'm wrong, she is playing with both sides. She is the one spreading the misinformation. She is the one causing all this drama between us because she wants to keep everyone distracted instead of spreading her facts. Maybe I'm wrong, but this is what I feel because Gypsy behavior. And everybody, thank you so much for the gifts. For I don't know how to get it. Somebody have to show me how to get them back because I love you all. But I'm not good. Like sorry, I'm gonna be quickly. I'm gonna end this so nobody gets bored. Nobody knows me, but let me tell you quickly something about me. I'm a good person. I'm a person that like to give second chances. I like to help others. I like to support strong women and inspired women. All my friends love me because the way I am. Yes, some people is not gonna like me. I don't mind. But the thing is, I like positivity. I like to be helping others and give second chances. But for me, seeing what Gypsy is doing makes me upset because I'm a mom. Like I told you, I'm a mom, I'm autistic, and even there, I believe in second chances. She has only showing that she's a manipulator, and she keeps lying and manipulating the people. So it's why I'm thinking she's manipulated both sides. Maybe I'm wrong because she wants everybody to fight and argue with each other. This is my 2 cents. I'm sorry, and I respect you, and I know that you're not a bad person, but I think we need to stop fighting and arguing. We don't need to be best friends.
It needs to stop on both sides, Aleph. It's not just our side, it's both sides. It's all of it. Everybody, just because somebody has a difference of opinion doesn't necessarily mean that we think you're a bad person, but we think the person who's doing it is bad. You know, it needs to stop, period, because this back and forth bullshit, it's not going to serve anybody. So I agree 110% with you, Aleph, 110%.
I really wish I had that clapping thing on this live because I feel like you need a big clap, Aleph. That was brilliant. Well done.
Oh, so thank you. So I only want to say that, yes, and And like I told you, I don't have anything against you, but I know they're in both sides. They're bad apples. Sorry, but the thing is, no, all of them they're bad. But is the sad thing is, I know they're being the people they're gypsy camp. They're being manipulated, and I feel bad for them. And I think that we need, like I keep saying, together we're stronger. We don't have to be fighting and arguing for a convicted murder. And the thing is, I'm not gonna be friends with anyone in Bree's camp. I'm gonna respect them. That's it. But I don't trust them, even that you are not a bad apple. But I don't trust people this beside Bree. That happened the same with Emma. Emma and I, we used to be friends. She was so sweet and everything, but they start threatening her, shutting her down, using a tactic like intimidation tactics to shut her down and silence her. And she was like lost. She was completely, and then she changed. They brainwash her, and now she lost completely, and she was another person too. So for me, I don't trust Bree, and even that you're a good person, I don't trust Bree camp at all. And like I told you, I used to be I love Boston, and she was awesome and funny, and she changed completely. I was so sad when that happened. So, like I say, let's respect each other and stop. I know you, it's not you, but I know it's people from you camp. They keep reporting channels and try to silence everyone. And we don't have to agree with things that we say about Gypsy. But for my part, I was used to sympathize with her, and after I saw who she really is. I'm here. I don't know. I never interact with anyone in the internet. Well, I love true crime. I have never commented in anyone. I used to heard everybody, all the content creators only talking about the true crime. But this case triggers me a lot. And I'm not gonna rest until Didi's name is clear, until Nick's have a fair trial, and
Okay.
this needs to stop. Thank you very much. I'm gonna stop, and I love you all. And
Thank
that's
you,
it.
Olive.
I'm gonna drop.
I 110% agree with
Thank
you.
you, Aleph. Thank you for
Okay,
speaking up.
love you
Can I
all, and I
ask
will
Love
drop.
you.
Aleph a question?
Yes.
Aleph, the Emma that
Yes.
you're speaking about, is it the younger girl that was from Canada?
From Canada.
Yes. So
And
specifically on, well, it was on my page. It got a community guidelines violation. 2 months ago, I was sent a group chat of a Facebook message with 3 people in it, Emma Wildbird and Casey May, where they had collected Dreamer's mom's Facebook, Dreamer's address. She was reported to Adult Protective Services. They had my government name and location in that group chat. They took Jeanette's pictures of her grandchildren and deceased relatives from her Facebook. They made a troll account, followed all of us, went into our lives, and made ugly comments and did other things. So for me personally, you're saying that Emma was a victim, but she was also doing things that you may not have known about. And that video was on my page. It was taken down. I can send it to you I can send it to Jessica, and Jessica can send it to you if you want to see it for the proof.
yes, I
don't
know.
say
I know
anything that
about
happened to me without proof.
Sorry.
And the only
Yeah.
content that I have on my page is of things that have happened to me. I don't make content about other people.
I'm sorry for interrupt. Yes, I know about the Emma. I knew about the Emma after all the things that happened with her. I'm not saying she was I'm not saying she was like she was like she was completely innocent, but I know about that. And like I told you, there are bad apples between and I don't know about Casey or anyone, and I don't want to get into that. I don't want to talk about them because they're not here, and I don't know what really happened. And like I told you, for my part, I'm gonna respect you, and most of the people I follow respect others. But we need, yeah, I understand. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, no, I knew about Emma. I know it's not only one side, is other side too. But yeah, I'm so sorry that that happened to you. But I think both sides need to stop because we're adults. That's it. Thank you, and I will drop down. And I love you all, and I will continue cooking, listening. Love you. Thank
Thank
you,
you for
Jess.
speaking, Aleph. I appreciate it.
Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Can someone drop me
Yeah,
off? I
I'll
don't know.
set you down.
Thank you.
I still, when I go on people's panels now, I'm still like, how do I get off? I'm stuck here. Okay, so it's just everyone, and we need to stop and have our points of view and live a good life. I see that, like, and I'd agree with that. I think we all have a difference of opinions, even people on this side, but ultimately, I can't sit there and condemn one group of people for a certain type of behaviour when I've seen behaviour just as bad on this side.
Right.
And ultimately, I'm in a position where either side docks me. It was either this side or it was SMB. And I don't know who it was. I'm probably never going to know who it was. But it's not just that. I've seen some other pretty shitty behaviour. I've seen the way content creators turn on each other on this side. And ultimately, it's just all pretty ugly. It's toxic and it's just not nice. I'm here for one reason only, and we all know what that is. You know, Crystal's here on Bree's panel. I don't know what your opinions are on Gypsy. I've not asked you because we disagree on this. So it's not a conversation I've got into with you, but you know, I see you as Bree's friend. I don't really look at you as Gypsy's friend. And maybe I'm wrong there. But the way I see it with Bree and Gypsy, when Bree first started coming on social media, I thought fair play to her because everybody needs somebody, and it can't be easy to sit there and stand up against the masses and be like, no, I'm going to be Gypsy's friend. So I did originally think fair play to her, and I didn't have any negative views or opinions because I'd just not watched her. So when I went up on her panel, I went up with no preconceptions on her. However, the way that went down gave me some pretty big opinions because that was my first meeting of her. And I think this is kind of what people on this side would try and say. And that's kind of people's points. If you go over and you instantly get blocked, or you go over and you hear people shouting, or somebody having a difference of opinion and they're getting shouted at, it kind of puts you off. And then it like, you hear stuff and you're like, oh my God, yeah, that's true. I saw that last night when I joined, or I got spoken to like that when I went on her panel. So I guess it's like Gypsy. If she does one thing wrong, everyone's going to sit there and be like, oh my God, she's done that because of who she is and what she's done. And I guess it's kind of the same with Bree and like the guys who sit on Bree's panel. Because of who you are and who you support, people are going to make a massive thing out of anything you do. Whereas then on this side of the table, things will be hushed, and they won't get spoken about until it's relevant to take that person down because they've now got a problem with them. Take the thing with Trixie Lane, for example. People have known this information for months, and it's only now being spoken about because it serves a purpose to be spoken about. So
It's not just Trixie Lane. There's other people too.
And like I said,
We've
just
seen
because
enough already.
And like Jess has stated, and like Elif has stated, just because somebody else associates with somebody doesn't mean that I do. I mean, do I give them respect? Absolutely, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to associate myself with that person. And like I said, even in my chat, everybody is allowed in my chat as long as people are respectful. We can agree to disagree, but nobody's going to be disrespectful in my chat. Period.
Hey, Nicole. I hope you're still here. Yeah, and I agree. And obviously, Pink Pony, I'm sorry, like when I seen her getting spoken about in the chat the other night, that angered my soul. I have a lot of time and respect for that lady. So it
I
doesn't
didn't like
matter
the
how long
way.
she's been gone off
I'm
the
sorry.
app. I'm going to defend her all the way through because I'm a loyal person. And if somebody is good to me and shows me loyalty and kindness, then I will do exactly the same for you. So hearing
Exactly.
her be spoken about badly, it upsets me because she's not even on the app anymore. Like, and for that one particular person to be like, oh yeah, drag her, drag her. It's like, girl, we haven't forgot your moment in the
I
spotlight.
mean, the last month and a half, the amount of disrespect and the amount of bullying that even that I've been through, it's gotten so ridiculous at this point just because we don't agree on something. Okay, well, if you don't agree on somebody, then exit the chat or leave that person alone, because that's what I wanted from day one of all of this.
I just want to comment on the Pink Pony stuff because I heard of that. And I was listening to that live and I was very disappointed with the way they were talking about her.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I was not
And I
okay
know
with
this
that
is not
either.
going to be a very popular opinion here. And I'm sorry, but I'm just going to say it respectfully. They were supporting her when she did this whole entire thing at the book signing. Now all of a sudden she's ungrateful.
Oh,
Yeah.
but she wasn't ungrateful when he was bigging up her merch, which was after the book signing. Let's not forget that.
Right. So
I'm
what,
sorry,
like,
I'm just going to call that as it is. Like, I consider her to be a friend, and she's been through a lot. She's been attacked on this app as it is, so I'm not going to sit by and hear her be attacked anymore, especially when she's not here to defend herself.
yeah, I don't understand. Why are they attacking her though? Why are they attacking Pink Pony? What's the problem with her?
Well, that was
Or
Doodlebug. That was her. He was like, he just said her name flippantly. He was talking about a bunch of people who he didn't trust anymore. He wasn't saying anything really. Then Doodlebug's in the comments like, drag Pink Pony Club. Why?
Yeah, but the way he said it before, it was just like, why would you? What's your issue with her? Because she, I didn't like the way he was talking about her.
yeah, and that's not okay. Like, especially because she's been through a lot mentally herself, and that's not right. You don't do that to somebody. You don't ever make and I'm gonna state this: no matter what you're going through, you don't know what they've been through. You don't ever want to put somebody in the position where they want to murder themselves. You don't do that ever to anybody. That is not okay behavior.
I just want to understand, why did he bring up Pink Pony? What was the whole deal with that though?
So he
That
was
that whole
just
dragging is
randomly.
not okay.
I think he was just talking about people who he no longer trusted. He was on about like content creators that have been and gone and like been on the panel and stuff. And he was just reeling off names. And Pink Pony Club was one of those names. And then obviously it was Doodlebug in the chat who made a deal out of it. And then somebody on the panel was like, oh, Doodlebug said this. So then Morbid was like, well, there's not much to say. He started touching on it and he was like, is she even here anymore? And he was like, right, well, she's not here, so there's nothing further to say. And then Doodlebug's on the comments of the replay. Like, you need to expose
That's
Pink Pony Club. Girl, what is your obsession with her?
what
Seriously.
is there to expose about Pink Pony Club? Jesus. This is why this community is never going to be taken serious.
I mean, we keep going at each other like it's fucking high school. It's
We don't even
gotta
we don't even know each
stop.
other. Like, we're just talking
Gotta
to each other on a
fucking
freaking
stop.
No,
live
Aleph, he
stream.
didn't. And I don't necessarily have an issue with, like, my issue more is the fact that that individual is kind of there in the comments egging something on. Whereas my opinion is, if you've got a problem with somebody, if you want to out somebody or you've got something to say, get up on your own damn platform and say it yourself. Don't hide behind other people. Stop being a
This is the
coward.
thing that this is the thing that a lot of people on this side need to understand about Doodlebug and Becca. They are the ones that they're causing problems.
Those girls are horrible. They are
They are
nasty. They sat and
horrible people.
fully admitted that they've collected information on people, that they've gone and messaged people's husbands on Facebook. I'm sorry, if I disappeared on Facebook, off TikTok tomorrow, and Myra, you went and messaged my partner on Facebook, that's a complete overstep of my boundaries. That's not okay. Like, we're friends, but if I decide to delete this app tomorrow and anybody starts going and hunting my partner
But
down,
that's the thing is like Nicole says, she's gone. There's nothing like why does situations like this keep getting dragged on even
Because
when
we
the
already
person is no longer here?
we talked about these girls how long ago, Jess?
It was like not even, it was 3
like
months
5
ago.
weeks ago, 5, 6 weeks ago, it was a little bit.
5, 6 weeks ago, and we were saying it to everybody. These girls are trouble. They are trouble, and they are causing problems, and wherever they find the opportunity to do so, they cannot be trusted. You know that whole thing, that whole drama that happened at Ivory Rose Knows Live, and one of them was crying and was not taking accountability, and I mean, you can tell what they were up to. What girls? We're talking about Becca Talks and Doodlebug.
Do you remember that?
I never said that. Yeah,
I
I
will
never
forget
said
the way
that.
she
And
screamed.
screaming at
Yeah, it was
Ivory
so.
too,
It was
nonetheless.
narcissist in the headlights, caught in the headlights. That's what that was, and it was so antagonizing to my soul to watch because, like, these girls have taken part in collecting on people's informations, doing deep dives. Not only that, if you've ever donated to the Spot Fund, I hate to tell you, your information's been collected and you've been looked into purely because you wanted to help Nick out. Because they were on a path determined to try and find out who MPG Cornerstone Nation were. The only reason they wanted to do that is because they wanted to take over the situation. These girls had their thing going on with the rally that was supposed to be for autism, and then they made it about Nick, and then they tried to make it this whole thing that it wasn't ever going to be. They didn't even get a permit for this rally they were going to hold. They were getting people to book hotel rooms on a discounted rate, and then the rally doesn't go ahead. And apparently it's because of the weather. But these ladies didn't even have a permit. So there's that. And they brought other people into it. They got other content creators wrapped up into it and like promoting this rally, giving leaflets out. And it was never going to happen.
There was a live stream that one of them was admitting why it got canceled. And now for those of you who are listening, I was looking into this myself. So I saw what was happening with that rally. I knew that something was not right. So I honestly could not, like, I was mind blown by the fact that it was getting promoted and there was a lot of activity going on, flyers circulating, and I was like filled with a lot of questions because it did not make any sense until I figured it out. I'm not going to say much more than that.
Ever since then, and ever since it all derailed, they have been going against MPG, and I get everyone has their opinions. Like, have your opinions. I'm past caring. Like, honestly, I am. Think what you want, go with whatever you want. But the fact is, there are people who've gone out of their way to try and tear this down. Certain content creators have been used and manipulated. I was used as a little stepping stone purely because of my situation with Brie. I went on Brie's panel once. Toddy wanted to talk to me. These girls saw an in, and they stepped on my head to get there. And then they start working with Toddy, and I knew straight away that that's what was going off. As soon as the narrative got turned and things started going a bit different, it was like, right, okay, I see that. And then I seen Toddy was putting stuff out there that had been in our Discord chat, and then I seen that she was putting stuff that You know, it just all started making sense and like being laid out. And Toddy, I don't think she knew anything about this. I don't think any of it was done from her maliciously. I think she was kind of used in it all as well. And it's like the screenshots that were sent from the MPG group. Guess who had a whole list of spies in quotations in that Facebook group? Oh, wait, that would be Becca and Doodlebug. And I got sent that entire list of spies. And guess what? Some of them were in that group, in that Facebook group. So I got sent screenshots. Obviously, one of the ladies, oh, what's her name now? She's gone off the app. She got doxxed and she was like, I'm out of here. And I can't think of her name. But she was wrapped up in all of this. But she sent me the screenshots of the Snapchat that was called Deep Dive, where they were talking about the Spot Fund donations and debating whether it could be one of Nick's family members. They sent people out looking through Nick's family members' Instagrams and social media accounts.
Was it canceled?
Sorry, no.
Okay.
You do have to be careful who you associate yourself with, yeah. But obviously at this point, I didn't know that. Like, I just started going live about all of this kind of stuff.
I mean, Red Baby, moving forward, we want to talk about the case. We want to get the facts out that we want at least from
So
what
I'll
we,
speak for myself on my platform.
yeah.
Going forwards, obviously, I'm still doing the conversations that matter. My TikTok's always been a bit of a mixed bag of things. I do my poll content and I do other things. In terms of the lives, there's a couple more things that me and Myra want to go over, and then we're done with that. There's nothing more to go ahead with. We are going ahead over to YouTube. My first live over there will be tomorrow night. And that will be where we do the conversations that matter, that will sometimes be true crime related, but not always. That's where we're going with that. And in terms of like the Gypsy verse, at the end of the day, it's not healthy. It's not good for anybody. And at some point, people have got to say enough's enough, because what is everybody actually getting out of this?
Yeah.
Exactly. At the end of the day, nothing's gonna change until she reoffends, and that's pretty much what it is. Nothing's gonna send her back at all. So
We can't continue like the way this has all sort of gone on. I'm surprised it's lasted as long as it has. When she got released, I thought maybe everybody would be swept up in it for like 6 months. You know, like when the Menendez thing come out on Netflix and like the whole internet went crazy. I kept hearing that. Oh God, what's the song from the Menendez brothers?
is it a I can't.
I can't. I'm
Uh,
gonna put it on.
it's hold on. I did download it on my playlist.
But you couldn't go on TikTok without hearing that song after the Menendez brothers was released on Netflix. But it lasted like 6 months and then it was out. Like, people still care, people still want them to be free, all of that, but it's not like an obsession. It's not like people are like really focused on it. Whereas this stuff with Gypsy, I thought this would be like a 6 month flash in the pan and then that'd be it. But the fact is, it's not even that. Like, it's not even just been going on since she got released. There's people like Fancy that have been covering this since day dot. And that's just wild to me. I'm not surprised that like she's ended up losing it on a few panels, because I think I'd probably need sectioning if I'd been dealing with it for 10 years.
I mean, the matter of fact is that it's the brutality on both sides, like, period, the bullying, the harassment, the doxing. For what though? Like, what is it gonna do? How is it helping you by hurting somebody else? That's not okay.
I mean, I think it's wild that this whole Gypsy stuff has been dragging out for a while now. It has to stop, honestly. We're giving her way too much attention, and we're giving her the publicity, and that's that's too much already.
Sassy, to answer your question, as far as I go, I'll just speak for this one thing. Um, Understandably, obviously, if you want to say, your side, my side, whatever, my side really only includes one small community. As in your side, there are
Well,
many
I'm
different
just saying, like,
factions.
I'm not
No, no,
saying
no,
like,
no, no, no. I'm not insulting. Let
okay.
me finish. Like for example, within the, I'm just gonna say, anti gypsy side, there are so many different content creators. And really Bree is kind of on an island with us, right? So I do feel that the things that have happened to us, whether people want to believe them or not, it was not my intention to come up here and have a pity party for myself. I came up here to talk about blocking, but we see that went left. It was, I believe, we were the only people that were in support of, so it would be easier for everyone if we were not on the internet. And that's what happened that's why it happened to us, to silence us and get us off TikTok. If you scare somebody enough, they're gonna leave, if
Right.
but as far as, the other side and, things that are being done on y'all's side, I've sat and watched so many different groups have revolving doors of people who have had issues with each other and then leave. And it, I don't even know how y'all haven't seen it before now. It's been happening the whole time. And I don't mean that rudely at all. And I do believe if everybody would stop talking about her, she wouldn't be as popular. That has always been a question of me. If you really want her, off the internet, you want her to not be out, like, why do you just keep
Basically, to
talking about
be
her? And that's a
irrelevant.
respectful question. That's not me being rude. Like, if I didn't want someone in my face, I certainly wouldn't be bringing up their name all day, every day.
Hey, Nicole. Just the only thing
Oh, Nicole.
the
No,
only
I
thing
just heard, first of all, I don't want to keep rehashing this because I'm getting over it. I absolutely have proof and receipts that Boston threatened to roll up on my parents' house. The cops heard it. That's why they called her. Okay, that's that. She wrote the most disgusting things about my late husband ever on one of her posts on YouTube. I don't know. I ever blocked here. Okay. Oh, shut up, Boston. Why don't you come up here and talk to me? Just come
I
up here and
wanted to
talk to me.
say,
You just sit there in the comments doing that. Oh, do
Nicole
you want to say,
is
come up here
like
and say what you wrote to me on YouTube? Come up and say it.
Nicole is invited up here, and if you cannot respect her, then like I will block you.
All right.
That's the
Am I
point,
over
Nicole.
it?
Do you
Yeah,
want me
you know
to
what?
let
I
her
am
up?
getting over it because I don't really care what you people think. You people are insignificant to me. But enough is enough. I've never done anything to you. And you have this weird thing with me and proving that I'm a liar and doing this and that. I don't care. I mean, do it.
Why
Oh,
don't you
here we go,
just
victim.
stop
Oh, Quad
mentioning
isn't a
my
victim,
name
Sheena. Quad isn't a victim
day
of
after
everything. You're
day
all
after
victims.
day after day after
Fuck up,
fucking
Boston. I don't
Okay,
even
day?
wait,
talk
hold
to
on.
you.
Ladies, one at a
I'm
time.
not
One at a time.
yelling. She's yelling.
Okay, but we're gonna be respectful and go one at a time. We're not gonna be yelling back and forth. If that's what you guys want to do, you guys can do it on your own panel.
Yeah,
Okay.
We can be
Nicole.
respectful, and we need to listen to everybody, and we need to not be yelling over each other.
Right,
Because
so Nicole,
we will
Sassy,
drop you both.
Sassy, I understand, but Nicole has emotions.
I
But let's
understand.
let's give everybody the
Just
space one at
everybody
a
needs
time.
to be respectful.
Yeah, let's just do it. This is Justice Live, so
go ahead, Nicole. Say what you got to say.
Oh, I've already said what I have to say. Say what you said in the YouTube video. I don't know if you have it on your page because I blocked you. Say it to my face. Or do you want me to say it? Because
What,
I
that
can
I
give
have a boyfriend? You said I don't. I said I sleep next to him every night. Yes, I do.
no,
And you
okay.
don't? Yeah. Do you want me to go read it verbatim?
Yeah,
Why
absolutely.
don't
Of course I
you?
will.
I'm not opening my laptop to read
Well, I have
something.
it right
But
here.
you can certainly
I'll
go
read it.
ahead, read it. I'll admit it. I stand up to it. I said what I say because
You
I
don't have parents
I
anyway.
mean my words to sting. I mean my words
Why?
to sting. And if
Why?
why? Because you
Why?
won't stop talking about me.
Oh, I do not talk about you, and who
You
cares?
mention me every
Why do you
day
care?
of
All
your
right, let me read this.
miserable
Let me read.
fucking
Wait,
existence of this
Boston,
earth.
Boston, let her read it one at a time.
Wow. Okay, this is what you wrote. Nicole, you're a dumb fucking cunt. Your husband was an old, decrepit, elderly man. You're a useless member of society. You have no friends, and you're single because you have no options. Keep fucking with me, you parasite. Keep doing it. Oh yeah, meet my boyfriend of 6 years, douche fucking bag. He's cute, isn't he? He's not. And he's not dead, motherfucker. He sleeps right next
He's
beside his hot
adorable.
Tony. You sleep on a couch in your papa's basement. You're a funny girl, not just funny looking.
That's
Sweet.
right. I said it. I'm a
Why?
mean
Why?
motherfucker.
Boston,
So if you
Boston, hold
don't
on,
Why
like
would
what
you
I
say that?
say,
What did I say about you?
why do you
what are
think
you
that's
sitting there
okay?
saying? I never. Are you fucking serious? You never.
Sometimes I
Never.
do.
Are you fucking
Well, I mean, who
serious?
you? All right, sure. Give me proof. Show me where I've posted anything about you on my page.
You do this all the time. You don't post shit, but you
Right.
talk about people online all fucking day. You don't post
I
it.
wasn't
You
online
say
at all
it.
today or this week. Oh, she can't. She can't. She's wrong. I do not talk all day. I'm not on panels. I do not talk about Boston. I don't fucking know who she is. I only knew about her because she was talking about me. And so, okay. And then all of a sudden she decided to say, hey, motherfucker, I know where you live. I know your parents' first names and I know where your address is. And you live with your father. At least I have a father. And a
You
mother.
cannot talk like me, so stop trying. You
Oh,
sound like a
yes.
reject.
All right.
I do go on Nicole's
Say
lives
to
like
me,
most days, and she doesn't.
Mommy.
Whenever I'm there, she's just doing her thing, working out. Like the only
Yeah.
time I've heard her speak about you
You
guys
make
is
fun
when
of my
you've spoken
job.
about
You make
her.
fun of where I live. Who the fuck
Well,
are
yeah, you do
you?
live in a shitty town. You do
Yeah,
live in a
yeah.
shitty
Oh,
town.
well, I never. You
I'll say it
fucking
on Morbids.
dumbass.
Wow. You were, and Rage quit. I win. See, that's her.
It's not about winning, though, Nicole.
Well, but she quits. But and you wrote you heard what she wrote about me and my late husband.
Nicole, my late husband was also doxxed. His grave was
I
also
didn't see
doxxed.
that. I didn't.
I
Who by who?
understand. And now that you're up here, since I was not allowed to speak about it when you weren't, I
I
am
don't
more than
quit,
happy to show you
by the
proof.
way.
You just did.
I have respect for someone who's trying to fucking sleep in my house, you dummy. All right? But I'm right here. I'm right here if you have anything to say.
I don't understand what you just said. Yeah, Boston, you've been known as a racist forever. I mean, what? Oh, I'm
What
not
does
innocent.
that have
What do
to
I
do with the
do?
price of fucking tomatoes? What does that have? Are you black? Are you fucking black, Nicole?
I
Does it
thought
matter?
people
Should
were
we
sleeping,
still be offended by
Boston.
racism?
Boston, I thought people were trying to sleep.
She's so mean.
She dropped off so she could leave the room, I assume. I would like to
I
say
am not a liar, Amelia. What do I lie about?
also, I would like to say that if we're going to complain about Boston being racist, I have issues with Nicole making fun of special needs people and saying the R word. And
I
having
don't
no
do that.
issue with it. You've done it. You and Starlight did
Oh,
it on your live,
and so
and
have
you've
you
done it on
guys.
Morbid's panel. No,
Dreamer,
ma'am, I
who's
have
in here,
never.
Dreamer
No,
who's
ma'am.
in here, has used the
I am
word
Listen,
many
speaking. I am
times.
not
so do you
Dreamer.
guys. So do you guys
Oh no,
argument
you.
ain't gonna fucking work. Bum.
I was speaking for myself, to you, about myself. I am the mother of 2 special needs children. I don't
Okay.
appreciate the short bus comments. I don't appreciate the R word comments. I don't appreciate the slow comments. I don't appreciate the
Well, you know what?
anything
There's a lot
having
of
to
things
do
I
with
don't
someone
appreciate
who
too, but
has
it's the
limited
internet.
capabilities.
You guys
Okay,
don't know
so
my
because
life.
it's
You
the
don't know what I've
internet,
been
it's
through.
okay. You
Yeah,
don't
well,
know me at
I
all
don't know
either.
those things about you. I don't know. We're gonna get offended by certain things that, broad. We weren't talking about your family. We don't know you. I mean, I get
You
offended by
shouldn't
certain
speak
things.
on
Just
people
saying,
with disabilities in
okay,
general
well then
as a
she
good
should
person.
say on racism because she doesn't know
I'm
anything about
not
my
speaking about
family.
Boston right now. Me and you are speaking. I'm not
Ugh.
yelling. I'm not raising my voice. Speaking on people who have limited capabilities because that's how they were born or something happened to them
I
is not a good thing to do,
okay. I
period.
am sorry. I have people in my family who are. I am sorry, but Dreamer has used the word
No
many
buts.
times.
Please,
Boston
if
has
you
word.
use a
Okay.
but in your
Yes.
apology,
All right,
it
fine.
takes
I
it
take
away.
full
So please don't
responsibility.
do that.
I'm awful. I take full responsibility there,
I did not say
and I
you were
won't do it
awful. I
again.
said I didn't like it and I didn't
Okay,
appreciate
then
it.
you don't like it, and okay, then I won't do it.
It's
Okay,
not
that's
just me
fine.
though, Nicole. You have to think about all the other people who do have,
I have to think about every.
honestly, it shocks me that you have people in your family who have a diminished capability and you still think it's okay to say the R word in 2025.
I haven't, but okay, I did because I lie about everything.
I'm sorry, Nicole. Please don't go there with me because I have it recorded. I wouldn't say it to you if I didn't have a receipt of it.
Fine. Maybe I said it. Okay, yeah, exactly. But we have receipts of you guys saying it.
Stop saying you guys. This is me.
Well, not
It's
maybe.
just me and you talking.
Fine.
Okay. So, what I would like to address with you directly is what you brought up on your live the other day about me being doxxed. And someone in your chat said, your friend Starlight doxed.
Oh,
I
for
am
Christ's
Crystal,
sake.
by the way.
Right. I know, Crystal, mommy Crystal.
Okay,
Yes,
you know what? I'll just mute. You go ahead and speak then, Nicole.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about. I am not in Discord. I do not know what you're talking about.
Do you understand you just called me mommy and I'm
Well,
speaking
that's
to you
because
like an
because
adult and I'm
Starlight
not
always goes,
raising
oh,
my
she's the mommy of
voice?
the group, and you are.
I thought you didn't know me.
I do know that you're Crystal. That I know. Yeah.
Okay, and that I'm a mommy apparently?
Well, you do mommy everybody. I've heard you mommy Dreamer. Dreamer, we don't say that. People, blah, blah,
Okay,
blah, blah,
so I'm
blah.
trying to help a situation and that makes me bad somehow?
No, I didn't say that makes you bad at all.
But it's a negative thing that I'm trying to help Dreamer not say things she shouldn't say online.
No, I actually don't think it's a negative thing at all. But you are a bit of a
guys,
pearl clutcher from what I've
you
seen, and I haven't seen much. Why do people think I see everything? I don't.
okay?
On
How
your
am I
guys'
a
side, I
pearl
have you all
clutcher?
blocked.
Please enlighten me. How am I a pearl clutcher?
From what I've seen, it's again, it's the oh, we can't say this, we can't say that, don't do this happened to me, this happened to you know, it's just all very dramatic, and again, words, you know,
Okay, so
words
by
that are
that
out there in the
definition, you would
universe.
be a pearl clutcher as well, ma'am.
All right.
Because you've been doxxed and you cry about it. Your husband's
Yeah.
tombstone, yes, that same thing happened to me. So I'm a pearl clutcher because I complain about that. That my deceased husband that passed away when he was
I've only
36
heard
years
you
old
maybe
was doxxed.
so was mine, and I've only heard you maybe twice. Maybe twice.
Okay, but I'm a pearl clutcher because of those. That's what you said.
Well, what I've heard, no, I didn't know about your husband. I am sorry about that. That should never happen. That should never happen, and I'm sorry that happened to you.
You're
I had no
correct.
idea.
It shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have happened to you either. I had no
Thank
knowledge
you.
of it. Bree had no knowledge of it. No one except for the person who made the post had knowledge of it in the beginning,
And
and
then
that was
somebody
Aaron Sweetheart.
reposted it.
Let
I'm
me
not
finish,
mentioning your name.
please. Let me finish, please. No, she did not post it. She reposted it. Aaron Sweetheart made
Right,
it and
it's the
posted
same
it. And Quad,
thing.
Yeah, can I just
can I
chime in on
please
this?
finish a sentence? Okay, I'll mute.
I'm just gonna be quick. I'm so sorry that happened to you, Nicole. I really am. I would have been mortified. It would have broken my heart. I am so sorry that happened to you. It caused a lot of commotion. I don't want you to think that situation happened and nothing was happening behind the scenes. That fucking blew up in our community quietly. It caused a lot of fucking problems because Brie was horrified. Like we all were.
She was. I know she was. And I appreciate that about Brie. I actually have the least problem with Brie. I really don't.
have an issue.
What I ask
Really?
is like maybe moving forward when you talk about that situation. I'm not telling you not to talk about that situation. It happened
I'm
to you,
over it.
but like if it comes up in the future, like that's not Brie and her people. Look, one of her people might have reposted it. I still see it everywhere. We would never have done that shit. That was too far. That was not funny. It was not cool. Like, honest to God, we were like, it was fucking horrifying to like
I,
all of
yeah,
us.
and I don't know what she has against me. I don't know her at all. So I don't even get it. Why?
And that's all I wanted to come up and say. I just, your problems with Boston, but I just, that whole thing, moving forward, I don't know, maybe you could correct some people. Like, we don't want that attached to us. We never have. We stamped it out when we fucking heard about it. Like, that's just not, it's not okay.
Okay, yeah, no, I agree, and it's not okay for anybody to do it to anybody. And here's the thing, I don't understand doxing at all. And I mean, I'm speaking for myself. I don't care where anybody lives. I don't care about people's children's names, about people's parents' names. I don't care. I had to do it because, I'm sorry, I hate bringing her up because she freaks out when I bring her up, but Boston threatened to roll by my house. The cops thought it was serious enough that they called her. Okay. Then she lied about the conversation. But that's it. It's over. Okay. I know all of her information and I am not going to do anything with it. I'm not going to do anything with it because it's why? Why would I do that? Or why would I threaten her with it? Why would I threaten to roll up to her house?
Did she really though? Like, do you have the
Yes,
receipts
yes,
showing that she
Starlight
said she
has
was
it.
going to roll up to your house?
Starlight has it, and the cops took it seriously enough to call her.
I know the cops called her. I was on live on a private call with her when it happened.
Dreamer,
But
please stop. Please stop.
can Boston come
Boston,
up?
just
I can drop
request.
down, and Boston can come up if she wants to talk this through because this isn't really my situation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. So what did I say? Crystal, you heard it. I said if I felt like it, I could roll up to your house right now. I didn't say I'm going to. I didn't say tomorrow I'm going to. I said if I felt like it. I didn't threaten you.
So you threatened to threaten.
I didn't threaten to kill you. I didn't threaten to beat you. I didn't threaten to do anything to
Safe
you.
words.
Did
Safe
I?
words.
Boston, I'm actually just going to say something here, because I've heard you try and define and excuse what threats are and aren't previously related to me. So I was the one who recorded that, and I was the one who sent that to Nicole. And I did that because I heard it as a threat.
Oh, you messed
Okay.
with other people's
No,
I
don't
names and
threaten.
addresses?
I promise things.
I didn't even know
You
Nicole at
promise?
that point.
So you're
This
gonna roll
was
up at my
our
house?
first. This
Did
was
I
mine
say
and
I
Nicole's
promised I'm
first
going to?
interaction.
You just said you promise. You don't
I
threaten.
said, did I
Ladies,
say I
Jess is
promised?
speaking.
Get the wax
Please.
out of your ears,
Hey,
Blondie.
ladies, come on.
Let
Let's
Jess
do one
speak.
at a time. Let one by one speak. Let's all take it
It's
easy.
not going to go anywhere. And at the end of the day, this, it's
Yeah,
not
because
right.
she's thick. She's thick.
But you can't say that. That's your opinion. That's like, you can say that, but it's not nice to say that. And it's not.
Proving it to how many people? 105 people she's proving it to right now. She's fucking stupid.
She's. Look,
Oh, I have a where's your BA from? Where's your bachelor's arts from?
Where's yours? And by the way, tell me all about me. You know all about me. Tell it.
No, I actually
Tell
don't. It's no education for you, so that's my question.
Tell it. You
Tell
just
what?
said
What do
you
you
know
want me to
everything
tell?
about me. You just said you know
I
everything
don't know
about me.
everything about you. I know where you live. I know where
Yeah.
you work. And I
Yeah.
know
Yeah.
about a family secret that you posted about.
A
But
secret?
yeah.
Well, it ain't a fucking secret if I posted it, you dumbass.
Okay.
Use your brain, Nicole. I mean, I know you got blonde hair and all, but use your brain.
What does that mean? Again, where did you go? Where's your BA from
Boston,
again?
Boston,
You're
are you
dumb.
jealous of Nicole? Are you jealous?
Jealous?
Because the way you go at her
Jealous?
and the way
I
you're
get up
so
at 2
angry
a.m. in the
towards her.
morning
Every day of my life, and I go to work. What does she do? She
I
gets
go to
up every
work.
morning and gets on TikTok and
No, I
begs for
don't.
fucking money. All
But
right?
the
Who's
way
more
you go after
respectable here?
Nicole
I don't go after
personally,
her.
You
I
have
was
been this
invited up here
entire
to go
time
after
going
her.
after
I've been
her,
ignoring
Boston.
I have been
Boston, listen.
ignoring
Oh,
this
have
bitch
I
for
blocked
weeks.
you.
Everybody calm down one at a time.
Boston, you've been going at her the
Boston,
entire
you're gonna
time
have to
you've been
come
up
back up.
here
You've
being
got a
very
violator.
disrespectful to her, and she
You sleep
hasn't
on my
said
parents'
anything
couch.
rude.
See, all of this is from you. Oh, there she goes again.
No, she got a violation. I've had to drop her.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, see, that's her too.
if you want to
Okay.
come back up and talk respectfully, like you can.
I'm
Um,
sorry, Nicole. I had to say something because you haven't been rude this entire time you've been up here, and she's been going
I
at
know
you.
we're
So
saucy, but
I'm
you know.
gonna speak up when it's right.
yeah, and the
Yeah.
thing is, right, Nicole's going back at her. Yeah, that's you're going at each other, but I'm only hearing one person attack someone's looks, and the way you're going after Nicole for being blonde, for example, that gives me the impression that you're quite jealous of her and that you have a personal issue and vendetta against her, which
She does.
is not healthy. And at that
I mean,
point,
she says I
if
get up
you're,
every morning and go on TikTok. That's a lie. I get up, I work
but
from
that's your
home, and then I run
business.
on the
Like,
treadmill. And when I'm running, I feel I'm running on the treadmill because I am monetized.
Okay, but why is it
your
her
life is
business?
your
Why is
life.
it
Yeah,
her
I know.
business
Why do you
what
even
you
care, Boston? You
Nicole,
don't see
here's the
what I
thing.
do.
Why is it her business what you do on your own free time? It's none of her
It's not her
concern.
business.
It's none of
And
her
honestly,
concern what we do outside of here, what we don't do. It's nobody's concern.
Have you
oh
not
God, Boston, if you're gonna keep,
have you not accused me of being on TikTok all day long? Have you not said
well, when
that?
I've scrolled through and there's a live
Oh,
from
but
one
you
of a
have
buddy
me
on your side,
blocked.
you're on
Oh,
it.
but you have me blocked.
I said when I'm scrolling and I have somebody who's not blocked and you're on their panel, it's almost all day, every day, from what I can
No,
see.
you're wrong. You're
All right,
wrong.
then I'm wrong.
You're
Then I'm
making it
wrong.
up. You're making it up
All right.
as you go along, like you
No.
do.
Okay.
You're an actress, right?
So, Boston, what would
Yes.
get you to stop this with Nicole? Is there anything ever going
I'm
to get you
done.
to stop, or are you
I'm
going?
done. But
So
these
you're
people
not
come
going to
and tell
attack
me
her anymore?
every day. She's saying Boston
Who's
again. She's
people?
saying Boston again.
Who are these people?
The people that watch you, because I sure as hell do not.
Well, I don't know who watches me because I do not
If
say
you,
shit about
I
you.
promise, there will not
Then
be a
somebody's
word
lying to
about
you.
you. Listen to what I'm saying right now because we've been through this before. Did you guys know that we made a truce before and 10 minutes later she went on live and said, yeah, we just made a truce, but fuck her.
No, I
Yep,
didn't. Where? Okay,
you
receipts on that one.
absolutely
Receipts
did.
on that
I
one.
might be a bitch and I might be mean, but I ain't a fucking liar.
Right, let me say
No,
this.
you are because I never
Let me
said that.
just say this. People on the app thrive off the
You're going to
drama.
deny it
So
anyway, so what's the
if
fucking
there's an
difference?
argument between two
You deny everything
people,
too.
if there's an
No, I
argument
don't.
between two people are going to
Yeah, you
feed
do.
that, and they're going to send stuff to each other, and they're going to keep this drama going. So if somebody's messaging you, Boston, saying Nicole's saying this, and this, just say, yeah, all right, cool. And the same for you,
Yeah,
Nicole.
moving on.
Yeah, this is the thing.
Oh yeah.
Because
Oh, the people. I don't even. I get
That's what
messages
I've
here and
been
there, but
doing.
you know what?
Go on my
It's
page right
done.
now and see if there's any posts about her recently. Except for the one of her running on the treadmill, which I didn't make. I just reposted it.
but it's the being in
Well,
live.
thank you for
I
that.
see this. Like when you're in the
Why do
same
you need
world
to
as
put
each
that
other.
there? I have nothing about you on my page. Nothing.
Because you don't post anything on your page. It's like a nothing page. It's a make
It's
me
like I
money
have
page.
posted my friends and
All
my.
right.
You know, what do you
You know what?
want?
You forget about me, I'll forget about you as of right now. And if I ever hear, I'm gonna.
See, no.
Can you
Is
You're
it a
just
so
truth?
sensitive.
then? Like,
Yeah,
can you
because
just
you know
ignore
you're
it?
gonna mention my name again. You know you're
But
gonna,
why
and
are
you're
you so
telling me I'm
sensitive about
sensitive.
that?
Why are you
You
so
are so
sensitive?
pressed.
Why
I'm
are
not.
you?
I don't care. I
You
care when you
are.
dox my
You're doing it
parents.
right now.
Why? Can I ask you a question, Boston? Calm down. Can I ask you a question? Why did you feel it was necessary to look up my personal information
I didn't.
and then let me know
It was
about it?
given to me. It was given to
Why?
me.
But why did you DM me with my parents' names and my address? Why?
Oh no, I felt like it. And all I said to you was,
You felt like
your
it. Yeah,
parents.
okay.
All I said was, I said your parents' names, and I said, do they own your house? That's all I said. It was never a
And yeah, it
threat.
says that in 1994, my father bought my house, which is
I'm
not
just saying, it
correct. They
wasn't a
bought it in the
threat.
70s, and I bought it from
You
them in
made
2008.
everybody think that I threatened you, and you are crazy. Because
Okay,
I
well,
never.
Starlight again has it, and Jessica has it.
I know what she has. She has me
I'm not
saying,
afraid of you, Boston. Don't worry
I
about it.
ain't
I'm not
afraid of
afraid
you
of you.
either.
I didn't say you should be. I've never threatened to roll by your house.
You just said you know where I live. What did that mean? Like,
Yeah, well, there's two places, but it just because I had to look to protect my family. Because I have more than my parents who live with
protect
me. I
them
have
from
more people.
what? Because I said they
From
own the
people like
house
you
you
or
live
who
in.
you're sharing it with. Somebody in the chat just said you shared the information with them.
Nope, they lying.
All right, everybody's lying. Everybody lies
Why would
except
I
for you,
share
Boston.
information with people on the other side of this fucking thing?
I
Other
would like
people are
to state
saying.
for the record that I do not know Nicole's information and it was not shared with me.
Okay, well, that's good. That's good.
But I
And I
will
never
say,
looked you up. It was given to me. And I probably
Boston,
should have
just
just.
on this, after what happened on Breeze Live with the nosing,
Just seems
within 4
malicious.
hours, I'd had about 6 inboxes on TikTok giving me yours, Breeze, everybody's information. So this isn't even something people need to look up. You have an argument with somebody online, and somebody else is there to give you that person's
I don't
information.
have anything I have to hide online. That's the thing. Like, I have no kids. I don't. I'm not afraid of anyone mentioning my kids. I don't care. I have nothing to fear.
But that's nice for you, but other people do. Like, I've got my kids, and my kids have been put out there. Nicole's got her
Not
parents,
by
they've been
me.
put out there.
Not,
And,
not by me.
like, I get not by you, but
The doxing just needs to stop, period, because it's not
you
Gypsy's
okay on
old
either
nose.
side.
Sassy. Sassy,
Gypsy's
hold
old
Her
on.
parents are
nose.
dead. Gypsy's old nose.
My mother's name was Donna. She's deceased, and my
I know she
father's
died
name
when you were
was
14.
Anthony.
I know.
Yep,
And so is your
yep.
father.
My father died of maybe 8 years ago. And what? Yeah. What else?
I still have my parents.
I have a
Just like
dead
you
little
have a
brother
boyfriend
too.
who's alive. I have parents who are alive.
I have a dead little brother too.
Yeah, I know.
Yep. Sad.
Well, sorry to hear that.
And a half brother.
Yep. My older brother is my half brother, and I also have step brothers and sisters as well.
Okay.
But the thing
You
is,
hear
right,
though that Nicole, that you're saying her information, honestly, that's creepy.
She said
to
she
me.
didn't care.
I understand, but that doesn't mean it's okay for you to do. That's my
She
opinion.
posted
Because
it
I've been
in
doxxed
public.
as well.
I didn't dox her. I would dox her right now and tell you her address.
I never said that you did. I never said that you did. I'm just saying, going along with her information, you
Oh, my
said it
best
on
friend.
live that you have all of her information. I've never been online saying I have anyone's information, even though mine has all been put out.
I'm not going to do anything with it. I don't care. I just need it to protect myself. I do not care. I went to block
But
her
why do
on
you
all
feel the
social
need to
medias and I
mention
saw
it?
some stuff. That's it.
okay, so going forwards, if you guys are in the same live as each other, like, is there going to be snidey comments in the chat
No, I'm
section?
done.
Nope. I'm done.
Okay, great. And the comments about Nicole's personal looks and what she does on her TikTok, they're going to
I told
stop.
Nicole before I think she's pretty, and she knows I did. I have nothing wrong. I think she is pretty. I never said she was ugly. And I have told her she's pretty, and she knows it. And if she says I haven't, I can't no more. Because she knows I haven't.
I don't care about what people think about my looks. I really don't.
Okay, but then
You
this
guys
is
care a
how-
lot. That's
No,
all you talk about.
Who challenged who to a fucking
Dreamer, do you want to come up next? We may as well get the whole thing on here. Like,
Oh,
Oh,
good Lord.
Jessica.
you are done.
Dreamer, let's go, Dreamer. I've been dying to talk to you. Get up
Can
here.
I please speak to
I'm
Nicole before
glad
you
that we
let
got this
Dreamer
out.
up?
Yeah,
Can I speak for 2 seconds?
Yeah.
I'm glad that we got this out. I'm not going to talk of you anymore.
I don't care if you talk about me. I'm not that fragile, but I mean, no, I won't talk about you if you are. So
Amazing.
You see? Do you see?
what?
Point.
Okay, ladies, it's done. Thanks for squashing it on here. Like, done. Boston, thank you. Take care. All the best. Bye bye.
And I don't have your nose, honey.
Thank you. I appreciate you returning it.
Hmm.
Okay, so what I would
Dreamer, do
like
you
to
wanna
address. No,
go?
please, Jessica, can I address my thing first and then I will
Yeah,
drop and you can bring whomever you'd like up.
of course.
So, what I was saying earlier, the other day on Nicole's live, someone said in the comments that Starlight doxed Crystal's information, that being me. Nicole said, I've been hearing about this, but I've seen no proof. Number one, Nicole has seen no proof because she has me blocked, which she has said many times on many places. I've held lives showing the information so that people would be aware. When that happened to me, the public Discord that it happened in, I had not been in for 12 days. I was not involved in the discussion at all. It was a fight between Starlight and Planty. And in retaliation to Planty arguing with Starlight, she decided to dox me. Shortly after that, Nicole had a live after Starlight was on vacation, and she told Nicole that she redacted the information that she doxed me with. However, that is not true. The other day when Nicole was live and it was brought up again, Nicole said, I still have not seen proof of that. But to be honest, Starlight's been doxed so many times so that if it happened, if she got really mad and went ahead and did that, then I can't fault her for that, and I'm okay with it. And I don't think that's okay for me personally.
Okay, I don't remember saying that. But no, I don't think it's right, and she knows it's not right. That's why she redacted it. She did it in a moment of anger, which doesn't make it isn't an excuse. It's not an excuse. And no, I don't think it's right. But I don't know. I don't speak for Starlight. If you have an issue with her, you need to take it up with her. I'm friendly with Starlight, but I can't speak for Starlight, and I'm not in Discord, thank God. So I don't see those things. Yeah, Starlight isn't here. If you want to take it up with Starlight, you can take it up with her. I'm definitely not going to be able to see that.
I've made you bigger, Crystal, if you did want to put something up
I'm
there.
trying to get it for you, just a moment. I'm outside, I apologize.
Dreamer, I'm going to let you up just a moment.
Dreamer
Crystal,
has to let people talk, though. Sorry.
It's going to take me a second to find it, so if you want to let Dreamer up to speak, I know she's going to be quick and short. I will pull it up. You can keep me in the big box and everyone can see.
All right, well,
the redacted part is the gray box.
No, Nicole, you do lie about people, and you are cruel to people. You've been on live. No, you listen to me. You've been on Bones Live. You've insulted me, other people. You have insulted my mother.
No, I have
Don't
never
sit there
insulted
and
your
act like
mother.
you're something.
You admitted that
You're
I
a
stood up for your
wannabe
mom.
actress.
Oh, Dreamer, don't you see, you've made about 5 or 6 videos about me saying really
You had it
nasty
coming.
things.
Who are you to sit there on Bones Live and sit there and badmouth my mother and
I never
badmouth
did.
me? You gonna sit there and lie about it?
Maybe more. I have never
Because it's all
said
public.
a word.
Anybody can go back to Bones Live, look
Anybody
through
can go to
any of
your.
his videos when you were on the panel, sitting there insulting me.
Nope.
I never came at
I didn't
you
insult
until you
you.
insulted me.
I never
You made a
insulted
video
you.
about me, Dreamer, when I was having a little commentary moment on one of my platforms. You did say something about my video. You made it. You.
And you have insulted other people on
Yeah,
Bones
who
Live.
the?
I've seen you
Hey,
insult
Dreamer,
people.
Dreamer.
Dreamer.
Who am I insulting? Who am I insulting? Your little friend over here is the one that is putting herself out there and showing every little bit that she's doing with her personal life, and she's a public figure.
You even insulted my
no,
cats.
Dreamer.
Oh, Dreamer, you
And
insulted my
Dreamer,
cat.
to be fair,
So
you
you're
did
going to
it.
sit there and lie about it, are you,
No,
Nicole?
Dreamer, you did that to me as well. You did
Because
a
I can
stitch
gladly go back
One
to
at a
those
time,
those
ladies.
pages and
All right,
film it
Dreamer, do
and
it.
put it on my page if you
Hi,
like.
Nicole. How are
I
you?
can do that. I have no problem
Hello.
doing that.
Dreamer,
Dreamer,
you
you,
did
I know, you have
Dreamer,
nothing better
you
to
did
do,
a
so
stitch
go
on
ahead.
my video about Rogie when Rogie did come up there and say that comment. You did a stitch on me, and then you blocked me and called me a content creator when I am not one. I am a supporter. There's a big difference. And then you blocked me from your chat because I said I'm not a content creator.
Okay, I think Myra's
Dreamer,
well,
the next
Susan,
time you need to
if she's going to
understand
sit
that
there
when
and
your
lie
little
and say that she's never been on Bones Live and assaulted people, I will film clips of many times that she has done that.
All right,
And
Dreamer.
I will have to put it
Dreamer,
on my
it's a
YouTube
comedy
because I
show.
certainly can't put it on TikTok.
All right. Dreamer, your last
Okay,
video
well,
was
my name's
stellar, by the
Holly.
way. Did
Holly
you actually
Michelle.
rewatch your last
I
video?
have never been on a live before.
Oh, hey,
Hello?
Holly.
Lisa, just go to Bonza's page, look at any video that she was on there, and you'll see it.
Can we
All
never
right.
mind Bones right now, Dreamer?
Go ahead, Holly. Sorry. What do you want to say?
Hi, how are you guys? Like, I've never been on a live before. Like, ever. You're the
Hey.
first person that's ever accepted me.
Oh.
I'm so excited. Like, I'm really excited.
Oh, bless you.
You know what? Serenity,
Dreamer,
my
you can
cats are
drop
doing
down. Like,
fine.
nobody
They
cares
have
what you have to say, so you can
24/7.
drop
Dreamer,
down.
And unlike
focus.
Nicole,
Goodbye.
my
Goodbye.
cat's
Goodbye.
box is cleaned
Okay,
daily.
Nobody cares
all
about
right.
you cats.
Dreamer,
Goodbye.
I've explained that
enough,
to you
enough.
1,000
Thank
One
you.
at a
times.
time.
Goodbye. Hi,
Wait.
Nicole. Like, I've never
Get-
talked to you before, Nicole.
Oh my
Like,
God, I'm
so
about to.
excited. Goodbye,
Hey.
Dreamer. Nobody cares. Goodbye.
Hold on, ladies, one at a time.
Sorry, I've
One
had to
at a
mute
time.
microphones. If we're going to talk over each other, we'll mute you. Sorry, ladies.
But
One at a
I'm
time.
sorry, Nicole, you do lie all the time.
Curious though, Dreamer, why you blocked
don't
me when all
lie.
I did was
And
stand
then
up
as
for
long as you
myself.
continue to go on Bones Live and you sit there and you insult people, you insult me, you insult my mother,
I don't.
I am
Dreamer,
going to
why are
continue
you so
to
stuck
call
on
you
that?
out.
I called your mother lovely, and you even said that I said that.
No, you just said I wasn't taking care of my mother and
I never
everything else.
said
You
that.
insulted me
Dreamer,
about
there's a
cats
lot of
saying
us
I'm
on
not taking
panel.
care of my cats when my cats have food 24/7.
I've never. So do mine. So does mine. And we clean. I've explained this to you. I will do it one more time, and then that's it. I am so done with this.
Because I can put, you know
have
what,
a.
Nicole?
I
After this
clean. I
live, I'm
get
going
rid
back
of
to
the whole
Bones'
litter
page
box once a
and I'm
month.
going
It's
to
cleaned out
clip
3 times a
all the
day.
times that you have insulted me,
Okay.
that you have insulted
Okay.
other people,
Okay.
and it is going to be on my TikTok.
Okay.
Only I'm not going to be so
It's
nice. Because you know what? I can be really
okay, but
nice,
you have me blocked, which is unfair.
but I can turn into a real
Dreamer,
bee real quick.
I know you certainly
But why is
can.
it okay? Wait, hold on. Wait.
Okay, breathe,
Nicole, hold
Dreamer,
on for a
breathe.
minute.
Everyone, take it easy here. Breathe,
No, I want to
Dreamer.
ask this question to Dreamer. Why is it okay
I
for
will
you to
show how you sit there
Dreamer,
and make fun
excuse
of a
me. I
woman,
am Dreamer.
April,
Excuse
who
you.
has a handicapped child, simply
Oh my
because
God, not April again.
he talked to Gypsy. The Gypsy talked to that little boy, and you sit up on that panel with Bones insulting her. You
Dreamer,
gonna deny that?
excuse me. I was
Because I can put
Okay,
that
Dreamer,
up.
whatever you
That's not
say.
a problem.
Dreamer, whatever you say, because I cannot correct you or try to defend myself without you totally ignoring it, going back. I can't have a conversation with you. It's impossible. You don't comprehend.
Well, I tell
Dreamer,
you
I
what,
was
I'm going to drop
thinking
down
too.
and I'm going to go to YouTube and I'm going to sit there and I'm going to clip all those things where you insulted everybody.
Wonderful.
It may take a while,
Hours and
but you can
hours
go
and
on my
hours of
YouTube
footage.
and you will find it there. And it's not
Okay,
going
well,
to be nice.
Dreamer, I suggest you watch your latest video. Did you watch it? Because it's pretty funny. Your audio slowed all the
You know,
way.
I one time let you on my page. I asked you, just be respectful. You couldn't do it.
Yeah. I
You
was.
couldn't, no,
I
you
just
couldn't
dis-
do
I
it.
just
I had to block you
disagreed with someone.
because you got rude and
Your
nasty to
disagreement
the other
is
commenters.
disrespectful to you.
Dreamer,
No.
let me ask you this, because this
Ugh.
is in regards to this. You blocked me because I came into your chat and I said I'm not a content creator. Nowhere in my message was I rude, and you blocked me. Not only did you block me, but you did a stitch on my Rogie video when he damn
Okay,
well
you know
said
what?
what he
Tessie
said.
Moore, let me explain something. It probably
Wait, wait,
wasn't
wait.
personal, but because the Bones likes to sit there and clip my lives and everything else, I am extra special. And if you don't have videos up there or who you follow, will be reasons why I block you. It's not necessarily that you've done anything. It could be somebody you follow would cause me to
Okay,
block
but you
you.
didn't even correct yourself after you called me a content creator and locked me in with a bunch of people
Hold on,
when I'm a
Sassy.
supporter.
I have a question for Dreamer, though. Hey, Dreamer. What's your issue with people having making commentary against your friend Gypsy?
I don't
Is there
have
a
any
problem with
problems with it. I have zero problems. A lot of my followers are not Gypsy supporters. What I have against it is when they start calling Gypsy names for no and everything else.
She
You
killed her
guys aren't
mom.
fooling. You know, when it comes to Gypsy, you're not fooling anybody. The only reason you do that is for click
Did I call
and
names
money.
about
So
Gypsy?
who
I
you
don't make
Am I
kidding?
any
making money
content
out
about
of Gypsy?
Gypsy.
Am
I
I
make
making money out of Gypsy?
0.0.
I'm not even monetized. Am I making money out of Gypsy? Because I'm not making money out of Gypsy.
Yeah, you
No, I'm not monetized. Because of
Dreamer,
You're not
Dreamer,
monetized.
your
I am on
words,
You're not
disability and
monetized.
Social Security. I cannot take money. So when I make
Dreamer,
a video
you
on that,
locked me.
I'm not
Dreamer,
receiving a
excuse you,
dime,
Dreamer,
unlike you.
Dreamer,
So
excuse you.
unfortunately,
You
Dreamer,
locked,
you
you
cannot
locked
control
me
anything.
in.
Your hobby? I mean,
Hold on, wait.
But you have attacked
Guys,
Boston, and you can't say that you didn't.
because Dreamer, let's not
I
go there.
am
We're not talking about
muting.
Boston anymore. That's over.
I'm
But
muting my
Dreamer locked me in
because
with
we're
a
not
bunch of
talking
content
one at a
creators.
time. We're not talking one at a time. It's giving me a headache. Let's
I
all be
know.
respectful. Let's talk one at a time so we can hear what everybody is saying. I
Oh, well,
have got
Dreamer's gone,
questions
so I
for
think
Dreamer.
that's.
Sorry,
She's
Jack.
gone. She's
I'm
gone.
sorry.
Dream horse gone.
It
Okay.
aggravated me though, because Dreamer has locked me in with a bunch of people saying that I make money off of this. I don't make a
Yeah.
cent. Everything that I make, I re-gift out.
Yes.
A
I
lot of
don't.
people are making money out of this. That's the thing. It's only the bigger creators, and it's not a lot of people. And regardless of what it is, like we're gonna have opinions, and we're going to put them out there because that's how we feel about it. So
Exactly.
there's that.
And
Yeah,
it's
we're
just
allowed to have our
crazy. It's
opinion.
crazy that she never even like she when I went into her chat, she didn't even revise her statement. You know what I mean? Like when she clapped me in with a bunch of, I'm a supporter.
Never does.
I'm not a big time person. You know what I mean?
Neither am I. Who am I? I'm just some.
Well, I
bitch on the
blocked her
internet.
because honestly, I don't want to have any issues with anybody. And at the end of the day, this is my platform, so I'm using it for whatever I want to use it for and express my opinions.
Right.
And there's
Exactly.
that.
Agreed.
So
For
Crystal's
her
got
to be
something she
stitching a
wants to
video
say.
about me and saying something about me for saying something that I feel differently, okay, honey, who asked you to do that?
Crystal's just got
You know
something
the
she
lady.
wants to say and something she wants to show us. So go ahead, Crystal. What's this you're showing us? at the minute?
So, Nicole, this is the screenshot from the Discord. The gray box is what Starlight redacted. The black marks on the photo are what Bree did for me because I am obviously not a content creator. This information about me, obviously it's not today. That was the day it happened. And you see my name. She covered my last name. There is part, you guys always say we don't have jobs. Well, there was one of my jobs. There's a company. There's an email address. All of these things were put out there about me in a Discord because of a fight between Starlight and someone else. A Discord that I had not been in for 12 days.
I don't. I'm not
Retaliation
in
to someone
Discord.
else.
I don't
And
know anything
I
about this.
understand it doesn't matter that you're not in Discord. I'm showing you the information. That is my photo. Someone said, is that Starlight? No, that's not Starlight. That's me. Under the photo, do you see it says I for an I bitch? So what does that tell you? Is
I
that
don't see
doxing or
that.
not, Nicole?
I don't.
Maybe
see,
we need to turn off the comments so everybody can see the picture fully.
I don't take it up with Starlight. She's not here. I am not talking about
Ma'am,
Starlight when she's not here. I am
I
not
am
her
taking
mother.
it up with you because it came up on your live 2 different times.
Oh my
The
God,
first
really?
time she came back to you and said, I redacted the information. The information she
Okay.
redacted was my government last name, that gray box. That's all she redacted.
All right.
The second time it was brought up on your live, you said specifically, I don't know about that. I haven't seen proof of it. However, Starlight's been doxxed so many times that if she got mad and did it, then I don't blame her. I personally haven't done anything to her. You've been on panels with her when she's spoken about me. You call me a pearl clutcher because I'm upset that this happened to me. When I came up on this app, I was a person with a crystal ball and the name Crystal. Here's my photo. My deceased husband, who passed away at 36, has been doxxed. A picture from his obituary was put on a public platform. Pictures of the inside and outside of my house were put on that platform, as well as many others. My business, everything literally about my life except for my children. Is this okay? Do you still approve? Put your stamp of approval on this. It's okay if she's been doxxed so many times and she's upset.
I have
That's
nothing
okay
to do
to do
with
to
this,
somebody.
Crystal. Crystal, I have
Then
nothing
why are you speaking on
to
it
do with
on your
this.
lives?
People
You
were asking
specifically
me.
said,
Oh Jesus!
yes, and your answer was, I understand. It's okay that she did that.
I don't believe I
Is
said
this
it.
okay? I will send you the recording. Please tell me the email address to send it to.
No, I'm not giving you my email address. I'm not
Okay.
giving you my. This is all. I am not going to speak for Starlight. She is not here. This
I'm
is
not asking you to speak for Starlight. I'm
Starlight,
asking you to
not
speak for
me.
you. You said it was okay if she got mad because she's been doxxed so many times, that you'd understand
She
that
has
she would
been.
do
She's been
this.
doxxed like crazy.
Okay.
Look, so this is obviously in this situation, Nicole's friends with Starlight, so I'm impartial, right? As an impartial person, I would say it's not right for anybody to be doxxed. And if you have been doxxed, that's not right. Equally, it's not right that Starlight's been doxxed. So I don't think Nicole, I think, it's probably a bit unfair to put Nicole on the spot like this because she is friends with Starlight and ultimately, she didn't do it and she's not going to want to sit there and say anything bad against her friends. I can understand that. But then also, it's not right that that happened to you. So I'll say that. It's not okay. And equally, it's not all right for Starlight's kids to be put in a chat. I don't know much about Starlight, but I will say I like her videos. I've watched her stuff since February last year. She's one of the only people who does stick to the facts about the case. So for that, I have respect for her. Obviously, it's not nice to see that somebody's been doxxed and there's no justifying it in any situation. So, Crystal, that's all I'd say on that, and I don't think Nicole can say anything more on it.
No, I was only asking Nicole for her to clarify what she said, that this was okay. That's it.
I
Because
don't
that's what she said in her
remember
live.
doing it. Oh my gosh, it's
I
really not that important
understand.
to me. I hate to say it,
I
but I really,
understand that
I
my
don't
personal
know.
information is not that important to you. But what you don't understand also, speaking about you directly, there was a photo of me that was taken from a green screen slip from a private live that was put on Morbid's panel for everyone to make fun of.
What? I didn't. Well,
That's okay.
I
You
didn't even
guys,
see that. I have no idea. I don't know who you are,
Nicole,
Crystal.
do you understand? Okay, do you understand why I'm a pearl clutcher? If you're saying this is going to cause you to be a pearl clutcher, if this information was put out about you or your mom or anyone else, yeah, they're going to want to talk about it. And I have tried to discuss this with her, and she told me I better stop it. I better stop saying she did this.
I don't know anything about that. I'm not Starlight. I don't know.
Okay,
I
so from
honestly,
now on, when it comes up
please,
in your lives, you can say, yes, I've seen
it's
proof
not
of
going to
it.
come up in my
Because
lives. I'm
here's the
done
proof.
talking about you people, okay? I am done. So don't worry
I
about
would
it.
love that. That would be
Okay.
amazing.
Well, don't worry. I was on live today. Not one of you were talked about. Ever.
I was at an Easter egg hunt with my family. Didn't see any lives today.
Good. Yeah, and
except for
I
this
had
one.
work to do because I was sick this week and I
But
did
when
some
you
work.
talk about doxing and
All
intent
right.
on sharing someone's information, eye for an
Oh.
eye, bitch, putting someone's information up is not okay.
Okay.
I've never done anything to Starlight personally. I've never done anything to you personally for you to call me a pearl clutcher or
Oh,
make
it's
fun of
not
my
a big.
photo on Morbid's Live.
Okay,
Yes,
you know
ma'am.
what? I'm sorry for
This-
interrupt. Okay,
Oh, hey, Aleph.
hi Nicole. We heard it. If she's saying it's okay, can we stop going with Starlight? Starlight is not here to defend herself. I understand what you're saying. It's not okay to dox, but we need to stop this because Nicole is saying okay, I don't remember. I know that this, and they keep attacking her. I have been in all Morbid's live, and
I'm
sometimes I
sorry,
don't like what.
Aleph. I sat very quietly while you spoke all about my friends
No,
and other
I was
people, and I
listening
was
to you.
told,
You wasn't
ma'am,
talking.
I was told that I was not allowed to bring up other people that weren't here. I brought up Nicole because this came up in her live, and that was her comment to it.
No, I know.
She
And
said
Nicole
she
is
had
saying,
Why do
no.
you
Let me
care
finish,
about what I
please.
say?
She
Oh
said
God.
she hadn't seen the proof, so I'm showing her the proof. That's
okay,
all I came here to do.
sorry. Yeah, okay, I understand, but can we let it go now?
I
Like,
mean, it needs to stop
Okay.
on both sides,
yes.
on everything,
Okay,
all of
can
Estoy
it.
we let it
haciendo unos
go? It's
dobladillos, ahí
easy to
voy.
say. Can we let it go? It's
Estoy
easy to
haciendo
say
unos
when it
dobladillos,
hasn't
ahí
happened to
voy.
you. That's what I'm saying. It's
Sorry,
easy to say let it go
sorry,
when it hasn't happened to you personally. I'm so
sorry,
immature.
Dreamer.
Okay.
It's happened to me and
Not the
I'm saying I'm
person who
letting it
did this to
go.
me.
Oh, Aleph, did you have anything to say? Sorry.
Sorry about that. I was
That's
screaming.
all right.
My husband was calling me. Sorry, was saying something to you. I want to say, like, yeah, okay, I understand it's bad and everything, but we need to stop. Need to stop attacking Nicole. Yeah, he say okay and everything. Another thing is Dreamer still here?
Oh, I don't
I want
know.
to
I
say
think Dreamer's
Dreamer.
gone to clip YouTube videos for the next
It's gonna
video.
take her a
Okay,
long ass
so I know
time.
her friends are here. Dreamer, I don't know who make you the police of if someone is talking about Gypsy, the someone that you don't even know, or sharing facts that she's a liar. You have the right to attack people and report channels, and also it's not okay to be make fun of it, but they never make fun of your mom. It's more like they were concerned about your mom and they were trying to be funny, but no, I'm not saying that is correct or anything. But the only thing I'm telling you, Dreamer, like the thing is, you are always attacking all content creators, even they don't talk about you, only because they're sharing facts about Gypsy.
Aleph,
You're
even
not
the
the
small
police, and
content
no,
creators, let's make that
yeah,
clear.
and
Hold on,
But
let,
and
can
you
we
attack all the content
please
creators.
remember that
let
Dreamer's
Aleph talk,
mom's
please.
Facebook was posted.
Oh
Dreamer's
my
mom's
God, but I'm
Facebook
not
was
talking. I know,
posted,
I understand, but I'm
and
not talking
she
about
did have
that.
Adult Protective Services called on her. If that had happened to anyone who is anti-gypsy, everyone would have their pitchforks. That's all I'm
I'm not
saying.
saying that is right. What I'm saying to Dreamer, they're not talking content creators. They not even mention her or doing anything to her. She attacks them and she's vile and she insults them and she's like. She is why I'm saying I'm not saying what they did to her is correctly, but I'm not talking with the people they did something to her. I'm talking the people they don't talk ever about her.
Even people like me that she has personally brought my name into it. And I've never once spoken a word other than be respectful and went to her about an issue. So, I mean, I don't get into this body shaming. I leave. I exit the chat when that all goes on because I don't want to be a part of that. But she has said my name personally and brought me into this when I'm just a supporter and I've just shared my opinions. And so you know what? Aleph is absolutely right.
Yeah.
She
I
loves, I mean,
understand
she
that
loves
You
everyone
can't
thinks
argue
it's
with her. You
okay.
just can't.
My aspect on Dreamer is that if she were not brought up on a panel many, many times a week, and her mom and her situation was not spoken about, and people didn't pull up her channels to make fun of her videos and all of that, she would probably stop. I mean, yes, she
Well,
is
I mean, the
very,
video.
very supportive. I'm still speaking. She's very supportive of Gypsy, just like you guys
Yeah.
are very anti-Gypsy. So I don't understand the problem of her trying to correct information that she thinks is incorrect. We all know that she gets names wrong all the time. That's okay. She's gotten my name wrong many times. The things that have happened to her overall in general are not okay, in my opinion. You can
Okay.
disagree. That's
Oh,
your
I
opinion.
agree with that.
I know, I agree with that, but I'm
I
just
agree
wondering,
with
like,
that fully, but we're also saying that, like, we've been, we've had proof, like, of lives sent to us where, she stitched my video and then said that this was a lie, but I know Rogie said it. So it's just like, you're expecting us to stop all this, but yet we're being brought up in, and I've never said a mean thing. I've never said anything about Dreamer in my lives, other than when I asked her to come up on panel because I wanted to get a situation squashed in the butt because I didn't have facts on it, and I knew she would have known the person.
So if you had a specific scenario that you were talking about, if you wanted to clarify it with her specifically, then
I would like to, but she has me blocked.
Okay. So I will say for Dreamer, because a certain YouTube creator that I'm not going to say has merchandise with her likeness, she does block anybody who follows that content creator.
Right,
and
but
that
just
is her
because
right,
we follow
as it's anyone
him-
else's right.
Hold on, and that's fine, but just because we follow him doesn't mean we ourselves incorporate ourselves in that behavior. That shouldn't be, we shouldn't, just like you guys don't want to be brought in as a group of people, doesn't mean we should.
Agreed, but it happens all the time. You've seen it tonight.
But then I will say,
How many
like, the
times
only
has
thing-
it been said, all of you or you guys or whatever? It goes person to person. Me speaking with Jessica, myself, Jessica and I got to know each other as people outside of everything else. Whether we agree or disagree, Jessica's a lovely person. I feel like I'm a lovely person. I get judged for things that I have nothing to do with. So does Jessica, so do you, so does everyone else. The only way you're going to break this down is to stop going on groups and sides and get to know people as people, in my opinion.
I agree
I mean,
with
that could work as long as we're not being blocked.
I mean, that's the thing, is that we've been, like, we're being blocked because everybody thinks that we associate with that type of behavior. Not everybody is like that. And it's so ridiculous because, like I said, if I ever have questions or doubts or anything or about a certain person, I go directly to that person, just like I went directly to Dreamer because I knew she would know the information. So, it just needs to be done like that all around. If you got an issue with somebody, take it up with that person, period.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, I agree.
this has been ongoing for how many fucking months?
Yeah.
And it's
not months,
ridiculous.
it's like a dream. It's like a year now. This is seriously got so old. Like, we have lives.
Like, you don't
Yeah.
like somebody, okay, but you know what? Leave that person. Like, you don't have to go out your way and attack that person. Just let it be.
So somebody's just said in
Yeah.
the chat that the chat wants to keep the drama up. And to a certain extent, I'm going to agree with that. There's certain people who will go back and forth between and will send all the videos and make sure that you know what's being said about you. And ultimately, if you just don't look, you don't know. And I'd say the same to Dreamer. at your big age, you should surely know by now to stop going into Morbid's lives because
Yeah, it's
they're gonna
easy.
shit
I don't
on
go into
you,
your guys' lives.
right? So if you don't want to hear it, don't go in. If you don't want to listen to it, don't watch. It's really
Very
that
easy.
simple.
It's
You
very,
really.
I always exit. If I don't like something somebody's talking about, bye. See you later.
hmm And chats are toxic. Wherever there's people, there's shit. That's one of my moderator's favorite
Oh, yeah,
sayings. And she's so
for
right.
sure.
People love to cause drama and they like to, if there's already a disagreement going on, they like to feed those flames. So just stop listening to other people, take it up with the person, stop feeding the drama. And yeah, you're going to get more views or you're going to get more likes or whatever, but really, it's just going to consume you and ultimately it's going to start becoming toxic to your own personal life. Like,
I want to say
Exactly,
something, but
Casey.
I do agree with what Dysfunctional Cutie is saying. I'm sorry I left, but Dysfunctional Cutie is right. And it really does happen a lot in Morbid's panels. Now, I do get that you support him and you like how he talks about the case and, you know, his lives are entertaining and whatnot. But this also started with them. And this is why we're having this issue. Like, again, we are people that don't even know each other. We're
Yeah.
just talking to each other here online. So for this to stop, this whole like talking and bashing about one side or the other side really has to stop because it has been dragging for over a year. I personally don't think it's a healthy thing to do. You don't have to agree with the other side, but these are real human beings. We can get to know each other. We can work on that. However, you know, like I told Dreamer, like I didn't appreciate the video she made about me,
Dude over there.
but again, I don't mind getting to know the lady. So, and I agree, like what he did about, you know, but like the, you know, but the whole thing with her like the merchandise with using her face and making fun of her and accusing her of what she's doing with her cats and that right there,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's not
she
okay.
brings a lot of
That's
the
not okay.
drama. She feeds into it, and that's why it continues because
But
that's just how
it's
things
not.
work.
I understand that, but it's not okay though. Did she consent to that? Did she agree with Morbid using
She
her
makes
face?
video after video
No,
after
she did
video
not.
after video and posts them about me, Starlight, everybody, you know, more constantly. She's trying to expose Morbid for, you know, things, and he's gone, you know, it's tit for tat at this point.
I mean, I think that
And we
Morbid and Dreamer have a love story.
I know, right? Really.
Like I
It
agree,
comes down to
Myra.
it.
I agree 110% on what you're saying because it's the bullying and and all the like. It's enough. Like, when are you guys gonna say it's
I'm
enough?
just gonna
Like,
say, do you know if you get your own
You guys
merchandise,
can make merch about me.
your
Go for it.
t-shirt needs to have "I'm so over the bullying and the drama," right? That needs to be your merchandise on your t-shirt
I
because I
know it
swear.
does because I mean, but it's like but it's like, okay, when you think about it, and this is a question for everybody. Tomorrow, if you wake up and like, say you do make fun of somebody, say you do this, whatever, you say hurtful things, right? And it really gets to that person. Would you want to be the one to blame if they're unalived? Would you want to be that person that you're responsible because you said something to contribute to that? That's not right on any level. And that kind of disrespect just has to stop. The
Yeah.
bullying, it just needs to be done.
And look, there's a way of calling people out. Like I said earlier, you can be sassy, but you've got to keep it classy. And there's a way of calling people out. Gypsy Toes, you have no idea what you've missed. But honestly, there's a way of calling people out or addressing a situation or, you know, having difficult conversations and doing it respectfully. But you know, like when Boston came up earlier, when you have to start taking it to disrespecting somebody's personal appearance, that to me is just low intelligence. If you've got nothing better to say than to attack somebody for the way they look, that speaks on your intelligence more than anything else to me.
And unfortunately,
Yeah,
that
it's the
happens on
lowest
Morbid's
form of
Live all the
insult.
time.
I mean, and like, I wouldn't want this to be done to me. I would never do it to, you know, I've been through my fair share of shit this past couple months, like, you know, and But I want it to be done. I don't want to be involved in it anymore. I want to talk about facts. I want to talk about different cases. That's what I want to do. I'm done with
God,
it.
I just want to
People are
say
gonna
we
say
can.
what they want to say on me. And at the end of the day, like Jess said it yesterday, like Myra said to me, I know who I am as a person. I'm not gonna let anybody else affect me.
I just want to say, look, I mean, I get it. One side agrees on something, the other side agrees with the other, but we can be respectful to each other and get to know each other. I don't have a
Our
problem with that.
opinions,
Welcome
our
to the
opinions should
internet.
have nothing. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I hate that statement. Welcome to the internet.
No, I'm
You should
sorry.
be
It's
able to have.
2025. Start holding yourselves accountable. Like, is this the internet that you want your children to start coming on when they grow up and they hit that age where they start doing that? Is this what you want to hand down to your kids?
Or do
Stop
you want
hiding
it,
behind
or
that as an excuse. If you would not walk up to somebody and say this kind of shit in front of your boss, in front of your parents, in front of your best friend, in front of your partner, stop sitting up here and hiding behind the internet and doing it on here. I am so sick of hearing that. Welcome to the internet. Grow up, people. Sorry, as you were.
I agree. And like
Perfect statement. I agree 100% too.
and like and the fact is, you guys got to really think is, do you want to be the one to blame if you say something that causes somebody else to do something? Like, do you want that on your conscience? And at the end of the day, that's something for you to decide. For me,
Well,
I don't want
again,
to be a
it's
part of it.
it's the whole you don't know what other people are going through, but
Exactly.
ultimately it's up to me to take the break, which I've been doing. Like I haven't been going on Morbids. I haven't gone live a lot this week, and I got to take care of my own mental health. I mean, at the end of the day, I can't blame anybody else. I mean, but yeah, has it affected me? And was it some things that dagger to my heart that I wish didn't get to me? Absolutely. I mean, it was like, whoa, that was low. But ultimately, if
Agreed.
if I'm feeling that way, I got to step back because I can't stop people. I can't stop people from
And people are
saying
gonna talk
People's
shit.
personal information should not be put out
No.
because of a belief they have, period. Their home,
right.
their work, their face, their name, their location should not be put out because they
Children,
disagree
family,
with you. If you do that, you're an evil, awful person, in my opinion.
I agree. And I think that even with all this like, even if we don't agree on every aspect of the Gypsy's case, we can all agree on that at least. It's not a good feeling when your personal information that you don't want getting out, whether it's public record or not, it's still with malicious intent.
Well, that's the thing. Everything's public, but right, it's the malicious intent thing. It's like,
It's not though.
why?
Nicole, I disagree with you on that. You personally are an actress. You have your, IMDb, all of your stuff. When I came on this app, I was a crystal ball and the name Crystal. That's it. Period.
Yeah, I know you said that.
Again,
I
okay, I understand what you're saying, but you're saying
Crystal, you're
don't
really
put
very
information on the internet
condescending.
you don't want. It's not okay for anyone. If someone wants to be anonymous and be a supporter of somebody, they should be allowed to do that.
Exactly.
Bree gets death threats every 3 days in her inbox.
Well, that's terrible.
I personally have gotten them myself, maybe only once a month since I've been doing this, but nobody should get those threats because they disagree with you. That's
Exactly. You like, it just needs to stop, period. And it doesn't matter what side you are. It doesn't matter if you're left, right, up, down. It needs to fucking stop.
I can sort of get on board with like defending you because obviously I've spoke to you and I've seen that you are a good person, and having spoke to you personally, I feel like I can say that. People who have commented otherwise, I'm guessing, have not had that chance to speak to you personally, because if they had, then they would be able to see that for themselves too. However, Brie, I have had my own bad experiences with, so I don't think my opinion will ever change about her. And obviously there's other certain people that my opinion are not going to change on. So I definitely feel
sympathy for anyone who's receiving threats of that nature, anybody, because nobody should be receiving those.
Nobody, and
But then,
it's
like,
ridiculous.
my
It's gotten to that point.
question is, like, what was Bree's intention with all of this? What is, and maybe you can't answer that. Like, Nicole can't answer for Starlight, so maybe you can't answer this for Bree. But when she came here and she started doing all of this, and she's, you know, she's very vocal with how she speaks to people, and she will shout at them, and she doesn't give a shit who she upsets. So what was her intention from all of this? Just to, like,
Obviously, I
try.
can't speak for Bree, right? I can't speak for her. I can say that when she came on the internet, she didn't come on to be Gypsy's white knight. That was not her intention. She saw what was happening and she decided to make videos in support of people who she felt were abused. That was her intention. She made videos. People started to notice. I'm not going to speak on their relationship, their friendship. That's her business. Me personally, I will not invalidate anyone's abuse. We all say that. We won't invalidate anyone's abuse. The problem arises that there are many people, including yourself, that may not believe that she was abused in any way whatsoever. So her speaking against people being abused, I believe her intent was to speak for more people. She just got pigeonholed into this one area, and now we're on an island. And it's just us against the rest of TikTok.
Well,
So-
here's the thing, though. I just want to add. The problem is that she is an infamous person. People are going to talk about her
Right.
because of her crime. Now, these FOIAs that came out, they paint a whole different picture to what she's been telling everybody in the public.
And she's saying that
So
she was
she
medically abused,
will-
which
Hold on.
She will be forever known as that, and she will be criticized by the public. Had she not gotten public and gone on the internet, none of this would be happening to her.
Right.
But she is doing this every day. And this is why people keep talking about her. They can't get enough of her because when they see her doing these things, they're going to keep talking about her and they're going to be pointing out at things because this is stuff that people already know. And obviously, when somebody like her, who spent 2.5 years manipulating an autistic man, okay, to do something like this to her mother, and she gets off and literally just does away, doesn't even say anything about him that is good other than accusing him and calling him a psychopath after committing such a heinous planning to unalive her mother. That's something that doesn't sit with the public very well, hun.
no,
Not at all.
it doesn't.
And people are going to talk about her all the way, and it will not stop. So as long as she continues to be on the internet streets, there's going to be chatter. And if she continues to engage or put out videos and do things to get people to get attention, guess what? They're going to keep talking about her. And that's not going to stop. Maybe, just maybe, her friend should give her a very good advice about staying off the internet, not engaging with people, focusing on taking care of herself, rehabilitating herself, because I don't think she's rehabilitated, and raising her daughter. Because right now, her daughter is not going to be growing up in a very good society. The
And
internet's
also
forever.
maybe also making a statement that she was not medically abused and Dee Dee did not have MBP because you cannot diagnose an unalived woman with MBP.
And I'm not done yet. Because the medical records already show that she was not medically abused. Now she is coming out and saying that she has the microdeletion, but she cannot explain all the symptoms that she has when they're all written on her medical records. The lie is over. So people are going to talk about her no matter what.
Yeah, it's kind of like trying to chip away at an iceberg with a little tiny garden fork. It's really, at this point, like,
Rachel, no, she was never diagnosed and was never seen by a medical professional. We have the medical records.
Also, the fraud, that's false too.
I was actually going to say there were 3 things on this live that came up before all this happened. 3 things that people have perpetuated that are lies that Jessica was correcting, and I truly appreciate that. The problem is that regardless of what anyone hears, if it's negative against her, people believe it. Jessica herself said 3 different things that were not true, that people have been spreading for almost a year. And I apologize, I mean no disrespect, Myra, but I would love for you to look back at the dates of the text, because it was not 2.5 years that they discussed the actual crime.
There are Facebook messages. They were talking
Guys,
through
I've
different
got something.
platforms.
I've
There's a
got
lot of
something here.
information that we do not that is missing.
Can I? Because it's burning my tongue. I'm so sorry. I've got to say this
Only
one.
text messages
Can I-
that we got are the text messages leading to the final days before the unaliving, but they were talking for a while.
Dreamer,
And also,
hold on, wait,
also,
wait, wait.
no, Sassy,
Everyone-
hold on, because I just need to say this. It's not about Dreamer at the minute. Just on this subject before I forget. The admin actually released something, which was a message between Nick and one of his friends, and it was dated a year prior. And it was Nick saying that she changed her mind again and that he didn't know where he was at. Essentially, he's saying, like, I'm done with her changing her mind. She needs to make up her mind what she wants. And this is dated a whole year prior. So we already know with that evidence that a year before the unaliving, she was changing her mind backwards and forwards, and Nick didn't know where he was at a year before. So we've got evidence that it was going on for at least that long, at least. So
Right, and I only said because Myra said 2.5 years, that's why I made that statement.
yeah, because I've heard Bree say this as well, and that was something that I thought, like, in response to what Bree had said on her live, because in my opinion, for them to be at the point where they've already hatched up multiple plans and she's already changed her mind a few times, that would indicate that at that point it had already been going on for a fair few months. So I think there's kind of evidence to point that it's going on between 2 to the 1 year mark prior.
They started talking in 2012. They were talking to each other online since then. There was a relationship, an online relationship for that long. They were talking for that long.
Dreamer, I was going to ask for Dreamer when she was up here earlier, but have you guys, like, heard the FOIA documents properly?
May I make a statement? Also, every single medical procedure that Gypsy had to have was medically necessary, including the eye corrective surgery. Everything that is stated in her medical documents has been proven. So Dee Dee did not have MVP. She did not create medical fraud. Every single doctor agreed she needed this surgery for her corrective eye surgery, at least when it comes to that, and the feeding tube.
Do you mind if I share the letter of the feeding tube?
Yes, please. Share them some proof, because I'm
Jessica,
sorry.
can you please
Though,
take me out of the
Sassy,
big
hold on,
box?
hold on. Look, at the end of the day, if Crystal walks away from this still viewing things how she views them, that's entirely up to her, and we all take our own
Right.
perspective from this, and that's absolutely fine. And me and Crystal, you know, we've not had these conversations before because we agree to disagree on this subject. So at the end of the day, we'll still walk away from this conversation friends, and if she still, you know, agrees with what she's always agreed in, that's absolutely fine.
But I also think that if Gypsy were to stop putting out this narrative that her mom had MVP when she does not, and everything was medically needed, and take accountability for that part, this would all be over with. When it's medically in her files. And I'm not saying I want to change your mind. I'm not saying you're going to, at the end of the day, you're going to believe what you want to believe. But if she took some sort of accountability for it, it would be done with.
Can I say something, Sassy?
Yes.
Okay. For the ones that are saying, the experts, they say, they proven, blah blah blah. First, respectfully, they even admitted they never examined Didi or Gypsy, and they only have the information because the family and Gypsy. Second, also they admitted they didn't read all the medical records. They only get the information for all the documentaries. Third, Gypsy keep changing her stories.
Correct.
Gypsy keep contradicting herself. And we're not saying that Didi is innocent, and we're not saying that Gypsy didn't
Correct.
suffer any kind of abuse. What
Exactly.
we're saying that she keeps lying and she keeps manipulating the public, and
Right.
that is not okay. She's even the even we are concerned because they're young, vulnerable girls following her.
Right.
And they're gonna think that killing your mom and unaliving your mom.
Hold on a second.
Huh?
Go ahead. I need to address this comment for a second.
Okay.
Evelyn, are you not looking at the timestamp below? This was faxed to the doctors in Missouri in 2007. Do I have to show you another document where you can actually see Didi's signature requesting these records to be sent over to them for the past 5 years? Do you have a problem with what you're seeing? Come up on panel.
And Aleph, I agree 110%. And I think
And
that
Cece, no, they're not lies. They're records. She
Yeah.
didn't make them. Christy gave it to her. And people didn't change the opinion because fancy. Nobody, most of the people, Gypsy, even Gypsy supporters, they're changing. They're not supporting her anymore because they start seeing her lies.
Right.
First, she say to the parole board, she was reformed and she's gonna advocate, and then she start promoting herself. All the movies, documentaries, and everything, they're scripted, edited, and they're biased, and they're edited to make Gypsy look like a victim. And we're not saying that she wasn't abused. We're saying
Yeah.
that she wasn't abused like she says she did.
Right. And I've
Yes.
always stated
Uh-huh.
that too. I said there could have been some sort of abuse, but it wasn't medical.
But how much abuse is okay?
And
Like,
no
what
abuse,
level
but
of
we're
abuse
not.
is
But here's the
acceptable?
But that
Chris-
is not the excuse
Crystal,
to
we're
kill
not saying
someone.
abuse is okay. We're not
Exactly.
saying that. We're not saying that it's okay to be abused. What we are saying, what she is claiming to be being abused, which is medically being abused by Didi, that is
Excuse
a
me,
false
Evelyn.
narrative.
Don't address me how. Get out of this live stream if you don't like it. Simple as that.
There might have been some sort of abuse, and an abuse in any type of situation is never going to be okay. But her abuse that she is claiming is a false narrative, and she's influencing people and children, and they are believing that it's okay to go out and murder somebody because you're being abused. That is what people are getting from this situation. There are already 4 cases that have acted on that alone.
Oh, yeah. She was 1000% abused to go ahead and manipulate somebody to do the deed for her, right? Oh, that's
Also
excusable.
sleeping with guys and making videos naked, playing with a toothbrush. Yeah, so abused. So abused that she was swimming with the dolphins and meeting famous people.
Also, let's not forget the fact that she went to Disney 3 separate times with her mom.
And also
Okay, can I
shaving
also
her
say
head.
that the Turpin kids went to Disney as well?
Okay,
Kids
give
that
me a
are
second.
abused
But they were
mutate traits.
severely abused, not like Gypsy, hun.
Shaving her head is not abuse. Did you know why they shaved the head? Because Didi had cancer,
Yeah,
and they were in a fundraiser.
she was
And
trying to
what
support her
what do
mom.
you
That would
know
be
if
okay.
maybe Gypsy have
Shaving a
fleas
head
or
in
something?
support of a
And
cancer.
nobody know the Gypsy never complained about shaving the head. That is not abuse. I have friends they shave their head. That is not abuse. They keep bringing the wheelchair. What? How do you know that was a
Alice.
Gypsy the one that say, "Mommy, I want the wheelchair. Mommy, I cannot walk"? Why? Where is the proof where say Didi forced her to sit in the chair? What? Where is the
Where's the
proof?
proof to say that she didn't?
Is why I'm saying, and you're missing the point. The point is not that the crime is not about, even if it was abuse, that is doesn't excuse to plot the mom murder, the murder
I
of her
agree
mom
with you.
for
I
over 2
agree
years
with you.
when she was
Guess
sleeping
what?
with guys,
But
and
Crystal,
only she was sneaking
can
out of the bed
Alice,
of the house.
can I say this to Crystal, and maybe this will make her understand it better? There are people. You're
It's
saying
not
that
that she doesn't understand it. She just has a different perspective.
no,
So
and
she
I'm not.
understands it fine.
But I just want to state this: that you say that you understand it, and that you say that it's not okay to murder somebody, but then why is it okay for somebody to say Dee Dee deserved what she got?
Right, listen.
I don't
Champagne
agree
would
with
like
that.
to come up on panel, and I'm going to set some ground rules here before
There
I let
are
you go.
certain people
Listen,
though.
Sassy, hold on. Some
Wait,
people,
what? Champagne case coming up?
yeah, and I'm going to set some
Oh,
ground
God.
rules before she
Okay.
comes up. These are going to be the ground rules. No one is talking over anybody. Nobody. Nobody is going to be disrespectful upon this panel. And the first time you raise your voice, you will be booted and you will not be allowed back. So if you want to accept them terms, you're welcome to come up and have a conversation. But other than that, we ain't going to be doing it.
I hope he is listening.
Okay, no, Key.
Sorry, someone sent me this.
Okay, so I've
Can
got
y'all
a
hear
couple
me?
of things I just wanted to
Yeah,
ask
we can hear you.
as well. Just quickly. Obviously, if we're
Hold
going
on, y'all. I'm
like
trying to hear y'all. Give me a second.
if we're going into detail on like the abuse.
Hello, ladies. How y'all doing?
Here
Hi,
come the
Hi.
goddamn train.
I'm Bonjour. I'm very respectful. And I wanted to get on here quick and say about that person who said about the Jordan Trippins. I did research on that person. I work in medical prison. I do my research on cases, and I've seen a lot of these cases. Jordan Trippin did go to the Walt Disneyland, but they went only one time so the parent can show to the family a Christmas card that they're so-called were happy. They were not allowed to talk to nobody, not allowed to say hi to nobody, and stay in that hotel room. And that woman, now she's a woman, she talks with fear and scare. She's not profiting off the crime of her parents. Her parents are locked up for life. She's not profiting off, she's not making money. She goes silent, and y'all can go to her page. She does video, makeup tutorials. She's not here profiting off her crime like Gypsy Rose.
Yeah.
And that child could not even talk, speak, or read. She could barely speak, tell them the address. She didn't know. She risked her life with her siblings and sneaked out of the window. One of the children ran back inside the place, but Jordan ran out the window and risked her life. And they told her, "What is your address?" She said, "Address?" And she gave numbers, and the 911 said, "Those are numbers. Are you on medication?" "What is medication?" That child didn't even know what was medication. And they were dirty. The parents did not give them a bath. And they go, "When's the last time you took a bath?" "Bath? More than a year." So there was real victims there.
And that's the major thing about this case is that she is still continually even getting
Yes.
out of prison, profiting
Gypsy.
off of her mother's death and putting out a false narrative.
Yes, and about Gypsy too. If she could have opened that door to Nick to come in, she could have opened that door and walk out. She could have bought a ticket for Nick to come. She could have bought a ticket to go over there with him. If she could have sent nude pictures to her father, she could have sent an email to her father saying they're doing this to me. If she could have got online to look for men to do her dirty job, she could online to get help and send a video to the police station saying, "My mother's doing this." Just the way she sent a video, to Nick had instructed him to do the crime. So she
Funny,
had
'cause
all the
even-
tools in her hand.
Yeah, and even in the deposition, she admitted to Nick's previous lawyer.
And Jordan Trippins did not have nothing. She had a cell phone disconnected, and she saw Justin Bieber, and she did not even ask to go see Justin Bieber like she did, like she wanted to see Taylor Swift and all this. Jordan Trippins says, Justin Bieber inspired me, and I looked at his video, and what she recorded was a Barbie doll camera that had in the front when they used to sell the Barbie doll camera on them. That's why. So
My
she
point
had all
was
those
to only
evidence.
say that just because you went to Disney doesn't mean you were
Me?
or were not abused.
Yes.
Period.
And how many times did Gypsy go? She was an adult when she went there. She could have spoken. And she even said in the interrogation, I walked and danced in VIP room, all sugar up.
No, she
not
did not
even
say she
mention
was.
that she was abused. She did not even mention
Never in the
that she was
interrogation
abused.
mentioned saying, my mother did this to me. That strategy came up for Mike Stanfield, came up with that. But she was getting first time, lifetime in prison to death row. That was she getting until they came to that strategy and she took the plea deal. Because if she was to not take the plea deal, she would have been in there right now.
Why was she offered the plea deal?
When Mike Stanfield came up with that strategy and she had to take it.
But why was she offered the plea deal from the court system?
You're quite sure, right? I'm gonna Google it up and see and make my research.
No, we can't. No, the MPT Cornerstone came up with the not saying theory, but they.
Oh yeah, that's right.
They were trying to explain why.
Yes. So I have all my notes in my office and everything. I do a lot of researches and a lot of things. So, but she had all the strategies. There were no excuse. She had all the strategies.
Which is why I was trying to say that in the deposition with Nick's prior attorneys, she did tell the attorneys that when her mother would ask her
Thank you for the crime.
if she wanted to come
yes.
with her to do these errands, she would convince her mother that to let her stay in the house, and she would stay in the house. Now, if Dee Dee was this controlling, abusive mom, why would she let Gypsy stay in her house? Do you have any idea how much opportunity she had to leave that house when her mother left to do errands? She had plenty of opportunity to do that. She talked to her neighbor, who was her best friend. She could have told her the situation. So there's no excuse here.
And she had plenty of
whatsoever.
chances to get help. If
And
she
y'all know
needed
what,
help.
ladies? What I discovered too? Y'all know that DNA they did in Lifetime? That people saying that's kin circle date of birth? Date of birth, their baby's date of birth. Bottom is when they did the DNA test. I'm not an expert on DNA, but I believe that's how it is.
Hold on,
Date of birth of the baby.
Bree, there are numerous abuse victims who do leave, and they
Yes.
do get out of the situation without murdering
Exactly.
somebody. There are many, many cases where they call the police and act like they're a pizza, and the police have to act like they're a pizza delivery guy.
There's
Go
one
look
little
it up.
girl, I don't remember the name of that little girl. She called to Little Caesars and asked for help on the abuse that she would be going through.
Go look
And
it up, because seriously, if you're saying that she didn't have she could have gotten help the minute that she went to go visit Dan at the hospital.
And then the one
Come on.
the
Seen
girl in the
movie
basement.
Sleeping with the Enemy.
The
Have
girl in the
any of you
basement?
seen the movie? Have any of you seen the movie Sleeping with the Enemy?
Yes.
Would you?
And the girl in the basement. How many years
Yes.
did she go through abuse by her father? The girl in the
What did
basement.
she do?
Did she unalive her father? The girl in the basement.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are so many, but she's saying that there are people that don't go out and that
It is
leave
a
their
movie,
abuser.
yes.
Okay, but
there
they're
are
missing the
people
point.
who never leave their abuser, and they
There
get
are
unalive.
people, but there are people that do, and they
And
do
there are
try to
people.
get help, and but
Yes.
she had so many
Every single
chances.
person is different. Every
Yes.
single person is
It
different.
doesn't matter
You
because she
cannot
had the
say what
opportunity
one
to
person
leave.
would do.
And
One
there's
at a
some
time,
people that
please.
fall in love with the
You cannot-
abuser. There's some people
You
that fall in love with
cannot
the abuser
say
too.
what one
One at a
person
time,
would do
ladies.
unless you're in that scenario.
All right, so
For me
let me ask
Sorry,
something.
can I say
I'm
something
never
quick?
gonna say what someone else should do.
Okay, so
Crystal.
let me put it this way for you, Crystal. If it wasn't for Nicholas Godejohn, she wouldn't be out here in the streets, thanks to
Was-
him. So that's her hero.
Was it
That's
okay
correct.
for was it
But he
okay for
had
her?
the chance to say no as well.
But was it
But
okay
she's
for her to
out thanks
manipulate
to
an
her.
autistic man to do the deed because she couldn't do it herself? Was it okay?
She's
That's
out thanks to him though.
No.
Yeah,
I
she
don't
is.
agree that
Oh
Dee Dee
no,
should
she
have been
washed her
murdered.
hands clean. She
She
washed her
should
hands
not
clean.
have
She's
been
out.
murdered.
All she
Did
had to
you-
have
okay,
is
so
a
then,
plot.
so you guys are so
I
your
don't
side is
condone it.
disregarding that. That's side.
Oh,
I
So
don't
you guys are
condone-
disregarding that.
Yep.
No,
All she
ma'am.
needed to
Abuse
have a
no,
plot.
Abuse
One
plot
at a
and
time,
someone to
guys.
blame.
One at a time. Just once, one at a time.
All she had to have is a plot and someone to blame. All she had to do that. Well, ladies, I'm gonna have to get down, but thank you for letting me up here. I
Thank
just
you,
want
Bojo.
to address that.
Thank you, Bojo.
Thank you, honey.
Abuse or not
Love
abuse,
you.
she
Love you
hasn't
too.
changed. She said that she was reformed. She said to the parole board she was reformed. She is not reformed. Forget about abuse or not the abuse. You're missing the point. She's still lying. She's manipulating young kids. She is keep changing her stories, even if she was abused.
And
She's
what
still
advocacy
lying
has
and
she
profiting from her
done?
crime.
She claims she
How
wants
is
to
it
do all
okay to
this
tell
advocacy.
somebody? Do you tell victims of rape that they have to advocate for grape?
No, but
I was
this
great,
is what
lady.
she
I was
stated,
great.
Crystal.
So was
She
For
I.
someone
stated she
that
wanted
needed
to
I'm
do
not
drugs
that.
and I
advocating
didn't
for
kill
it.
him.
I'm
Right,
not
guys.
advocating for it.
One at a time. Because Crystal is up here on her own, and there's multiple of us and one of her, and we're all talking. So let's keep it a one at a time. But I would like to ask then, do you think 8.5 years was enough for what she did? For her part, Crystal? You okay?
I personally don't have any. I wasn't in the jury. I wasn't in the court system. I wasn't a judge. I don't judge. If I had an issue with the time that she received, I would be speaking and trying to advocate for the laws to be changed. I
then
do
that's-
know that she personally did say in Nicholas's appeal that she thought he should get 15 years, not life. But nobody wants to talk about that.
So she did say that in the appeal and stuff, and then obviously the way she used to speak when she was still in prison on her documentaries sounded one way. However, once she's come out, she's referred to him as, does that sound like an autistic little buttercup to you? She said that he should spend the rest of his life in prison.
And that he was a psycho.
And he's a psycho. She's referred to him as many horrible things since being released. So it's okay to sit there when she's still incarcerated and show a certain level of remorse, but I think a lot of the anger towards Gypsy comes from the fact that she said she was going to advocate and she has not advocated. Aside from reading about Munchausen syndrome by proxy from a Google page, that's the only advocating she's done for anybody.
And Jasmine, I also point this out because this is a very important factor that she has stated, and this is a quote from Gypsy herself. I won't always be on parole. That is a soft threat. That's not a threat, but that's a soft threat.
Well, I think she's immature, and I don't think she thinks about the things she says, and that's
How,
definitely used.
how do you think that's a threat, if you don't mind me asking?
Because it's saying that I'm not always going to be on parole, Bree. How
Right,
is
so I
that-
can one day
meaning-
defend
meaning,
myself.
okay, that is, no.
So I can one day defend myself.
Defend yourself against what? Murdering another human being?
No, defend myself against people who say shit about her every single day.
Why does she need to
Why don't
defend
you just-
herself? Why
Because
can't
she's
she
allowed
ignore
to,
it?
because she's a human being. Everybody's allowed to defend themselves.
Okay, but then
mean,
what
it's
would you say
crime.
to everything I've just said, Brie? Because she
I'm sorry,
sat
what?
inside and she said one thing about Nick, and then now she's come out, she does nothing but demonize him. Tell me one good thing she said about him since being released from prison.
Okay, I'll tell you. She says that she feels like the night of the crime that she took two lives. She feels like she felt like she took 2 lives that night.
Okay, so that's one statement versus how many
Okay,
other
well, you said
statements-
say one, so I said one.
Okay, but then versus how many other statements? And can you see this is why people have such an issue? Because you
So
cannot
at
have
first,
it both
if you
ways.
notice, she used to actually say, like, I wish him the best stuff. It wasn't until, for one, people, all these documents that have come out, no one's been pointing out the blatant abuse that Gypsy suffered from Nick. They only point out the stupid crap about the toothbrush and stuff. How do you think that makes her feel? Knowing there's
Are you
posts out
wait?
there. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hold on. There was 154 videos, and most of them were made by her to him.
And as
Explain
well,
that.
I read
just
all of
further
them.
to
I read
that,
all of them. Did you see what most of them from her were? Her
yeah.
apologizing to him, her making videos for him, and it states it's for him. And I never said all of them. I'm going through my one where she's doing a humiliation test, and a cop noted that she was visibly upset and crying and begging to please pass the test so she can stop.
Okay, then,
Nobody.
well, can I
I'm sorry,
just
what?
say, sorry to interrupt you, can I just say then, what about the ones where she's threatening to grape Nick?
Oh,
What
the
about
one,
the ones
well,
where
the
she's
one where he
threatening
told
to
her to make a video saying how she would do that to him. Because there's that one. I mean, that's a response to his video.
And
We can pull.
second to that, the fact that she did the toothbrush, if it was Nick that forced her to do all of this, then why does he
When did we say she was
Bridewell?
forced to put a toothbrush in her? When did we say that?
No,
A
but
woman
the
that's 20 years
narrative
old
has
can't
been
pleasure herself?
so with a toothbrush,
Okay,
really?
but you're still,
Yeah,
but
look
Bree,
online. That's
you're
actually a
still
one
going with
item that's around the
the
house
fact
that
that
you can
she's
use.
been
It's on
medically
a
abused.
list.
But Bree, you're still going with the fact that she's still
But
been
she did
medically
that for Dan
abused.
Glidewell. That's my point.
Okay.
She did that for
And
Who
Dan.
she
said
Dan
hasn't.
so?
testified
People
to
who
that.
get abused can't sexually pleasure themselves?
So she did that with Dan first, though.
What?
She did that to Dan first. Dan testified that she'd sent videos of herself pleasuring herself with a toothbrush.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything though?
So she
That's
used to
not
send those kind of videos to
okay.
Dan,
Well, there's nothing
but
wrong
then
with sending those kind of videos to
but
somebody.
then that
That
goes
means that
against
she keeps
So that's
lying
screams
and changing
abuse,
her
right?
stories.
How
yeah,
did
so
I say
that
those
goes
were
against
abusive?
no, that goes against the narrative of Nick instructing her to do those things. If she
And I
did
never
them
said that
right,
Nick instructed her to do those.
oh, so it's
And
just selective
how
then. The
Nick
ones
No,
that
it's the
instructed her?
ones. No, the ones that Nick instructed her to do are the ones that say that. What y'all are putting words into my mouth. There are videos. They literally say that. I'm not adding anything else. There are videos that say Victor instructed or Nick instructed, and then there are ones that he didn't instruct.
But she
Ones
sent
like
the
that
script to
aren't
him.
weird and aren't
and the Ruby. Okay, so then specifically the Ruby video where she introduces herself and she says that she likes to steal, grape, unalive, and that she'd unalive somebody with pleasure. That was not an instructed video. That was a gypsy's own video. That was a gypsy.
Actually, we can pull it up. It says Nick instructed me to make this video.
Or what about the
We can pull it up. I'm
report?
just saying.
What
I'm
about the
only
police
going
Just
off the
report?
understand something, Bree. They had a BDSM relationship. They
Wait, so
both
wait,
were into
because I
that
was
kind of
able to
stuff.
prove that. Wait, do
They
you
were
know what
both into
BDSM
it.
is?
And
BDSM,
also
do you know who's in
into that
control?
kind of stuff. You don't
Do you
understand?
know
They were
who's in
both into that
control
kind
with
of stuff.
BDSM? Do you know
Nobody's
who's
They
in
were
supposed to be
both
control,
into
controlling?
that
Bree.
kind of
Bree.
stuff. It's on the documents, honey. They were both
Nobody's in
into
I
that
know
kind of
that.
stuff.
I'm
Nobody's in
sorry.
control when you're in a BDSM relationship. It is purely about consent and safe words.
No, actually,
That's
someone
fine.
is in control.
Well,
The sub
ultimately
is
they
in
are, because
control.
as soon
But
as
it's
you
a
say your
play
safe
role. It's a
word,
play
A
role.
sub is in control. The person who is supposed to be the submissive is in control.
but as soon as the
And you're
safe
supposed
word's said, then the role
right, and
play
there
is
was no safe
broken.
word. You're proving my point. There was no safe word.
Exactly.
It
So
was
Nick,
role playing.
Exactly.
It was role
Exactly.
playing on both ends.
hold
Well,
on,
and
who
can
has
you explain?
autism
Then can
and
you
is
explain?
developmentally
Okay, well,
delayed.
One at
I'm
a
gonna
time,
mute
I'm
please.
not
while
gonna.
y'all
One
I'm
at a
not gonna
time.
do the whole
One
I'm
at
gonna
a
talk.
mute while
time.
y'all
Let
talk,
Jess,
okay?
excuse me. Let Jess talk, please. Thank
I'm
you.
not gonna do that. I'm really not gonna do that. It's my life. Be respectful or don't come up. Simple.
That's why I
So
said I'm going to mute.
yeah, I wasn't just talking to you. I was talking to everybody. So damn, I lost my train of thought now. So Myra, can you help me out? Where was I?
We were talking about the role playing and
Okay,
that
yeah.
yeah.
So once the safe word's spoken, that's when the role playing finishes. Nick was an individual who had autism and he is delayed. His understanding of these things would not have been as developed as Gypsy, as we already know she'd experienced all these things with Dan and who knows who else, as Dan testified in court.
That's not true, though.
But he testified that in
He
court.
did not
So
testify that they experienced these same exact things.
he said
It
they
was
had a
nothing like
BDSM
this.
relationship.
No, he actually did not say the word BDSM.
He did.
No, he didn't. I could pull up the document right now.
Go for it, because he definitely
Okay.
did say that they
He
send.
definitely didn't say the word BDSM. He didn't.
Okay, well, he did. He most
Okay, well, I'll
likely
pull it up.
did.
That's fine. I won't argue about it until I pull it up. So,
Okay, that's cool. So whilst you're getting those documents up, as I was saying, she, in my opinion, she was always going to be in control there. You talk about the submissive and all of that. She had the upper hand just based on Nick's IQ. And I'm sorry, Nick's not a stupid individual. And just
y'all
because he has
make
a
it
low
seem that way.
IQ, no, I don't do that. I do not do
A
that.
lot of people do because
I
y'all
don't.
excuse everything he's done with.
No, I don't. Individuals with autism are absolutely incredible individuals, because if they are
Yeah, they
passionate about
are.
the subject and that is their hyperfixation, they will teach you better than any teacher could ever teach you. However, if it comes to walking across the road and knowing whether it's safe to do that without and having the knowledge to stop and look both ways, they don't possess that knowledge. They don't have that street smart and that instinct and intuition that most of us possess. So therefore, when he was being manipulated, he wouldn't have had that inner voice inside him to say, hold on a minute, this isn't right. Or when he was asked to do something very extreme, very illegal and very not okay, he wouldn't have had that knowledge to sit there and go, I shouldn't do this. He was in his role play world, he was in his hyperfixation, and all of it was his role play. So he was in that. And there was nothing that was going to take him away from that. If you are a parent with a child with autism, you know that battle of when they fixate on something so hard that you cannot pull them away from it. Nick's own mum sat in that interview and effectively said the same thing, that he had fixated on her and nothing could be done to stop him from doing so. And I'm
So you
sorry,
don't think?
you can't argue that.
So you don't think at McDonald's when he told the police that he would never grape someone that's like you, that's why he likes to watch it, you don't think that was a red flag that his parents should have?
Okay, since you're bringing this up, but what about the police report that was made?
What about
That
it?
Nina had posted on her page for
I
the whole
don't look at
world to
anything
see.
Nina puts out, so you're gonna have to give me another source.
No, it is a valid source. Nina posted proof of the police report of where Gypsy had gone to the police about her naming and graping the child.
Bree, we don't believe
About
you
going?
either. You
Wait a
told
minute.
Gypsy to lie
Oh
to
wait,
her
about going
PO.
to the police about graping
Yeah,
the child?
about Nick raping their unborn child.
What do you mean going to? You mean she made a video? Like,
No,
what
she
was?
made a statement to the police.
What does that have to do with anything?
That has a lot to do with it.
Because that was something you never seen the text messages where he's definitely into that.
Can you just read that? We got
Yeah,
more, don't
so
worry. I got all the Dan Glidewell stuff, so I got it
it's
already.
in an 8-minute video dated August 11th, 2014. Damona addresses Nicholas as her slave and informs him there are new rules and that her punishment of him will be extreme. She will cause him pain by making him strip and graping him with her so hard that he will scream to stop. She will be meaner and meaner until he submits to her. She says that she is a bitch and he should not dare to cross her. At the end, she touches herself and tells Nicholas that that is all he will get for now. Because trial counsel failed to investigate and present this evidence, the jury never heard or saw this information, which would have countered the state's theory.
You want to go to evidence and get the actual video? Because I found multiple errors in there on the state side too. And they said that was a video that Nick instructed her to make. It's in the evidence. If you go to the evidence, not the appeal, this is an argument. You have to separate the argument from the evidence. Go to the documents where it reads out the videos, and
Okay,
that video they're talking about literally says Nick
okay,
instructed me to make this video.
great. If you want to go on direct facts then, on direct examination, counsel asked Gypsy how many boyfriends she had prior to Nicholas, and Gypsy
Okay.
replied, none.
Because she
Is
was
that
never
fact?
Dan's girlfriend.
Okay, but then she sat on multiple documentaries and made out like it was this big love affair to the point she was going to run away with him.
Wait, just because she said she liked someone and that she talked to him on the internet, so wait, because you insinuated that she never once said that Dan was her boyfriend ever.
Okay.
Continue
She
reading.
didn't. And y'all praised Becca Scoops. Didn't Becca Scoops say that her damn self? Even Dan's friend said that. If you go to Dan's friend's statements, There's witness statements that are out there in Megan Starr catalog. Dan's friends even stated that Dan was never Gypsy's boyfriend.
Do you know, like, those videos where you show somebody how to do it 3 times and then they still look at you and don't know how to do it? I feel like this is the situation because it's like no matter how much proof you get shown.
Wait, what do you mean? No, you
Exactly.
just don't like whenever I come back with some. Like,
Honey,
girl,
like, we're
if the
not done
girl, if
here.
the girl
Don't
wasn't
wait,
his
I can literally
girlfriend.
hear your brain glitching to come up with something in response to
Wait,
what
how am I?
I'm
My
saying.
brain's glitching.
Like, you're
Girl,
having to, like, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any way, shape, or
no,
form,
you're
but you're
actually
like,
judging me wrong. You're actually
I,
judging me wrong. I'm
okay,
answering
well,
you back.
my
Okay,
opinion.
then can you show us the evidence of of what you're talking about? Because right now
I know
you're
what
not
she's
showing us
talking
anything.
about. I know what
Yeah,
she's talking about. Those are the like
well, I can pull it up
videos. I know.
myself since I'm the one talking about it.
Bree, respectfully, do you know Gypsy?
Do I know Gypsy?
You don't know her.
Yes, I do know her.
You know her, but you don't know her. You don't
How do
know
you
really
know how
know
much I
her.
know someone?
You cannot really know someone.
How do you not? How do you?
Look,
Can you tell me?
okay,
Okay, one of your friends. I don't know. We're gonna say one of you. I don't know. Like, think of one of your friends in your head. Do you really know them? I don't think you
no,
do. I don't think you do because I'm saying that. Like, what?
no, wait and listen, please, respectfully. Look, Melissa Moore. Her dad was a serial killer. And
Okay.
what happened? They never found out until he was arrested.
Okay.
My own sister, narcissistic sister, was my abuser all my life. And they thought I was the rebel, the bad one, and the one that caused all the fights and the hitting and everything until I was 3 years ago in visiting, and they realized the one was even she fooled my mom and was my own sister, and everybody loves
You're
her,
using your
and
own
she was sweet
experience.
and things. You can never know anyone, even if it's your
Okay.
family.
Okay. Then I guess I don't know. I don't know my mom. I don't know my sister. I don't know my. I don't know anybody. Then I
What I'm
guess.
saying, you don't live with Gypsy. You don't
Okay.
really know her. Even
No.
if you're her friend, you
Just like y'all
never
don't really know
really know
Nick.
her
You know,
friend.
y'all don't
She
really
can
know
be a
Nick.
serial killer and you don't realize
Right.
that.
Y'all don't really know Nick. I don't really know Gypsy. You're right. We don't really know
Wait
these.
a minute. Hold it right there. The host knows him and she talks to him. She sent him
Wait a
emails.
minute. That's just like me saying I know Gypsy and I talk to her. That's my point. That
Okay,
is my
but just
point.
because you talk to somebody doesn't mean what they're speaking on is actual facts, Bree.
Oh my God.
Well,
So just like Nick,
So
just
that
because
would be
Nick
the
says it doesn't
same
mean it's
both
facts.
ways.
I can say the
That would be
same
the same
thing.
both ways.
Bree, a lot of the videos were deleted. And this is just a report of some of those videos.
Okay, well, we're not talking about the one. We're talking about the one that you referred to that you pulled up.
But we're talking, the FOIA does include some things that were in the evidence. So why are you ignoring that? But then you just
I'm
want to
not
point out to
ignoring that. I'm
this.
speaking on I'm speaking on only what we were
Okay,
talking
but
about.
Gypsy is not innocent
And
either.
nobody
So
said
that's what
she
we're pointing
was.
out.
Nobody said that Gypsy was
Okay, so
innocent.
then again, she's out. Thank God. Thanks to Nick, right?
Why
Forget
thanks
about
she's
forget
out thanks
about
to Nick? No.
no. She's free from her mother's abuse, right?
Okay,
Right?
yeah.
She had a justification to unalive her
I
mother.
mean,
She's
the
free
abuse
from her
that y'all
mother's
say
abuse.
doesn't exist, but
Who did?
yes.
Yeah, it does not exist
I
because
mean,
we
it
have the
did, but
evidence. It
it
doesn't
did, but
exist. No, it
because
doesn't.
you
What
were
did her mother
there.
do? What
Because
did
you
her
were
mother do
there.
to her? What did her mother do to her? Tell me. Come on,
What
since
did
you know
our
her so
mother
well.
do
What
to
did her mother
her?
do? What did her mother do to her? Yes, come on, answer that.
Okay, this is not
Okay.
being respectful, Myra. I
It's
apologize
not. It's not. But
respectfully.
Crystal, wait. I'm fucking used to people not respecting me, Crystal. So it's okay. How did she get it? How was she abused? Well, let's see. Her mother made her sit in a wheelchair damn near her whole life. And before y'all say, oh no, actually she didn't. No, her mother gave 4 different reasons of why she was in a wheelchair in her medical records. Okay, 4 different reasons. She told doctors she was paralyzed from birth. She told them she was quadriplegic, and then she told doctors that she was paralyzed from a car wreck, and then she also told doctors she was paralyzed from a seizure. 4 different reasons, 2 different paraplegic and then quadriplegic. Okay. Also, Gypsy's mother always knew she had a chromosomal disorder, but yet never told a single doctor when she went to Missouri. Isn't that strange? Someone who loves and cares about their daughter so much, you would think she would tell a doctor that. Also, her mother lied and said she had cancer and shaved her head. A girl throughout her entire life never got to have hair past her damn shoulders. Okay, she had a shaved head mostly her whole life. Okay, her mother knew she didn't have muscular dystrophy because they told her mother multiple times she didn't, yet she still got tested for it.
Muscular dystrophy, though, is a part of the chromosomal disorder, Bree.
She did have muscle
And she didn't
atrophy.
have it.
She
Whoever
did
said
have
that.
muscle atrophy, though. She did have that.
No, she didn't.
Well, it's in the
On
medical
her
record.
medical records, hon.
It's on
Hun,
it.
hun, I've
If you
seen.
look on
I
her
can
medical
promise
records,
you,
it's on
I've
it.
seen more medical records than anyone in this entire life.
Okay,
Okay,
then
well,
bring
you
him
can
out.
say it isn't, but it's there in
Bring him
black
out.
and
Why
white.
do you need to see Gypsy's private medical records? Like
Bree
what?
with the
It's
facts.
so
Come on,
audacity
show us
for
the
me.
facts, Bree. Show us the facts. I'm
Bree,
looking
Because we're
forward to them.
asking,
You see, I love how y'all
show
can't.
us,
What? I already
show us
proved.
the receipt,
How
show
many
us
ways does she? I have to prove
we're
that she was
trying to be
abused. Can I
respectful.
finish speaking? Can I finish speaking respectfully?
If you
Okay.
tone
So,
it down a
anyways,
little bit, yeah, you
first
can.
of all, I'll turn it down when y'all start respecting me. Okay. So,
Queen. All right, Queen.
so okay. Didn't I mute while y'all were speaking? I believe so. I did. So Gypsy's mother, like I said, never told a doctor she had a chromosome disorder. Also, muscle dystrophy
Do you
is
have
not
any idea
a
when
whole.
was the testing available for a chromosomal disorder, Bree? Did you do
Yeah,
research on that?
Wait, are
not
you
letting her
serious? You're ready
finish.
for that one? Oh no, I'm glad she said that, Crystal. Oh, actually, in 2008, the specific microdeletion that Gypsy had was not noticed in anyone until 2008. But guess what? Since I don't know, probably before my mother was even born, they were able to tell if someone had a chromosomal disorder. So maybe watch before you say something, because y'all are thinking that
All
there's a
right,
difference between having a chromosomal disorder and the specific one you have. Her mother
Bree, I'm just
always
going to
knew
correct you
she
here
had a
because
chromosome
chromosome
disorder.
1 still has around 46 different genes that has not been detected within it yet.
What
So
does that have to do with anything I just
so
said?
that's actually where the microdeletion 1q2 1.1
I
actually
know
comes
where
from.
I know that. That
So
has
that
nothing to
is
do with the
where
fact that
that's
she had a
relevant, and
chromosome
that is why
disorder.
that's important, because that is
No, it's
still
not important because all
still being
chromosome
looked
disorders
into and
have
investigated.
overlapping. Okay. Well, I'll
No,
never
they
be able to
don't.
explain it because y'all will never let me. So I'll go on mute until you're done.
Okay, thank you. That'd be great because then I could actually speak. So
I'm
that
sorry, but I didn't know my turn was not done. I wasn't over. I'm so sorry, Jessica.
it's okay, Brie. Don't worry about it.
Bree, you're the one being disrespectful right now.
And I'd just like to
I'm being
remind you, I'm
disrespectful because
showing you
I'm getting
more
fucking cut
respect
off
than what you ever showed me when I came on your panel. So respectfully, let's just remember how I was treated over on your side, and really you should be glad that you're being given this level of respect here on my panel, because I don't have to show you any respect at all. You're a nobody to me, and I'm a nobody to you.
You
come
came in
over
my
here
live and
and
disrespected
you've
me,
requested up
Jessica.
onto my panel, Brie.
Okay,
I
do
did
you
not
want to
invite
continue?
you.
Because I never even got to finish my answers, and I would love to.
Well, if you're going to stop being so rude to everybody, Myra, don't shout. Brie, stop talking over people. Sassy, stop talking over people.
It was my
There you go.
turn. What do you mean?
Oh, did you get your talking spoon out? I'm so sorry.
I thought. Oh, this is fucking annoying.
It's my turn.
No, it was. What I'm saying is just a little while ago, y'all asked me a question, I was answering it. And then y'all cut me off and you said, stop talking over people. I was answering a question. Was
Okay,
I not?
just breathe. It's good.
Wait,
Everybody
what do you
blew
mean
out.
just
We'll all
breathe?
take a breath.
I'm
We'll all
completely
breathe in.
fine. Do y'all see how y'all do that to people? I was asked a question, I was answering it, and then I got cut off, and then I get told that I'm over talking people when I was explaining my answer and y'all cut me off.
Right. Okay. So go on. Continue.
What I was saying about chromosome disorders is that no matter what specific one you have, a doctor can still tell at birth that you have a chromosome disorder. And all chromosome disorders have overlapping symptoms. And Gypsy's chromosome disorder, that specific, there is not one specific thing that only caters to that single disorder. So yes, it's very important that her mother never told a single doctor when they moved to Missouri, or it's not in any medical records actually, that her mom saying that her daughter has a chromosome disorder, even though she knew.
Okay, so she did know that she had a chromosome disorder. You're correct, because she was told at one point that Gypsy's symptoms were likely to do with the chromosome disorder. However, she wasn't told what chromosome disorder until 2011, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure you will. Was that correct?
No, that's correct, but
Yeah.
what I'm saying is it's irrelevant.
Okay, so she was actually diagnosed with that specific chromosome disorder in 2011. So what I was trying to explain to you is that that microdeletion sits within chromosome 1, and they are still investigating that. There's still many genes that they still, around 46, that they still have not identified and investigated. So right now, that's still quite an unknown area. They still do not have a lot to compare the microdeletion to. A lot of the members of the unique people that have been investigated, they show a lot of different symptoms. However, there are some common similarities, like the small shaped head. However, one thing that has been identified is that generally you either show symptoms or you don't. And when Gypsy was diagnosed with a chromosome disorder, it's diagnosed and described in her medical records as a rather large deletion. So when you look into that chromosome
That
disorder,
doesn't mean. Okay, go ahead.
it does mean something, actually.
No,
If you
it
let
does. It doesn't mean that
if
it's
you let me
severe or not.
continue, Bray, it does.
Okay, it
So when
doesn't.
you look into the microdeletion, it explains that some people have a smaller, so they sit on the right arm, so they have the smaller chromosome deletion, and that they may not show as many symptoms. However, they may still display some. Gypsy has a larger deletion, which means she's experiencing more of
That
the
it's not
deletion,
true
which
though.
has
What you're saying
more
is
of an effect.
incorrect, Jessica.
It's not, and it can be backed
It
up.
is. It
If
is
you'd like to know
incorrect.
where my information's from, you can go to rarechromo.org and search that alongside microdeletion 1Q2 1.1, and you'll find all the information I've referenced there if you'd like to see that for yourself.
No
And
individual will ever have
you
as
can
many
find in
symptoms
her
as
medical
people claim that
records.
Gypsy has. No, there is no individual that will ever have that many symptoms of this. Ever. Ever in existence, you will ever find an individual that has every single symptom of their microdeletion. None.
So going back to when Gypsy was younger then, and she's in the kitchen, because this is something we all debate on. So when she's stood in the kitchen and she's staring off into space, and then she falls to the floor, what's that? What's happening there?
Are you talking about the video, the home video?
Yeah, what's your
We
opinion?
have
Is
no
that
idea what that
Gypsy?
home video is. We have no context. She could have been joking around. She could have been playing. Like, we have no context. We can't even debate on that because there's no context.
Okay, so I'd debate on it just because of my own experience with absent seizures. So to me, I say that that looks like an absent seizure with how she's staring off into space with such a vacant, blank expression. However, one of my moderator, Tina, she thinks that that is Gypsy attention seeking and knowing how to play act even at that very young age. So what would your opinion be on that, Bray?
My opinion would be that y'all are taking a video without knowing any context about it at all and making an assumption based off of your biases. That's what I think.
How's that correct though? Because we all have the same bias here, but we all have different opinions on it.
It still pretty much aligns with, okay, it's either a microdeletion, attention seeking. It's the same whole, like, that whole,
But
the whole.
actually, that could feed into Gypsy's narrative now. That could prove, if you wanted to look at it from your side of the table, then that could prove how she was so heavily manipulated that even at that young age, she was forced to fake passing out. So,
No,
you could
that's
look
not
at
what I'm
it
going to
from
go with though,
multiple
because I don't know the
angles.
context of that video and I don't like to make
You're
assumptions.
so good friends with Gypsy, why wouldn't you ask her? Or maybe ask Christy.
Ask her, why did you fall in that video?
No, like what's happening there? Do you remember what was happening?
Right.
Did your mum make you do that?
I mean, sure, I can ask her that.
But I don't understand
But
why you wouldn't want like these.
why I would never, because I never looked at that video and thought anything like that.
But
Why?
then
Because I know that there's no proof in any of Gypsy's thousands and thousands and thousands of medical records that she has ever had a seizure. Ever. There is not a single piece of evidence in there that proves that.
so
Um,
just Going on to the evidence in the medical records, then there is a point where a doctor notes that Gypsy's seen in the ER with a swollen face after licking a donut. So the doctor actually notes that she's seen in the ER with a swollen face.
No. Her mom says that. It does not say that the doctor observes that.
Myra, can you pull that up? Because it most definitely does say that the doctor writes, Gypsy was seen in ER with a swollen face after licking a donut. That's what it says, word for word, in that medical
Her
record.
mother told the doctor that, I've seen the medical record too, and you have to make sure, is that the visit? Is that a note from a prior visit? Is that a condensed version of multiple records? Like I know that part of the medical records where her mom went in and said that she had allergic reaction from licking a donut. And her mother told the doctor that she, because I mean, you got to think the doctor isn't going to be with her when she licked the donut, so the doctor's not going to know. So somebody had to tell the doctor that.
Okay, I'm just gonna turn the comments off so we can read it properly. I'll turn them back on in a second. So whereabouts on here is it, Myra?
Hold on, I'm gonna pull this up
It says
myself.
in the allergy, right here in the bottom, allergy IV contrast milk recently, March of this year, has systemic allergic reaction with acute swelling of face after licking donuts, seen in ER and treated with 1 week of oral steroids.
No, so
You
it
see,
wasn't that
March of
part.
the year. So let's go back to that
No.
record of
Hold
when it
on,
actually
Brie.
happened.
Hold on, Brie, because it wasn't.
No,
Brie,
I'm
this is
saying,
it was 2007. It was March 2007 of this year.
So it wasn't this part of the record that we were reading. It was referenced to another part in the medical records.
Right.
And it
Let me
goes
look it
into
up, hold
further
on.
detail. I'll just turn the comments back on.
Right. That's why I was asking that, because I know that when that ever first gets mentioned, her mother says that.
Yeah, so obviously for me, like, I don't know how things are there, but if I'd taken my son to the A&E, we call it here, and I said, so for example, I said like, oh, he's licked a donut and he's had an allergic reaction, his face is swollen, then it would be written down differently, like, mother has reported that son had an allergic reaction to a donut and his face was swollen. That isn't
Right.
how it was worded in
Well, I
the...
know. I'm gonna find the actual day. I'm gonna find it. I'm in her records right now, so you can see how it was written.
I'm so sorry, guys. I am still trying to catch up on the comments. Like, when I get off on a little rant, I don't look at the phone because otherwise I get sidetracked.
I will say it's disrespectful for people in the comments to say that Bree is doing rugs.
I really don't care, Crystal. I'm used to it. It's okay. They can call me fat. They can call me trans. They could say I'm on rugs. I really don't give a fuck at all.
All right, just on that, actually, because somebody messaged me about that. If you actually go to Google and search that for yourself, word for word, it will come back with no AI results. So
Wait, what are you talking about?
that little screenshot that was posted about you saying that you were trans, it was a screenshot saying with a Google search and then an AI result. So if you actually search that word for word yourself into Google, it doesn't come up with any AI results. So that
I
was
know.
a
They're stupid. I'm used to it.
Well, I mean, regardless, like, I don't like you as a person, but stuff like that isn't okay. So,
I mean, I don't think you know me as a person, but that's fair.
well, from what I've seen, then I don't like you.
Okay.
Yeah, like Nicole's just said, it needs to be dropped. Honesty is key. Sorry, guys, we are just waiting for this because I think we want to try get
Let
that.
Bree show it because I don't know what like.
I'm going at
I only got like 204
I gotta
pages.
go to March
But you
2006.
do know that she was allergic to cow's milk,
Yes.
and she did have some swelling too, and she was given an EpiPen.
No, we don't know if she like. That's why I'm going to look because where did you see that
So
she was
again, like
swelling?
that was if I mean anybody can say that to a doctor, but at the end of the day, she was allergic to something that could have caused the swelling.
Yeah, she was allergic to. She was lactose intolerant.
Yeah, so
But
no
she was.
one's saying
It
it was
also states.
necessarily the sugar. No one's saying that it was the sugar in the donut that made her react. But she
I
was
was just about to say, Josh.
the
It does say in the
swollen
medical
face.
records that she cannot have added sugar to anything. It does state that in the medical
There's a
records
lot
that
of
it's
things that the
added
medical records
sugar.
say. Y'all have to know that her mother lied a lot in the medical records. Just like her mother said she was quadriplegic in the medical records. I'm pretty sure Gypsy was never quadriplegic or paraplegic, but her mother also stated that. So I mean,
Yeah, but what about the FOIA where it states that Gypsy lied to her about getting the feeling back into her legs, Bree?
y'all with this
No,
sexual thing.
it's in the
Okay, so
FOIA.
I know
It's
the appeal. It's in the appeal. The FOIA requested document. Yes. So what happened the 2 years between the ages of 6 and 8? Did she just scoot herself all over the floor until her mom put her in a wheelchair at 8? Because remember that happened at 6. That's something that her mother told her, by the way. Her mother told her she had a seizure at 6. That was one of the things that in her medical records that her mother told doctors. She also told her that she got into a car accident. She also told her that it was from birth. It was also due to a fever that she had at birth. She was also quadriplegic. There's a bunch of lies. That's the whole thing. Her mother lied. So
Mm.
as far as her not telling her mom, so my question is because they're like, that's why her mom never knew. Oh my God. So for 2 years, in between 6 and 8, when she was not in a wheelchair, what did Gypsy do? Did she scoot around with her hands on the floor?
She stated in the FOIA she was so scared to tell her mom because her mom would not love her anymore. That was her exact reason of saying what she said, of why she didn't tell her mom she could walk again.
No, not why she couldn't tell her mom why she could walk, why she started feeling the feeling in her legs. Again, my question is, what did Gypsy do between the ages of 6 and 8?
We don't
When
have that answer, but we do
Bree,
have the
she
answer
didn't
of
do
what she
anything.
said
She
in the FOIA.
walked. She walked. There's pictures. There's video. She walked. That's what I'm saying. She walked. She walked. So she's going off of what her mom told her. A lot of people can't understand that about this. Gypsy, her whole life, this didn't start at like the age 13. This started at 3.5 months old. Like, the sleep apnea thing. Did you know that I've gotten all these sleep apnea tests analyzed by someone who works in that field? And you know that, and even in the records it says it, she never had sleep apnea, ever. Literally ever.
So then why was she diagnosed with it? Because
She wasn't diagnosed with it.
Okay, so
That's what
question.
her mother
Sassy,
said.
Sorry, Sassy. I'm like weaponizing this mute button tonight. Right, so the sleep study, it shows that she was having some struggles and that it was resolved with, was it like 5 cc of water through the CPAP machine, and therefore she was prescribed the CPAP machine to have at home. And
No, she already had one. And she has never been diagnosed with sleep apnea. Never in her records. Oh, other than what her mom says that she was, but the records before, before when she was saying that they were lost in Katrina, blah, 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 and they finally get the records. When you go through, there's never a time when Gypsy was ever diagnosed with sleep apnea. That is something she told doctors she had.
May I ask a quick question, Jess? Because if all this is true of what you're saying, taking your side into consideration, why hasn't Gypsy gone after them for medical fraud?
I can answer that too. Statute of limitations. And what sucks is that in Louisiana, which is where most of the surgeries were, okay, so in Missouri, there's like a Missouri repo. I don't know what it's called exactly, but so basically it can start from when the victim finds out, and then there's like a whole 10 years. It's like a pretty It's decent. It's not the best, but it's decent. In Louisiana, it's 2 years, meaning that if Gypsy found out at whatever age, it's already expired in Louisiana. Like anything that was ever done to her in Louisiana, she could never sue anybody for. Same with Missouri too. But Missouri, she would have had like a few years into the point when she was in prison, in which she was dealing with something a lot bigger, which was the murder of her mother. So, and you have to figure out who's going to touch that. Her lawyer that defended her, that he wouldn't have been able to do that. They had a different lawyer. So and it only would have been about maybe two of the things of all the things her mother, all the surgeries or procedures that her mom put her through. There maybe would have been two that she would have had time to even sue for, but most of them were in Louisiana, so it's statute of limitations. That's the problem.
But even still, she could have, like you said, she could have sued for the ones that she. So why wasn't it done? If
Oh
there
my
was
gosh!
medical
So out of 20, like you focus on the two. Well, let's see. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that she could. Oh, was a no problem. She definitely would have got it. No, she would have had to within 2 years. She would have had to deal with the case that her murder case, and she would have had to find a lawyer to pick up those surgeries. Then not only
Bree,
that,
shut the fuck up. Bree, shut the fuck up. You're a liar. You're a fucking liar.
Right, okay.
Bree,
Yeah.
shut the fuck up. You're nothing but a
Wow,
fucking
how
liar. All you do is play semantics, Bree. All the fuck you do is play
How
semantics.
I'm not playing
you fucking lying ass
semantics.
bitch.
disrespectful.
You
No,
need to
you are
unplug it.
fucking
This
disrespectful.
case
No,
gets
the
to you this
no, the
much.
I've
disrespect.
stayed
You
mute this
fucking
whole
scumbag
time
bitch.
and you are disrespectful.
Whoa. Okay. Anyways, but so that really, because honestly, I had those same questions at first until I looked into it, and I had to look a lot into it because it's a lot too, because there's two different states you're dealing with. But yeah, she would have had to within 2 years, the one or two things that she would have had time, and when I'm saying time, putting quotes up, she would have had to, that would have been during the 2 years she would have been dealing with her case, plus having to find a lawyer, plus she would have even had to have gone through her medical records. Gypsy never even seen most of her medical records until she got out of prison. But yeah, for the most part, it's because of statute of limitations.
Thank you, Bree. But at the end of the day, that still doesn't excuse why did she stab her mom while she was asleep.
I never said that it excused it. I don't want y'all to think that. I think it does either. I don't think Gypsy would say that either. It doesn't
She
excuse
didn't
it.
stab her mom.
Oh, I'm sorry. Correction. Have somebody to do it for her.
Well, I knew what you meant, and I know that she shouldn't have asked anyone to do that for her. She knows that. I think that she is regretful of that, obviously, and there's a lot of things that a lot of people don't understand when it comes to this. When it comes to my opinion, I never once have claimed that Gypsy is innocent. Obviously, she's not if she pled guilty and served time. I never thought she was innocent. She should have served time. She did serve time.
Okay, my question. Can I ask a question? Do you think she served enough time? Because that's what we're all asking when it comes down to
Well,
this.
I think you see the reason that we're gonna differ in opinion right here, which is fine. I don't have any people that think that Gypsy should be in jail for the rest of her life. I do not have any issue with those people. That is your opinion, and you have every right to that. For me, because what I have looked through, I have seen all her medical records, not just the ones that were leaked. I know that Gypsy was abused. I think, and that doesn't mean that it's okay to unalive anyone, but being that she was abused, I do feel like 10 years, and I know that she served 8.5, and then she had the rest on parole. I do feel like it was enough, but that's just my opinion, and you don't have to agree with that, and that's completely okay.
Okay,
And I
so
won't be mad if
you
she
think
does.
it's enough that she manipulated a man, got him to do the deed, and then he got
Well,
life
he
and she got out in
agreed.
8 years?
They if y'all speaking about this FOIA document, one of the the thing they explained the best was how she absolutely didn't manipulate Nick, because manipulation takes, and they use this as an example. That's like saying, hey, can you go get that car from me? They said I can have it. And then they go get it for you and you lied to them, so they go, and then, but no, Gypsy was like, hey, I want that car. Nobody said I can have it, but I want it. Go get it for me. And then he goes and gets it. Like that's not manipulation. That's asking something and someone saying yes or no. Manipulation would have been
Grooming him for 2 years.
no, she didn't groom him for okay, so in the trial itself, in Nick's trial, both the defense and the prosecution said that Schmurder wasn't even mentioned till 1 year prior to the crime. So 2 years, I don't know. That's all. This whole 2 years thing it doesn't
Okay,
make
but
any
what
sense.
about the time that she tried to off her mother before that?
What does that have to do with what you're asking me now?
It's everything, Bree. It all
You know
ties
what that
into
proves
it.
to me? It proves that she was trying to get away from her mom, and tried to off her mom. So actually, from the way that she's always said it, is she wanted it to hit her so she can get away from her, and that she was actually glad that it didn't.
And do you
So then,
believe her? Do you
I'm
believe
sorry.
her?
what?
I mean,
No,
y'all
Brie,
believe
do you
that y'all
believe
believe
her?
that, actually, I'm glad you said that. Do I believe her? Yes. Just like y'all believe that she lied to her mom when she was sick and never wanted to tell her that she couldn't walk.
So
Y'all
why
believe
she
that?
why
Y'all
she
believe
still
that?
lying?
Y'all
But
believe
how
that?
come when she went to the hospital to go visit Dan, she didn't say something right then and there?
What?
She had a chance to get out of this situation before murdering her mom. She had
So,
plenty
so
of
do a
chances,
lot. Well,
Bree.
that was her chance. That was her chance. She
No.
ran away from home, and then someone there got in touch with someone who goes to the conventions with them, and Dean found
No?
her.
So, Breeze, Nicole's just asked a really good question, and I want to repeat it. So why was she so elated in the aftermath then? And we hear her in the hotel room in that video, like, he's eating the brownies. Later, he'll be eating me.
Why?
Actually,
Well, just like I can
see,
ask why Nick was smiling, because okay, they're both
Nick has
happy
just
and
been
in love and
crying.
want to be with each other. She's free. She has mixed emotions. Like, imagine being isolated your entire life. Imagine not ever being free to be with who you want to be with, to be, to go where you want to go, to be your own person, to walk, for goodness sake, whenever you want to. So there was also moments, remember what Nick said in the interrogation? He had to hold her and comfort her as she cried. There was moments when she cried, moments when she smiled, moments when she laughed, moments when she probably screamed. Yeah, she is a human with emotions. But I want to go back to this. So y'all don't believe anything that Gypsy says, but y'all believe that when she told Nick that at 6 years old she had a seizure and then didn't tell her mom that she
I
felt
don't
feeling
believe
in her
that.
legs. Y'all believe her when she said that? Y'all believe
No, I
that?
think that was more of her trying to chat crap to Nick. I don't believe that for a second. Sorry, but I don't. Unpopular opinion.
Okay,
Just
well,
more
most
of
okay, but
people
her
are
I
trying to
believing
talk shit
want
to
to
that.
bring up
Nick.
this. I want to bring up this important part
I know
too.
y'all don't. Why isn't anybody else answering that? Because I think that's funny. Because nobody ever believes anything she says, but all of a sudden everybody believes that.
Okay, but
Did you just do what I
why
said?
when CPS was called, why didn't she say something then? What when
Why
CPS
when
was
most
brought to the
kids? Why
house?
when most kids get CPS called? Let's see. So say if she would have said something and they wouldn't have done anything. What would happen? Like in most cases, home life would be what worse.
Okay, Brie, I can
They'd
tell you
ask
from
the
my own
wrong
In most
experience
questions.
of
cases,
when
they
I
do
went
get
to
somebody out of the
social
house right away.
services, and social services didn't listen to me and sent me home with my mum. And yeah, things did get worse, and yeah, I had to stay there for a few more years. But then the next step I took was writing a letter saying that I'd off myself if I had to go with her again. So
Right,
guess
and
what? I
that you
tried
were
again.
strong and you did that. That is awesome for you, and I'm meaning that with no sarcasm. Not everyone is the same. There are people who live with their abuser, who
Brie,
put on
my
makeup every.
abuse was different because all she had to do to prove hers was stand up.
Exactly.
No, you know how mental. You think her abuse was just that? You don't, like 3.5 months old. Okay, she started getting groomed at 3.5 months old. All she knew was that life. And I understand that some of y'all are never going to understand that, and that's fine.
But if
And
all
it's
she
like
knew
beating a dead
was that
horse.
life, then why was she trying so hard, and why was she online looking for different people to take her away
She
from that
wasn't
life?
though. That's actually prove it. Prove that there are more than just Nick
Dan,
that she asked.
okay, Dan stands up in court, and in his testimony, he says that he feels like Gypsy was using Nick, talking about Nick to him, sorry, in order to try and make him feel jealous, so that
Wait,
she
so a
could
grown man, I actually thought that part was funny. So a grown man that's always been out in the world, I couldn't believe that he actually said that. Said that I think that Gypsy was trying to use Nick to make me jealous. He's a grown man. Like, you know what I would tell him if he would have said that? Sit the fuck down. Like, what? She was trying to make you jealous? That's weird. You're a grown man. Like, you don't need, like, you're a grown man with life experience, unlike Gypsy. I thought that was weird. And I'm not just saying this now. I always thought, even when I read that it was weird that she said it. But no, you just said that she asked other people online to do the same thing that she asked Nick. And no, she did not. And there's no
I
proof.
didn't say that. I didn't say that. Actually.
You said, why was
You
she
jumped
asking
straight
other
in.
men?
You assumed that's what I was going to say. But what
You
I was
no,
actually
I
gonna
waited
say,
until you were done. You
no,
said
what I was saying was that she was asking other people online to take her away, get her out of that situation. That's
but
where I was
who
not
other than Nick? Who other than
Dan.
Dan? Other than
You
him,
said anyone other than Nick, and I told you Dan. And we
and
don't
right,
know
and
about the
that
other
was
one.
in the works of happening.
But then again, okay, so another thing I want to bring up to you then is the drawings. We've obviously seen one of her artworks recently released through MPG, and it does look a lot like the artwork that Becca Scoop shared that was, I don't know if you remember this video, it was a little while back now, and I think the account was called Snow Gypsy, and it was an artist account. I can't remember the website it was on, but there was some drawings prior to Dee Dee's unaliving, and they depicted characters like Ruby and Demona that had been drawn by this artist called Snow Gypsy. And once Gypsy had been arrested, that account stopped posting. It's never been proven to be her. However, when MPG released that artwork, I did note that it looked quite similar to the drawings that Becca Scoops put up on her video there. So those drawings are quite dark, and they depict some very dark stories. Don't know if you can remember it off the top of your head. But
No, but I have no idea whose account that was, if it was hers or someone else's.
okay, maybe that would be a good thing to ask her, because those were some pretty disturbing drawings, and you know, Nick didn't make her do those. She posted those on that site all by herself. That was her
I
account.
don't think that anybody's saying that Nick made her do that. I think my thing earlier was that no one is talking at all about the very, very, very disturbing videos that Nick, the one video that, the things that y'all talk about is about this toothbrush, and even the thing that you brought up earlier, which in the evidence, Nick told her to make that video, but his videos are very scary. The one, like, he was like, before he met Gypsy, he was going to go on a BDSM website and order him a chained up slave. Or the one that he said he would rather grape someone than have consensual schmecks with them. The one, like, almost like video after video after video is him, about him raping people. No one talks about that. Everyone's just like, let's
We
talk
have
about
no,
Gypsy's
because we have no
toothbrush.
proof of those. We don't have those.
What do you
We don't
mean?
have those in the foyer. We don't. I've not seen
No,
them.
yeah, there is proof. There's documents that have come out. Like, that's
Well,
what I
Crystal's
was.
got my Discord. Feel free to send to her to send to me, kind of thing. Like, I'll read them.
I have it right here. I mean, it's in that. It's also in that. That hard drive that's got. I mean, not hard drive. That Google Drive that has all those little things in it. It's the video descriptions. The same one that has the one about Gypsy saying about her 13-year-old daughter. It's the same one. Everybody read that one, but nobody read all the very disturbing ones. All the ones where she's apologizing for not wanting to show her body. Like, she apologized in so many videos. She's crying and apologizing to Nick for being stupid, for being I'm sorry for being stupid. I'm sorry for not talking to you the way you wanted me to. I'm sorry for not letting you see my body, because he was making her turn around and he got to, like, critique and judge her body. Like, nobody talks about those, like, degrading videos, because then that would, like, that wouldn't look good, I guess. But we can talk about everything, and I'm just bringing up this side because everybody brings up videos about that Gypsy has made, even though most of them that they bring up, Nick told her to make. Other
That
than
is
the toothbrush
manipulation. Sorry,
videos.
Brie. That is manipulation.
How is
Also,
that
why Gypsy
manipulation?
keep lying and why she keep changing
Wait,
her
how is that
stories?
manipulation? By
That
saying
is
she's sorry?
manipulation.
I'm sorry that I did not let you see. I'm sorry that. Wait, what? So a woman having to, that's actually fucked up. That a woman
Also,
has to
why?
apologize for not, like, letting somebody see their naked body one day because she didn't feel like
She
it.
was showing her naked body to guys and she wrote it in her book. A
So wait a
guy
minute. So
from
wait
the
a minute. So
internet.
I don't care if she shows her naked body every
Oh my God, it's
single
the
day of
same
the week.
thing.
So what you're saying is that Gypsy never had a right to say no one time.
Oh my God.
No,
What
what are
I'm
you saying
saying,
then?
why? Okay, let's say that Nicholas did that, the gypsy did that, the both of them they're guilty. Nick is in jail.
This isn't about a
Whatever.
guilty or
Doesn't
innocent
can I
thing.
speak, please? Doesn't matter who manipulate whom. Why Gypsy is still lying, changing her stories in each document. In each documentary,
Wow.
she say another thing. In
Like
her
what?
books, say another thing, and every time she talks, she
Like what? Can
changes
you
her
name it?
stories and contradict herself.
Can you
Why?
name them? Can you name the
Okay,
contradictions?
please go and I cannot name it all
No,
of them.
exactly. Y'all never can for me, and that's the
Okay,
problem.
can Bree let me speak, please? What I want you to do is go and watch
Oh, I
each
did.
documentary, all of
I
them.
have.
Most of the content creators, they have been putting side by side
No, they haven't.
where she changed her story and she contradicted herself. Is one of the reasons I used to sympathize with Gypsy, and I felt very sorry for her because I'm abuse victim too. And until I saw her in the interviews acting and smiling and talking about her abuse like nothing and her triggers like nothing and laughing and ha 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 jiggling and everything.
In the
And
first
start
interview,
changing, wait, Brie, and changing her stories and contradict herself is when I start looking more into the case. And I
also,
start realizing the way that she manipulate everyone. And
I
I
hope that
didn't
no
put my
abuse survivor
opinion
watches these
about her
lives.
because any content creator
I
or
hope that
because
no
any.
abuse survivor watches these lives because you know what? They are
Oh
going to feel
my
like they have
God.
to act a specific way, the way that you think that a victim should act. Fuck if they have PTSD.
You know
That
Fuck
what,
if
Brie?
you
it
I'm
can.
just
doesn't
gonna say
have
No, I mean,
something now
seriously,
Brie,
because
because y'all
right,
describe what y'all
nothing
want the
to
perfect
do.
little individual to be.
there's
It's
like
not.
Bree,
198 people
we're
in
not
here right
saying that
now.
there
I'd
was
say a
no.
good
I'm
half of
sorry,
them
but it's like
are
talking to a
probably
wall.
right. Sorry. Anyway, Hay's got a question. Sorry, Hay, go ahead.
It's okay. Bree, I have a question going back to the CPAP stuff. Just a few weeks ago on the show, actually, it showed her doing a sleep apnea test. So at some point, they must have had to diagnose her with the sleep apnea.
What do you mean they showed her doing?
They showed her in the bed with the CPAP mask on her face doing the sleep apnea test
In what show?
on Gypsy's show.
On Lifetime?
Yes.
Why they were not doing a sleep study on what?
It was a sleep study. I've seen plenty of them. I work in healthcare. She was doing a sleep apnea test. She has the mask on her face and she's laying in the bed. It was when she was at the college doing her interview for them.
Yep.
I can promise you. Okay, I'm about to text Gypsy right now. She's not having. Why would she be getting a sleep apnea test?
Because she had sleep apnea.
No, she never is never in her. Okay, I'm about to text her right now because that just sounds.
I would
But I'm
gladly
gonna say this
discuss
and then
it
I'm
with
gonna
her.
mute. You know what I hate? I hate
And
because
I'm
I
not
want
trying to be
I want to answer all
disrespectful.
these questions, but you notice every time I ask what are inconsistencies. Oh, I'm not gonna. I mean, you got to go look. Of course, nobody can ever answer that for me.
I just
wanted to
told
point
you
that
it
out.
was on the show.
No, I'm not saying that to you. I'm saying that because this is what I wanted to say before you asked me a question. Because I just think that's wild because no one can ever do that. But I'm about to text Gypsy because I don't remember her taking a CPAP test. A sleep apnea test. That just sounds weird.
She had a sleep apnea test when she was a baby. It's in the medical records.
We're talking about on the Lifetime show, though. This person, Hay,
Oh, are you
is
saying
saying
that
that
there was
she
a
did it on the
picture
Lifetime
shown?
show.
Are you saying there's a
Doing a
picture from the
sleep apnea
past?
is normal
Yeah, you know
for
when they
little kids.
were posting
Oh, okay.
the pictures
I'm
up?
sorry. Thank you.
And
Someone
yeah,
in the
when she was in
comments.
college.
Okay. So I never said that she's never had sleep studies done. I'm saying she was never diagnosed with sleep apnea.
So
You can have a sleep
then
study
why
done and
did the
not be
doctor
diagnosed.
prescribe her a CPAP then? Because that's what
She
it's
had a
for.
CPAP machine
Yes.
before that sleep study. Okay, so she came to Missouri with the CPAP machine. I mean, when I say she came to Missouri, I mean literally from Louisiana. But she had a CPAP machine. When she went into the doctor, she's already telling them at this point like she has sleep apnea. So they did sleep studies. She has had a sleep study done, but they never diagnosed her sleep apnea, and Missouri isn't the one who gave her a sleep apnea machine.
Okay, but no insurance company would prescribe her a CPAP machine had she have not been.
Exactly, which is why Gypsy
you
says
can't
that for
just
all
go
she
to
knows, her
Walmart
mom
and buy
got it
one
from a
either.
garage sale. That's the reason Gypsy says that, because there's nowhere documented that any doctor prescribed her a machine. That's what
If
I'm
she
saying.
got
Like,
prescribed with that, please show the medical records.
Well, I don't have the medical records. That's why I'm asking.
yeah, no, it's in the medical records. There's never a time. There's one time when she forgets hers, and so they have her use one at the hospital that belongs there. But she has a CPAP machine. Her mother already had one. A doctor never prescribed her one, and she went to Missouri saying that she was already that she was diagnosed with sleep apnea since she was a child, since she was a baby.
If she wasn't prescribed that, how the mom pay for it? I have to buy one, and it's more than $3,000
That's
because
why
I have a
Gypsy
sleep
said for all
apnea.
she
A
knows, her
CPAP
mom.
machine is $165. I have one for myself.
There you go.
So you think the mom spent that money only because
This
it's
was
more like
this was a long time ago. It was probably cheaper than that. For all we know, she got it from a garage sale. We don't know where she got this from.
who is gonna sell that in a garage sale?
What do you mean, girl? I've seen those at the freaking
Alice, do a
Goodwill.
search on Facebook Marketplace for CPAP machines. You'll find it
Yes,
right now.
please. Y'all
Thank
jumped
you,
right
double
into
standard.
thinking.
Is
Look,
somebody
I don't
okay
know
to
what
come
is the
off the
point of
panel
this.
so Tina
Bree,
can come
you're
up?
gonna continue supporting a convicted murderer and a
But you see what I
liar.
mean?
It's
Wait,
good for
so do I
you,
say
but
do
we're
I say
gonna
that to
continue.
y'all? Do I
We're
say
gonna
that to
continue
y'all? Do I say
exposing
that
the
to
facts.
y'all? Why can't y'all just respect me the way that I'm like, if y'all don't believe that, that's fine. Don't believe it. If y'all think she should be back in prison, go back to prison. Why do y'all always have to be like, you want to support this murder? Like, let me live my life and let you
It's
live
okay. I'm
yours.
telling you,
It's
you
so
support her
weird
if
to
you
me,
want to
though.
support her. It's your
It's
life.
so weird to me.
But she keeps lying. You say that
What
she
is she
doesn't lie,
lying
and
about?
she
What is
keeps
she
lying and
lying
changing
about?
her look.
No,
Please.
if you
Then
can't say
prove
it, then
her
I don't
lies.
believe you.
Confused.
I
She
don't believe
changed her
you.
Prove her
stories and
lies.
I
contradicts
don't
herself
believe
in her
you.
own
Prove her
interviews.
lies. Prove her lies then.
I cannot tell you all her lies because they're too
Well, then
much.
maybe you shouldn't say someone's lying if
Then
you can't
prove
tell me what her
them.
lie is.
Go and watch all her documentaries one by
I
one.
have,
Look
and I
all
don't
the
see any lies.
interviews.
So, I mean, I'm not
Oh
the
my
one claiming
God.
there's a lie.
I mean, I will say
Yes,
she
I don't know what
sometimes
is the point of
contradicts
this.
herself, but again, I'm trying to be
Look,
respectful.
sorry if I lose my cool, but sometimes it's like,
But
Well,
thank
man,
you
you're
for
accusing. That's
answering
like
my
if you were
question,
saying
Bree.
that. Let's say Jessica's lying about something. Well, what is she lying about? Well, I don't know. Like, well, go look. That it's the same thing. If you're gonna say someone lied, name the lie. It's that simple. Then you're blind, Bree. If I'm blind, open my eyes. Open
you
my
told her
eyes.
to
Tell
lie
me the
to her
lie.
parole board. You're
What?
in a video telling her to lie to her parole board.
Actually, that's what y'all think. Just like you're making an assumption all like throughout this whole freaking live. What did I tell her to lie? What did I tell her
She
to
said
lie
that
to her
Nick
PO
was the
about?
first one, and the first one
What did I say?
had
What did
intimate
I tell her?
relationship and
What
was
did I tell
done.
Gypsy?
The
Now
one
you're
she had the
accusing me.
intimate
Now you're
relationship with.
accusing me. So can I defend myself? What did I tell Gypsy to lie to her PO about? Come
Well,
on,
you
y'all
tell
want to
us
say
because
that?
all we saw was the video of you telling her to lie. So you
No,
tell us
actually,
what
I didn't. That's not. So I said, Gypsy, you need to lie to your PO officer. That's what I said. I mean, your PO. That's what I said.
Look, if you want to gain any credibility back or like in any way, shape,
Actually,
or form, just
Jessica,
be
no.
factual
I
on
feel
what
like
you
my
said.
private conversation, which it was, and it
It wasn't
it
private
got
though,
caught
because
on.
it got
No,
put
it
on
was
the
meant to
internet.
be private. So whatever y'all don't understand from it, guess what? It's none of y'all business to understand anyway. So
But then you can't get
credibility,
mad when people
because you
assume
don't know
it to
my
be.
private conversation.
But then
Please.
you can't get angry when people assume it to be a certain type of way,
I don't
can you?
I don't care what you think.
So
I really don't. Because I know what
what's
she
the
said.
point?
Her PO, look at this is the most important thing. Her parole officer saw that video, and guess what? He didn't see a damn thing wrong with it. So in my book, I think I'm
He
good. I
doesn't
don't
see
really
a damn
care.
thing wrong with anything, though, does he?
Exactly.
What do you think that he should see something wrong with? That she's pregnant? I seen those messages. Oh my God, Gypsy's pregnant. Everybody call her PO. What should he have saw that he didn't see? Can you tell me that, since y'all can't name a lie? Name that for me at least.
He sees
Talking
nothing.
to Bree is
No,
like
no,
wasting
here
a
I'm not
time.
making general statements again. What has she done that she should have gotten in trouble for?
Do you know how she go to content creators comments and start talking very vile? Or
Hang on a minute.
I'll give you a very
What?
good example
Can I
of
speak to
what.
you, please?
Coach Cantina, go ahead.
Please, Bree, can I speak to you, please?
Sure.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Right. I would like to start by saying I have never, in the whole time that I've been following this case, I have never approached you, Bree. I've never said a word to you. I've sat and watched everything, right? I blocked your account a long time ago because I couldn't be dealing with it. But I will say I do not agree with body shaming, whether that's your side, our side, whoever, morbid, whoever. I do not agree with it. I do not think it's right. And that's my stance on that completely. You should not be mocked for your size. You should not be mocked for your appearance. And that should go both ways, right? I have an issue with the doxing. I have an issue with, I saw something today. Now,
What doxing?
well,
Because my whole family has been doxed. So can you explain what
right,
doxing
I
is talking about?
appreciate that. And I've seen what's gone on with Nicole, and I've seen what's gone on with everything else. And I assumed
Nicole wasn't
everyone was gonna sort of calm down on this, right? But obviously I saw what went down with Jessica with SMB, right? And that is disgusting.
Yeah, and that's not
However,
me. And,
no, that's not you. But I did
I know,
see
I just
what
get blamed for a lot of
Bree,
things.
I saw what you and Crystal did today to the pet lady. I saw you do
No,
that.
ma'am.
Wait, what we
No,
did today to the
ma'am.
pet lady? What did we do?
No, ma'am.
Have you listened to the video? You actually said to her when she said Gypsy will reoffend again, and you said, I hope it's you.
Oh my God. I said, yeah, hopefully it's you. And I laughed. If y'all can't take a joke, oh my God. Like everything that comes out of my mouth, people can say things about me, my family. Literally, people can send me a death threat 3 times a fucking day, and it's okay.
Wrong.
But I
And
make
it's
a
absolutely
fucking
wrong.
joke.
Okay.
Oh,
I
please.
Okay, so you
agree with
believe
I
in
did.
eye for
I did.
eye.
I was joking.
That's the
I
right
was
thing. You believe in
joking.
eye for an eye, Bree. That's not right.
And
That's
you as
what
well,
you're
Crystal.
believing in.
You've
Can
been
we
in there.
remember that
Every
Starlight
fucking
said "eye for an
joke.
eye, bitch" when she posted my docs information?
No, that
Eye
it's
for
okay.
an
They
eye,
can do that.
bitch.
No,
is
it's
what
not okay.
Starlight
None of it
posted
is
when she
okay.
doxed me. But
None
that's
of it
okay.
is
It's okay that the
okay.
pet
No,
lady
no.
was saying that Gypsy was going to unalive her daughter, Ken, and Ken's dog. It was okay to say that, though. Like, y'all
No,
can't just...
I'm not saying. Did I not say from the start that I do not agree with any of this? It is wrong.
No, you said
But
you don't
I
agree
did.
with fat shaming.
No, I
Okay,
do
look,
not.
I
Body
made
shaming,
a
fat shaming,
joke. I made a
doxing.
joke.
None of
I
it. So
made
it was a
joke.
joke. Okay, so why did then Crystal and Boston and SMB and all of them attack that lady this afternoon, saying to her, "Yes, you shouldn't have been in
When
Bree's
did I
life."
attack a lady? Excuse
I've
me,
got the
Tina.
screenshots
When
of
did
your
I
comments,
attack a
Crystal.
lady?
I've got
Send
the
it to
screenshots.
me. Send it to me.
No, not a problem.
I did not attack anyone.
Did you not say
I
to
have
her?
not.
Did you not say
attacked
you agree?
anyone?
Did you not say I think so too, and I agree?
No, ma'am, I did not. Please send it to me. Put it on this screen right now.
I don't
No,
know
because
how.
that was late
Otherwise,
last
I
night
will
when I
send
made
them
that
to
joke.
Jessica. I will send them
Put
to
it on the
Jessica.
screen.
Is your
Put it
name
on the screen
Is your
right
name
now.
Crystal Lee?
No, it's not. I
Right.
am not Crystal Lee. But
Right,
thank
so-
you for
Well, then I
accusing me when
apologise.
it's not
But
me.
No. I will apologise if I have that wrong. However, I did say, Crystal, you're the one that's fighting back saying, it's not me, it's not me. I didn't know that. So I will.
So
I will
don't
hold my hands up.
accuse. That's the problem with you guys.
What?
Anytime we say anything, same name. Okay, Chris. Do you know how many crystals there are?
I do
I've
know that
never
Crystal
attacked
is
any one
Bree's.
person.
I do know that
My
Crystal is Bree's mod.
entire life has been doxxed, but that's okay.
Mhm.
But
So
tell
is
me about
Nicole's.
Crystal Lee.
So is
Who
Jessica.
said about being? No, ma'am, it has not. No,
Nicole?
ma'am.
Nicole who?
Nicole on the dance floor.
Wait a minute. She was doxxed when, where, and how?
She was doxxed, and she also did. You guys all not
When
show
was she doxxed?
her husband's grave
Her
side?
husband's grave was
I never
doxxed.
did that.
Hey, Tina, my deceased husband's obituary was doxxed. The inside and outside of my home was doxxed. My business was doxxed. My government name and location was doxxed.
And it's absolutely
Please
wrong.
tell
It's
me.
disgusting.
Okay,
Not
so
only
you're
did I not post
excusing
that
me?
grave, I even apologized for it when I was pissed when I found out that happened. I was pissed. I was so pissed that I went straight to Discord and was like, why was this even posted? I immediately messaged Nicole, even though I had nothing to do with it at all. I didn't have to apologize, but I did. I was like, I'm sorry that anyone even thought to do that to you. No one deserves to wake up to that. So no, I'm not going to be blamed. And
I'm not
that's not
blaming
being
you,
doxxed.
Ray.
That's
I'm
not being
saying to
doxxed,
you,
though.
I am telling you it is wrong on both sides. But I
Yeah.
watched,
But on
I
both
watched
sides,
you say
no,
that
this
to that
isn't
But
girl
you
then.
sat here and accused me of it.
Right,
You
stop,
sat here and
guys.
accused me of it
Did
not
I
knowing.
apologize?
Take it down. I know.
No, I'm tired of being accused for shit I didn't do. I didn't post that
Me
so-
grave.
too.
Right. So who's Crystal?
Me. I am not Crystal
Are
Lee.
you Crystal?
If you have
that
the
is
wrong
Bree's
Crystal,
mod?
you need to go speak
I
to
don't
that
think
Crystal,
I
Tina
have.
Lou.
I don't think I have.
Ma'am, you do not understand what you're saying right now. I have never doxed anyone in my entire life. It has happened to me.
I didn't say
I
you
would
doxed
not do
anybody.
it to another. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Well, you
I
saying
did
we
not
posted that
say
grave,
that
which we
you
didn't fucking
doxed
post.
anybody. I did not say that you doxed anybody, Crystal.
You said I saw you in the comments today.
I saw
You did not
you
see
in the
me.
comments
You
saying,
did not see me.
well, you're saying it's not
Nothing.
you. Okay, well, it's funny.
No,
Is
ma'am.
Does Bree have two mods called Crystal? Yeah.
No, she does not.
Well-
But her mod is not called Crystal Lee. Get the names correct before you accuse people.
And I don't know why you're bringing up the gravestone.
Yeah,
that
do you
none
need
of
me
us
to-
in this live posted.
Tina, do you need me to put something up on screen for you, babe?
I'm not sure how to do it. I'd have to do it through my
You want to send it me and I'll stick it up there?
Sorry.
Like I had someone call the cops on me today for reporting their TikTok account. I don't even know who this woman is. I get accused for shit all day, every day, and I don't even know half these people that are accusing me.
Well, can I ask a question? And this is not accusing, but what about the whole Becca Scoops thing?
What about it?
Didn't
Becca
you dox Becca Scoops?
No, I didn't dox Becca Scoops. Becca Scoops posted her Becca Scoops videos from her Rebecca DeSario Facebook into Gypsy groups. Rebecca's her name. Also, nursing, your license is public information. I didn't dox her. I did the same thing to her that people did with Fancy, exposed lies that she was telling.
No,
Just
because doxing is showing public, even if it's public record, doxing is with malicious intent.
Okay, again, me letting people know that she's lying is not being malicious. It's
She's
informing
never
people
lied,
that
though. She's never claimed to be a practicing nurse.
Wait, wait a minute. Yes, she did actually.
No.
Can I finish? In her YouTube video, let me tell you, on her description and on her YouTube channel, it said a psych and ICU nurse. She didn't change it to a former until after I called her out. I have pictures to prove it. Not only that, but she was not a psych nurse. She was a thoracic
But
nurse.
you still think showing other people's information that people don't want to be shared is okay?
No, that's out there. It's public. That's not doxing. So I didn't
That
dox
is
her.
doxing.
No, it is not doxing. Showing someone's
Look up
public
the
information
definition of
to inform the
doxing,
public
because
that
it is.
that she's a liar is not doxing. It's not doxing, whether you want to
Wait,
think
all
it is
right,
or
let
not.
me ask you what
Threats
this
are.
says.
Threats
Hold on.
are, aren't they?
Right, I've
Threats
got a
are.
question
Who did I
and it's
threaten?
valid.
So I'm getting accused of fucking threatening people.
I
Now, who did I
didn't
threaten?
say you, Bree. I was saying threats are, and I was
No,
actually
she said
referring.
Crystal.
I was
Crystal
actually
Lee. I am not Crystal Lee, Tina Lee, but go ahead. Go ahead, Tina Lee.
right,
Say
Crystal.
whatever you
Crystal,
want about
how
me.
many fucking times do you want an apology? I apologized if I got the name wrong. Okay, I am woman
It
enough.
doesn't
I
matter
am
if you
woman enough.
apologize. People take your information and they go, "Oh, look, Crystal did this."
Well,
I
all I
didn't
know,
do anything to anyone that happened to me.
well, I believe you're Crystal Lee. If you're not, then I apologise.
I'm
There's nothing I
not
can do about
Crystal
that.
Lee. What do I
Okay.
have to tell you?
Okay. Are you going to keep
What
going
do
on
I
about
have to
it?
do to
Or are
prove
you
it
going
to
to
you?
accept my apology?
Do you want me to dox
Right,
myself
this
again?
No, I do
honestly,
not.
Crystal, Tina, this isn't going to go anywhere. In
Absolutely.
terms
And
of
I
this
agree, but she needs
conversation.
to stop
So,
bringing it up. I've apologised, have I not?
yeah, you have. So
Thank
I
you.
just want to ask
Just
this
stop it.
question. I just want to ask this question. So, Gypsy's address is public information. So, if somebody were to post that online tomorrow, is that morally correct just because it's public information?
That was my general statement. Thank you, Jess.
Well, see, I was going to kind of ask Brie about how she perceived what.
So Fancy
what-
Miss Sally,
what
y'all were
Christy did.
okay? Y'all were okay when she got exposed, right? Everybody was okay in the
No.
comments? Yeah,
No.
y'all
No,
were.
it's
No,
not
suppose
okay.
we
We're not
unfollow
okay
her.
with anybody being doxed, Brie. We've been saying
With
this
docs,
all
I never
fucking day
said docs. I
long.
said exposed of being a liar.
She's not a liar. You are the liar.
Oh wait,
You
wait.
keep
Okay,
lying for
what
a
did I do that
community
as a lie?
murder.
The fact that you just disputing.
Because
You're
you
the
keep
same. You
stating,
keep contradicting
you keep
yourself
stating
How
and
am I
that,
lying.
contradicting myself?
Brie,
Oh
you
my
keep
God.
stating that doxing is not sharing information that is not public. If somebody doesn't want that information out to be known, it is considered doxing because
No,
it is
it
with
is not.
no.
That is your
Let
own
me finish,
definition.
Brie.
That is not
It is
true.
with malicious intent. Do not talk over me. I do not do it to you.
Was I?
Yeah, you were.
Sassy, did you agree that Starlight doxed me with malicious
No, I
intent
don't
then when
agree
she
with
said eye for an eye, bitch?
I don't
Is that
agree
malicious?
with any of it. Sharing anybody's
Okay.
information is wrong.
Okay, that's okay. If you think so, wait. So how do you think people all around, like, how do you think people on the internet find out that if they're dealing with a con artist or a fraud? Because people
Oh, we're
expose
dealing
them.
with we're dealing with Gypsy Rose. It's a con and a
Well,
liar
there
and
you
a
go, and y'all
pathological
speak about her
liar.
every fucking day. Exactly.
Can I
Would you look
please
at
just
that?
change? Can I just change the subject a minute? I'd like to ask Brie a question
No, I'm
respectfully.
so sick of being accused of this shit.
I'm not
Becca
accusing you
Scoop's
of
license
Brie.
being revoked is public information that the public should
Brie.
know.
It
Brie.
wasn't revoked.
Brie.
She
Yes, it
didn't
was.
renew
What do you
it.
mean?
Yes,
Do your
it
research.
was.
Jesus Christ.
Brie, can I speak to you a minute, please?
Sure.
Gosh, the series, the show. Okay, I'm going to ask you two questions. I respect what you say, but I just would like to know what your answer is on it. Okay. Christy baited Ivory, and you know this, don't you? You know,
She
you know
did?
that's exactly
did?
what she did. She
Oh, okay.
asked her to prove where she lived. Did she not?
No, she didn't. I'll play the clip right now. I'm so glad you said that. I'm so
Okay.
fucking sick of you people taking information from people. You ready? You ready, Tina? Here we go. Because I have it pulled up because I had a whole lot about this. So we're about to prove that Ivory Rose Wild is delusional. Okay. So here's the clip.
I didn't ask you if she was delusional. I asked
Listen,
you.
Well, I'm
while
about to prove
Brie
it.
is pulling,
Listen, you just said
listen.
you just made a claim that she said prove where you live. Now
Yes,
I'm
I
gonna prove
heard
that
it.
that's not what she said.
I heard it myself. on
Well,
the-
I'm
Tina,
about to let you hear it
Tina.
again.
Tina, my question is,
Yes. Wait,
how
wait,
can
Crystal,
you
let me
prove
play
where
that.
you live? How can you prove where you live by driving to someone else's house?
But let me play this because that's not true.
Please
That
answer
Steven
me
said
They
that.
prove it that you live close by, and
Wait.
everybody has the video.
Wait,
the
let me
live
show
where
Tina that she
Christy
heard
say,
wrong.
prove it. She was
Can I please
baiting
play
her
this
because
clip?
they need.
Aleph, let Bree pull it up. How
No,
can
let me
you
play
prove
this.
where
Let
you
me hear it.
live by going to someone else's house?
Wait, Crystal, let me play it. Okay.
That's what I gotta tell her.
Okay.
The receipt. Show me the receipts. That's what I gotta tell her because she said she lived in the next town from me. No, she does not.
Y'all heard that, right? Did y'all
Yes.
hear that? She
Yes.
said she lived in the next town from me. No, she does not. And she doesn't. So where did she taunt her? She said, you know what I gotta tell her? Show the receipts. Because she said she lives in the next town from me. No, she does not. That's what Christy said. And this whole thing has spun out of control because Ivory Rose Wild decides to fucking lie.
Keep playing it,
And
Brie. Keep playing it.
You didn't
Brie.
play the
Keep
full,
playing it.
the full
Okay,
Yes,
let's
live.
keep
please.
playing it.
You only play just a small portion of the live.
Wait, you want me to keep playing
We
it? Okay.
heard it
Yeah.
in a live. People heard the recording.
No. This is from Ivory Rose's own. Like, this is from her proof playlist. Okay, let's play the whole clip. Y'all want to hear what y'all want to hear, and at first let's play this. Ivory, a line about where she does live. Okay.
Ready? So you remember when I told y'all in some of my videos that I'm from down the bayou?
She's not from down the bayou.
The receipt. Show me the receipts. That's what I gotta tell her because she said she lived in the next town from me. No, she does not. She says a lot of stuff.
She does, she don't know y'all though. Like,
no one cares. She probably don't even know what a treta is. If she don't know what a treta is, then she's not from here.
true. Good.
And I can't say it out loud what it is because I don't want to give it away. But yeah, Grows Wild.
So weird.
I've never seen this girl. I don't know who she is. I don't know who her family is. If I know her family, well, okay.
She even said she even said Christy even went as far to say, and if I do, because Ivory says she does know her family, which she didn't know who Ivory Rose Grows Wild was. So she's like, and if I do know her family, then well, whatever. Like, but I'll keep going.
Okay. What? What are you, fucking caveman?
What doesn't make sense?
She's talking about Born on the Bayou.
Or no? Who the fuck's that?
This is mad. The rest is like stupid shit like this.
People and shit.
Bayou communities. Away.
See? That was it. That's the clip. That is the
So
freaking clip.
there's no Christy saying prove it, or prove it.
No, there's not.
I'm pretty sure I heard that.
Well,
Yes,
there's not.
Tina.
You heard
Tina.
Ivory Rose saying
Yes.
that.
Listen, Tina, if I
Yes.
asked you to prove where you live, how would you, driving by my house, prove where you live?
No, I would if I was asked. You don't live in the area. Prove it. I'm within my rights to drive down a public road to prove it.
That's what you
to
would
my
do.
personal
We have a lot of
residence,
rational
not
thoughts.
Why
to
not?
my
Did
residence.
she say that?
Okay.
Did
Well,
she
you'll
say
feel-
that? She said you don't live in the next town. She said she doesn't live in the next town over from me, which is
Okay.
like 3 minutes away.
Hey, ladies.
Okay.
Hey,
So-
ladies. Can I
So
interrupt?
why was it then used in the show as it was an attack on Gypsy and threatening her? This had to do with Christy and Ivory.
Because
nothing
she
to do with
drove
Gypsy.
past her house.
Hold on,
Tina,
Bree,
would you
hold
be
on,
upset?
guys, hold on for a minute. Can you let
Bree and
Shisha
Gypsy,
talk?
they drove past Ivory
No,
York,
the fuck
and
we
they brag
didn't.
about it.
Hold
No,
on, can
the
we
fuck
pause?
we didn't.
Bree, can we
I am
pause for a
so-
minute and let Shisha talk,
I'm,
please?
I'm just so fucking
Can
sick
we
of this
pause
shit.
for a minute? Bree, can we just pause for a minute and let Shisha talk for a minute? Thank you.
Bree, I'm not going to get on here and scream and holler. But if somebody, this many people, was to say, show me the receipt, that's Christy saying she wants proof that she even knows where she lives.
No. Y'all are
No,
twisting our
she
words.
said
Let me play the
proof
clip again.
of where
Everybody
Ivory
stop.
Rose lived.
Everybody
Ivory
stop.
Rose.
No, stop.
Ivory Rose.
It's my turn. Stop. Bree, stop. I'm
That's
not
what I gotta tell her
everybody.
because she said she lived in the next town from me. No,
Okay, it doesn't
Literacy.
matter if she
Literacy.
lives in the next town or
that's what I gotta tell her.
It matters because that's what she said. Show the receipts of.
but the way she's taking it, the way I'm personally,
Okay.
you can laugh at me. I'm not disrespecting you. I'm older than that. And I'm just saying from my aspect, I hear it as show me receipts. Show me receipts.
From where you live, she said.
I'm
Where
not
you
talking
live.
to you.
Where
I'm not
you
talking
live.
to you.
Where do you
I'm
live?
not talking to you. I'm trying
Yeah,
to
because
talk
you
to
don't
Bree.
want to hear what I'm saying.
No, not yet, because I'm trying to talk to Bree, not 5 people at the same time. So if you don't mind,
I'm one
let me
person.
talk. I'm talking to Bree. Would you not drive by somebody's house and show them receipts?
No,
I'm not
never.
talking to you.
Honestly, No, you know what I would say? I don't care if you believe me or not. That's what I would say. That's what I think a rational person would say.
Okay.
And not again, she never said, show me proof that you live anywhere near me. She said, show me the receipts. She said she lives in the next town. No, she does not. That's what she said.
But
And
She
then not
didn't
only
go
that,
to
but she
threaten Gypsy
lied
though,
to
did
her.
she? She
How about
didn't
let's
go there
talk?
to threaten Gypsy though, did she, Brie?
What do you mean? She literally called Christy. She was talking about Christy and Gypsy throughout that video. And she said, since this is how we roll, I'd catch me at McDonald's. And she rode past, and it doesn't matter who she went out there for. It's the fact that Christy was out of town. Gypsy was alone. She goes and drives like up and down someone's street. That is crazy. There's so many other ways to prove what she was proving. And not only that, but what y'all don't want to like really grasp is that she lied. Anyway, the other day she even admitted that she lives in Terrebonne Parish, which is 45 minutes away. 45 minutes away. So really all of this all the crap should be irrelevant for the simple fact that she lied.
But Bree,
So what about the death threats then, Brie?
why are
What
we
death
arguing?
threats?
Well, on the show, did they not say that Gypsy was having death threats? And good old Stanfield stands there and says, and yes, and we got a reef delivered. Only happens to be the reef that was at the book signing, though, wasn't it?
Wait a minute. You're talking about an episode that hasn't even aired yet, ma'am?
No, it's aired.
No, because the book signing episode hasn't aired yet, and that's where the
No. Sorry. When he's standing there with his phoning the police or whatever, and they used the same scene of the police walking up to the path twice in 2 different episodes. But he
Okay.
says, we had a reef delivered under the name of Gypsy Blanchard. Did he not?
No,
And
that
then-
is in a preview of a later episode, ma'am.
Right,
That's a trailer.
okay, we've seen it, okay, and then it goes on
Because
to
it's
show
true.
you-
Somebody did that.
but it
Somebody
then goes,
did.
but it shows you the reef is at the book signing, Brie.
No crap. That's where. Oh my God. That's what. That's where That's where it's going to show it at the episode on the episode too.
So
You're
someone
basing
sent a
something off
wreath
of a trailer or
to-
something.
What is hard to understand? Someone sent a wreath to the book signing.
A funeral one.
A funeral wreath. How is
And that
that so
episode
hard to
hasn't even
understand?
come yet.
Because on the video that you see, it says that it was a decoration that was used at the book signing.
Why would a funeral wreath be used as a decoration? Please.
It wasn't. I saw the
come on,
TikTok
Crystal.
of
That
the
could be a
person who
normal
ordered
wreath. It
it.
doesn't necessarily be a funeral wreath. It could be
Well,
a
no,
beautiful,
it
beautiful
was because I
wreath.
saw the TikTok of the person who ordered it, and they just thought it was so hilarious, and they did it in honor of Dee Dee. They thought it was
Okay.
hilarious. So
Okay.
yes, it was
Just-
done.
But
Ju-
Tina
just
didn't
like
see
some
that, so
sick-
it's okay. Tina doesn't see it. She
No.
just doesn't believe it.
Well,
since
neither
She doesn't
do
care.
You won't listen to anything we say either. So it works both ways, doesn't
You
it?
called me Crystal Lee.
Oh, for
and I
goodness
said
sake, back on that
I
again.
didn't do, but you apologize, so it's okay. Go ahead, Crystal. Go ahead, Tina. Say
Well, at
whoever
the
you
end-
want you to say I am.
So what about the death threats on the baby? Who in their sick right mind
Who
would
said
threaten
that?
a baby?
Who said that? Oh, wait, you're talking about the post that Nina made of an ex account that doesn't belong to Gypsy. Yeah,
Don't
Gypsy
talk
actually
about
been telling
Nina,
people to
please.
report
She's
that.
not here.
That's not Gypsy's account.
Are
That's
you
not Gypsy's
serious, Brie?
account.
Gypsy never made that post saying she's had death
No,
threats
she
on her
didn't,
phone?
she
Tina.
didn't. Seriously,
No,
Tina?
she didn't.
I was going to say, because who in their right mind would actually threaten an
Crazy
innocent
people,
baby?
Wait,
Tina,
you don't
crazy
think nobody would do
people.
that? Are you serious?
Oh, I hope.
She's
I would
not
like to think
saying
not.
Well, they
nobody
would.
would.
They would.
Hey, I don't know who Double Standard's name is. And Bree, I'm not being disrespectful for you, but when both of you guys are hollering, when is what she is saying is who in their right mind would send that?
No, but
Not-
before, no, at first she said, why would Gypsy post
She
that?
should.
Yes, I
I've
did.
been here all day and I have been silent and I've been spoken over and I've been told I'm having a pity party for myself. Respectfully, since you just showed up, I'm sorry. I do not have any respect for people who don't respect me.
First of all, I didn't just show up. I've been in here listening to the
Then
arguing.
you
And
saw all
and
of my
that right
doxy
there,
information.
see, you can't
Then
let
you
anybody
saw all
else
of my
speak.
One at a
No,
time,
Let
ma'am.
please.
anybody
No,
else
ma'am.
speak. Just keep talking
No,
so
ma'am.
nobody
I
can
have been
hear.
quiet the whole entire day. Don't start with
Not
me.
during this
I've been
one.
quiet.
Don't start
I
with
have
me
been
because you're fucking
ridiculed
with the
in
wrong
this
one.
chat.
Keep
And
talking.
I am a
Keep talking.
victim, but I'm a
Keep talking.
crybaby and I'm a pearl clutcher.
Keep
So go
talking.
ahead. Keep
Keep
going.
talking.
Keep going.
Bree and
Go
Crew are so
ahead.
toxic. Wait, Bree and
Now,
Crew are so toxic. We're so
Bree,
toxic, yet someone created an X account and is making up fake lies that Gypsy's saying people are sending death threats to her
Bree,
baby. We're so toxic.
Bree,
If someone sends a funeral wreath to a book
Bree,
signing, we're so like,
Bree,
please, yes,
Bree.
What
yes.
Calm
question then?
down and
Why
breathe.
didn't?
Tina Lou, stop a
Yes.
minute. Stop a minute. Everybody talking over everybody. I've tried to ask Bree a couple of questions, and there's been 50 different answers that Bree's gave me, and it's not to
Wait,
anything that I even ask a
wait, what did
question
you
I
ask then? Because
actually,
50 different
sorry,
answers.
but I
Okay, what's
actually
the
did
question
come in.
again? I'm
I did
sorry.
come in before you, she said, and I did ask, could I respectfully ask Brie a couple of questions, and then you came in and I hadn't finished, so I wasn't being
Go ahead.
rude.
No, you go ahead. I'm not saying you're
I
being
was
rude.
I don't know
literally
how I'm giving 50 answers.
no, I was just asking about the reef and what Brie felt about it, and obviously what the
I feel like
situation.
it's sick that somebody did that as like this
Absolutely,
big joke.
absolutely. But
Yeah.
I was under the impression that it had been used from a decoration that was taken from the book signing,
No, I
right?
saw the TikTok of the
Okay,
person who
not a
bought it, paid
problem.
$300 for it.
Okay, so now I've lost my train of thought because there was something. The
Tina,
Tina,
you understand that me and Bree are in here and there are 1,000 people against us? But okay,
Right, I'm
sure.
just going to say this,
We're the
guys. I am
victims.
going to start dropping people off the panel. It's 4:30 in the morning. It doesn't seem to be getting anywhere. Like, everybody's still shouting. So, Tina, she shared, ask your questions. I'm going to be dropping other people off the panel. So, thank you for joining.
okay, I've
I
one
just
more,
have
and
one
that's it,
question.
Yeah.
and it's for
thank you,
Brie.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Do you
I
know?
just want to know how.
Could you explain, Brie, why she said on one interview with Dr. Phil, drugs didn't affect me at that time. Sorry, drugs affected me at that time. And then when she was asked on the other interview, she said, drugs did not affect me at that time.
So in neither interview did she say that it affect her decision of what she did. She said that drugs affected her because I mean it did. She used them. It didn't affect it didn't affect her decision. And it didn't like she didn't use it as like as an excuse or anything. You know what I'm saying? She knows what she did, and drugs had no play, and like she just was taking them at that time. I think that maybe it's more of misunderstanding of the context that she was using it in, because she does say that even though she was on things that it did not affect, like that is no reason as to why she chose to do what she did, if that makes sense. She just was. I mean, she was messed up on stuff, but it doesn't mean. I mean, if you're on drugs, you're going to be messed up a little bit, you know.
Oh,
But it didn't
absolutely.
affect,
But I was
you
just
know.
asking
So
you
I think
why the
that's what she.
contradiction from one
No, I
interview
don't think it's a
to another.
contradiction. I think that the other person asked her a specific question: did the rugs play a role in unaliving your mother? And she said no, they did not. And Dr. Phil didn't ask her if they played a role in her unaliving her mom. So I think it was the questioning, not, you know, I think it was the context in which she was saying it. Because yes, she was messed up on rugs, but no, it did not affect her decision. Like it did not affect. It wasn't the reason. Like, you know, like it wasn't like she wasn't the one there. You know, she knows that she still made that decision, and that isn't what pushed her to do it.
So is she saying drugs did make her do it, or drugs didn't
No,
make her do
she
it?
never said drugs made her do it ever. She,
Okay.
even in Dr. Phil's interview, she never said that it was drugs that made her do it. She said she was on a lot, like she was on drugs at that time because she was, but never does she ever say, and because of that, that's what made me do what I did.
Okay. I'll need
You
to
just
go.
asked that specific question.
Yeah.
in
I'll
the
need to go
interview,
back
you
and
know?
listen to that to
Yeah.
see for sure, because I'm like, it was two different conflicting stories. So I'm like, I'm
Yeah, I
really
think it was
confused by
because
that.
of the way it was questioned.
hmm
Like the second question, which she got that asked that twice this past year, actually. And both times she said the same thing, that it didn't affect her, like it didn't affect her, meaning like her decision making. Like she did what she did because she chose to do it, you know? Not because of the rugs. Like I think that was the difference between the Dr. Phil interview and the one she did this year, is
hmm
that they specifically asked her that. Did it affect, like, did it have anything to do with or did it, whatever, did it play a role in what she did?
Yeah, I think one asked. I don't know if they both asked that question. Did it affect her, or
Well,
did
both
it?
asked that this year. Dr. Phil didn't ask that question, no. And that's why I'm saying maybe that's why you heard it like conflicting when really it wasn't. She was just saying, yes, she was messed up on rugs. I don't know how exactly she says in Dr. Phil, but she doesn't ask her, like, did that play, did that contribute to, the unaliving, like you doing that,
Right.
you know?
Okay. So yeah, I'll go back and listen to it. Right. I'm gonna go. I'm apologizing for any, the voices getting raised,
What
and
do you mean, Tammy? That's not proof of a contradiction if it's two different
so
contexts. Y'all
Thank
are
you, Tina.
weird. Anyways,
Jessica, honestly, I didn't mean to raise my voice. It gets a bit
Okay.
heated sometimes, doesn't it? And I have apologized to Crystal if I've got the wrong person. Do you know what I mean? But
That's
as far as I was aware, that Crystal is Bree's mod, and I assumed that was the same person.
Mhm.
But I
Don't
have
worry.
apologized to her, so at the end of the day, that should now be dropped because I do apologize. So
before I drop, she said you said you wanted to ask me a question.
I do, and I'm gonna apologize. Your friend just kept wanting to talk over, and it just frustrated me. And so I want to apologize to everybody on the panel, especially you, Tina Lou, and Jessica. And I was just trying to talk to you, Bree, and she wanted to override. Why? And please don't take this bad. Why do you ride so hard for Gypsy? And Gypsy didn't even call you a friend on the show, just an acquaintance?
No, she never said acquaintance, and she actually did call me a friend on the show. She called me first. She was like, and we became buddies. And later on, when they like reintroduced me, she says, "My friend Bree is blah 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 blah." She does say that, and then in her live multiple times. I'm not getting aggravated. I just think it's a silly. I just think it's silly that people are so focused in on that. But why do I ride hard for Gypsy? So I ride hard for human beings who I feel like are being invalidated from abuse that I've seen proof of. And we're not even going to get into that because most people don't care at this point. If you don't believe it, you don't believe it. And so I didn't know Gypsy at one point. Like when I started making TikToks, I didn't know Gypsy. And I would have still been going as hard for her. I would do that if for any of you, if you were in the situation that Gypsy was in, or not even just like her situation. That's who I am as a person. I'm a very passionate person. I care about people. I care about human beings, and I can't stand to see someone's whole life invalidated. Now, that's not to say that you can't say she should be in prison. That's fine. You can think that. That's not to say you can't think that she was manipulative, was not manipulative. None of that. It's like, whatever, have an opinion. But to me, her abuse it's not up for an opinion in my opinion. When there are facts upon facts upon facts of her abuse, and experts have even said she was abused, and you have notes of Munchausen by proxy dating back to 2007 in her medical records, as well as in a DFS report, and people are still like thinking they're experts out here. And this is not to say that Dee Dee had that or not had that. That doesn't even matter, because at the end of the day, Munchausen by proxy, malingering by proxy, whatever, it's still abuse. And I can't stand to see an individual be torn to shreds and their story picked apart. I mean, beat her down for the crime all you want, but to strip away her story, her life, her 23, almost 24 years that she had being abused by the hands of her mother, mentally, emotionally, medically, and to see that someone go through that, it breaks my heart. And I would do this for anybody.
Let me ask you this. If you think that about Gypsy, do you feel like Gypsy did that to Nick? I
Do I
mean,
feel like she abused him? No, I don't think she abused him. I think that their relationship was very toxic, and I think they were both very manipulative with one another. Um, I think that it's very clear, even with like the newer stuff, like with those videos that came out, and not only that, but the text messages. I think that it was a toxic relationship. I have a lot of empathy for Nick. Most of my empathy for him comes for the people that pretend to ride for him when they don't. They don't even know what he wants or what he says, and I feel for him a lot with that because I feel like he knows that, and he has people all the time trying to get information from him, and I think it's actually like I think someone like Jessica does really care about Nick. So I'm not speaking about her, but there are people out there who don't even know when they say things that NPG Cornerstone has even debunked. They just say this narrative, and to me, like they're just perpetuating these lies to for clout or to help the content creator they like to help their clout out. And I think it's really sad because Nick to me seems like he's a pretty private person, and
So why
I think
isn't he
people.
Gypsy's hero though, Brie? Why?
When did I
He
when did
saved
I
her.
ever say that he was or wasn't her hero?
He doesn't say it. She doesn't. She doesn't class him. He's my hero. He saved me from abuse.
You
She
want
she
okay.
villainizes him.
That would be condoning schmurder, okay? So instead, what Gypsy says is that she feels like, yes, she took 2 lives that night, and she feels like she wishes they both would have made better decisions. She wishes that he would have called the cops. She wishes she would have called the cops. She would. I mean, it's a lot of things that she wishes would have been different. But first of all, she's not allowed to even really be on TikTok and like having full on conversations about him. Just like that accountability video, she got off of TikTok right after that. Her PO wasn't happy about that. She's not really supposed to speak about Nick, even when she makes little comments that y'all seen out there. I'm sure that her PO is like, Gypsy, just be careful, blah blah blah. Like, she's can't be on a TikTok being like, I think that Nick is my hero and I'm so thankful for him. He is the biggest hero in my life. I don't think she looks at it that way either because she has a lot of regrets and she has remorse, whether people think it or not. She hates the fact that her mom, that happened to her mom. Believe it or not, she does. So I don't think she looks at it. She knows that she saved him. He saved her from that life, but he also brutally murdered her mother. And yes, I know she asked him to unalive her mother. I mean, how? She never told him exactly how to do it, but I mean, I can only answer to that extent because I'm not Gypsy. I can't say whether Gypsy I don't believe that Gypsy considers Nick her like knight in shining armor, her hero. I think that it's so to say that would be like it's so black and white, and it's not. There's so much gray, like because he's also the person that, even though she took away her mother, and she has healed and grown a lot over the last almost 10 years, that she probably has a lot of mixed emotions about a lot of things. But I do know that when she was in prison and she took that class, I don't know if you ever seen inside the book that she first put out, there's a picture that she drew, and it's her house, and it's in a picture frame, and it's broken into there's a bunch of glass shards, and then there's her hand, and she's holding a hammer, and in each one of the glass shards, it's all the people that in her life, like not just her family members, but people like her, that she was close with, like her neighbors, meaning the people that knew them one way, and like that basically when that happened, that idea of them was shattered. And then on the hammer, she has Nick's name, and she says in the description, it's like that represents like she like used Nick as a tool basically. And at the end she says,
right there.
why does
She
it
used
matter?
Nick as
Why
a
does
tool.
it matter? Meaning she knows like what her mom did to her wasn't okay, but she's even saying there, that doesn't matter. I still hurt people when I asked Nick to do that. I still hurt people when I committed this crime. And nobody sees those deep workings that Gypsy did do while she was in prison. And she does acknowledge that she knows that whether that was ever her intentions, because I do believe that Gypsy loved Nick at the time. Well, I think it was more lost than anything, but I think that she does acknowledge that now looking back, she can see it as like she used him, and she points that out. She drew a picture showing that, like that was her expressing that, and she writes something underneath it as well. And at the end it says, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why. Like, it doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter
But why
why I
doesn't
did it.
she advocate that way and like try to help Nick? Knowing
Because she can't. I mean, she did by testify. I mean, she did testify. She voluntarily did that, but she can't right now. She can't be like on the streets advocating for Nick. I mean, whether she wanted to or not, she can't. There's
So what
so
about
much that.
her bruised
Huh?
knuckles, Brie?
Oh God, yeah. Nick. Do you know that she was scrubbing the carpets? Do you
Yes,
know?
for somebody that doesn't like blood, and she cleaned up the blood naked, apparently, on all
Yeah.
fours.
Did you know that in the interrogation, Nick said he made her? Do we really want to get into that?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Right. There's not enough time in the day.
Okay.
Bree's
There's
got 1
not,
minute
and we're not going
35
to because
left.
they were both wrong. They're both guilty, and like, but I'm just saying, like, we're not going into the brute, like, because there are explanations for all of that. But I mean, it's just be careful as to what you listen to. And I'm not just saying listen to me. Every person that you listen to, you shouldn't just take what they say. You should like comb through. Like I comb through everything that I look through, every interrogation video, every interview. Like I'm not just like the whole. I've heard so many people, wow, her whatever bruise, because a lot of people say that because they come back to like Dee Dee being tortured. That's not true. Her autopsy came out and it doesn't show that. There have been said that there's oak smith, cigarette burns on her. That's false. It's been said that her nose is broken. That's false. Like, don't just listen to what people say. The information's out there. Don't just take my word. Don't just take Nina's or Fancy's or Becca Scoops. Like the information's out there.
Okay, thank you for talking.
Thank you, Brie.
Well,
Thank
y'all have
you
a good
for your
night.
work she shared.
Thank you for answering my questions. Thanks for
No
having me on the
problem.
channel, Jessica.
Bye,
Alrighty.
Susan.
Always.
Y'all have a good
Bye.
night.
Bye. Well, Myra, this was not what we had planned for this evening.
I didn't expect that, but this was crazy.
It sure was. Well, guys, I'm gonna have to end it here. It's so late, but thanks everyone who's tuned in, and thank you for sticking with us. Sweet baby Jesus.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Night.
Night.
See you all later. Bye.